Hello, chat. How you guys doing? We'll get started in a minute. Wait for some people to filter in. While we're waiting, let's take a look at the deck lists of the two gravy bones that topped this event. Let me pull them up real quick. How's everyone's week in Flesh and Blood? Been a minute since we streamed. I ended up going to a 1K at Grave Troll Games, and I got absolutely shit on. Been experimenting with some crackhead ideas with gravy bones the past couple weeks. Trying to blow up the man. I need my glasses right now. Holy, been experimenting with stuff, trying to rebuild the deck from the ground up and do some unconventional stuff with it. I know what I did at the AGE of the deck list I already posted works, so I'm trying to find alternative ways to build the deck because there's still a lot of innovation to be done with it. So had some successes, some failures with it. I've talked a bit about in the Patreon Discord chat. If you're a member of the Patreon, you get exclusive access to that. It's been going okay. As expected, more failures than successes, but that goes with the territory of trying out crackhead shit. We're going real deep. We're going subterranean deep on some of this. We're going so deep that like normal humans could not withstand the pressure of how deep we're going. Thanks, Chris. That's certainly not true, but I'll take it. Yeah, like we went so deep today that the majority of the people in the team chat for Gravy Bones were like, what the fuck is going on here? This shit is unhinged. Which I'm all for. I'm enjoying blowing up the deck. But I probably shouldn't have brought that to a 1K. You know what I mean? I should have gone with the tried and true. But I figured I'd use that as testing ground stuff. And it was educational. I learned a lot of problems with the stuff I was experimenting with. So I'll take the L in the short term for the W in the long term, right? Yellow Sink Below to go with Seafloor Salvage and Sunken Treasure. The Sink Below is a yellow that we block with, and it also helps us card filter because one of the problems that the deck has is deck velocity of finding the important pieces. So the Sink Below helps like get rid of cards, dig us deeper to what we're looking for. But then it being a yellow helps us create gold in the future. Also makes your charts a little bit more consistent. And if I'm not trying to block breakpoints with like red Sink Below, it being a point worse doesn't really matter. If I'm winning games because my deck is functioning, then the value of what I'm doing doesn't necessarily matter as much, right? Because everything else I'm doing is so above rate that I can like hold a, like I said, I'll hold the L in the short term for the W in the long term. Man, the green screen right now is fucking my hair. Whatever, man. And I've actually had some moderate success with that, but I don't know how good that actually is. We'll be going back to the mines and doing some more experimenting with that stuff, and I'll let you know how that goes. But in the meantime, let's take a look at these gravy decks. Let me pull them up and then combine my tabs so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Not battle hardened, calling. There we go. Gravy Bones. Go to page 2. Gravy Bones. I think it's shift to select both and then combine tabs. So I believe Justin is the one that ended up getting further in the event. Yeah, he got second place. And then we got Kazuma, who got top 8 at the event. I've looked a little bit at these on my own privately, but I figured go over that with you guys. Talk about what I think is interesting in these deck lists. So both of them decided to go with the what has become pretty standard of balance plus Crown of Providence, no Royal Hat. That's something else I've been experimenting with. I've been debating on going back to Royal. I feel like the reason that balance is pretty good is you get 2 block and you draw a card. So it's worth about 5. And in some matchups, the block value also denies additional value, like against Syndra, you can use it to stop a mass trigger, so it can be worth even more. So in reality, I'm playing it because it's a value piece if I'm just like spawning 5 value plus on the board. I've been having a lot of games where I just can't get online and my deck just won't function, where my first hand or two is converting into like 4 value. So the amount of value that I'm sacking by not starting with a gold might be worse than the value I gain by the balance. So I've been experimenting with that a little bit. I'll let you guys know how that goes. I believe both of them, yeah, both of them are on an AB3, which I think is pretty interesting. We saw some people do that prior to this, but it seemed like the consensus was starting to be AB2. I'm a big fan of AB2. I find against Verdants that's usually good enough because they give you multiple instances in a turn to actually AB, like spell into Waning Moon or something like that. In which case you pitch a blue and you get to go AB2 the first thing, AB1 the second thing, or something like that. So it ends up being about the same as AB3. And other times you're just pitching an ally anyway, so the AB2 is the same thing. Does the tipple ban affect the amount of gold you produce, so having the royal hat would help getting online early? Yes, it does, exactly. And the royal hat is kind of the same idea as a loan shark, where if you think of it this way, you're sacking 2 value, the block value of your hat, the 2 life that you lose from loan shark, to gain gold. In the case of this compared to loan shark, though, you're getting 2 gold for loan, you're getting 1 gold for the hat. But you're also spending a full card casting the loan shark. But if you think of it this way, the balance is getting you a full card, so that's pretty similar also. Now, I think the real difference between the two there, between loan and royal, is there is value in it just spawning at the beginning of the game versus it being a card coming out of your hand, because it does disrupt your hand texture sometimes. Like, man, I just wish I had another blue in my hand or something like that. I can't play this Conqueror of the High Seas because I have a yellow and a blue in my hand. Things like that can happen where it just physically being one of the 5 cards that you have access to on a turn can kind of mess up your hand texture. So it's not strictly about just the raw math of it. It's about how does that affect your hand textures. So if you're willing to play lone, maybe you should be willing to play royal. Kind of a similar idea. Moving on, though. Pretty interesting. Also, Chu, the guy that got second place, was on Base of the Mountain. I'd be pretty interested to hear his logic behind this card. I'm not really sure what this is for. I could see this be for, like, KO, because you can stop pulping with us. You block with a card from your hand plus an additional card being added with a base, stops their go again. That's pretty cute. It doesn't work against Confidence, so I don't think this is particularly good against some of the new heroes. It can be good against decks like Valda or like weird decks that are trying to dominate kill your Compass. Quick Dodge kind of does the same thing, though, so I don't really care that much about that. One cute thing about it is it does let you actually block with allies. So, like, let's say it's turn 0, you're going second, your opponent attacks you, you just block with the Base of the Mountain and some allies, lets you get some free grave fill. It's pretty cute. Chu is on Sync below. Kind of gives some credence to the thought I had earlier. Now, interestingly, Wu, not to be confused with Chu, the guy that got first place at the Pro Tour, was also playing, I believe, 2 copies of Red Sync below. So that's one of the things I've been doing too. I've been going back to looking at some previous lists, kind of looking at the concepts behind Wu's list and Jacob Shaker's list from Nationals, because Jacob's list was a bit less reliant on Tipple, and Wu wasn't a list that was on Prismatic. He was not the Team Armory people, I believe. So he kind of had a different idea behind how to build the deck, very similar to Jacob's, not on Prismatic. So I've been trying to look at the ideas from those. He was on 1 loan. Kazuma, not on 1 loan, though. He alternatively is on Red Swells and Sloops. I've been finding Sloop to be pretty hard to actually use with the amount of gold that you're making now. But if you're on Sloop, that does make, if you're on Swell, that does make Sloop a bit better. These cards work pretty well together. And honestly, that's been one of the problems I've had with Swell now. I Swell, and then what I wanted to do with Swell before was play an ally and draw a card off of gold. With less gold, that's not something that I can always do. So having the sloop instead of the gold does kind of make sense there. And his ally count is bananas. I think it was like 20 allies. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, uh, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 allies. Absurd. I think this is the most allies I've ever seen in a gravy deck. Maybe like Jacobs was on this many. I can't remember. I remember the very early lists were on a very high ally count, but this is an absurdly high ally count. That's crazy. I would love to see how he was sideboarding because I imagine a lot of these are kind of coming in and out of the side. Like the whalers and the limpets are probably just coming in for the slow matchups. Maybe the scuba also. Maybe the swabbies are also only coming in for the slow matchups. I'd be very interested to see how he's sideboarding because like that's eating up a lot of space, and then you combine that with all the extra equipment, you really do not have that much wiggle room in your deck list of cards that are able to move in and out of it. Uh, of note, both of them were on riches. Seems like that's a card that makes sense to put in the deck now with the less gold generation that you're making. I talked about that at my gravy deck profile. Uh, Woo is also on Sea Legs, card that I've been trying to get to work. I really want to play Sea Legs because it's another yellow that can go to your graveyard for Scoob, for Sunken Treasure, and things like that. But it's just so hard finding spots to discard it. Also, both of them were on double whaler, which I think is pretty interesting. Both of them pretty heavily respecting fatigue strategies. I believe they also had some additional fatigue cards in their blue segment of their decks. Beyond that, not much else to talk about with their allies other than the Gallo. Again, I'd be pretty interested to see the sideboarding with the Gallo. I have not been too impressed with that card. It's good in the decks that it's good against, but you're already beating a lot of those decks, so does it actually move the needle? And then moving into the blues for both of them. Who is this? This is Wu, right? No, this is not Wu. This is Kazuma. Uh, both of them on I still. There's some number of fearless in both of their lists. Kazuma is on a give no quarter to go with the whalers and the Gallo. He's got a lot more cards that see the give no quarter. We got a Swabby, Whaler, Gallo, Chum, and then technically your 2 costs also are like reasonable with it of Anka plus Sawbones. So this is like a pretty reasonable card in his deck. The idea with this card typically is you pitch it, and then in your second cycle, it's the card that you're going to cast as your blue for the turn that lets you play the Whaler. So it's a little less difficult to cast the Whaler. Your hand texture is a little easier to on you. Beyond that, pretty much the rest of this is pretty standard affair. The snag is pretty interesting, still respecting Assassin. Probably also comes in versus the Earth Heroes. Pretty reasonable. Makes sense to really not have that many cute cards in the blue, though, given how many allies we have. What space do we have for that? We've chosen to have sideboard allies instead of sideboard blues. Chu, on the other hand, has some interesting sideboard cards in his blues. He's got the Diamond Amulet. Only 2 loot the holds. I think is pretty interesting. And I don't. Yeah, Cosmo is on 0 loot the holds. I find that to be pretty interesting. The aggro matchups are pretty difficult without some extra on hits. So I'd be interested to see their records of like what decks they played against and if they beat aggro decks. Because that all you got just doesn't have that many decks that it has text against right now. I do think that is the better card. Like in a vacuum, better card. But let's be real. Like, what are you blocking that's letting you draw a card right now? Syndra doesn't actually have that many attacks that trigger it. So you're just like hoping it lines up with an ignite or something. That's a little dubious. If that works, that's fantastic. But like, it just doesn't line up that often. Sometimes Assassin. What else? The Mirror, maybe? Hey, Spiff, what's up? I struggle to think of anything else that all you got really has significant text against. And the decks that I would want to be bringing this card into would be like aggro decks, right? So we're talking Ailio, um, Syndra. It might have text against Ira. I'll give you that. what was the other one? There's another aggro deck. Brain fart. Dio. They have attacks that technically trigger it, but they're few and far between. So I'm a little dubious on including a card like that. Now, that being said, that was a card in Jacob Shaker's list at Nationals. So it's certainly on my list of cards that I'm considering. But I might value the card filtering more than maybe I draw a card, because I just don't think I'm drawing a card off of it that often. But that's something that's on the list of cards to be tested and kind of figure out if that actually has text. Anywho. Also, both of them have decided to go with the double back alley. I think that also makes sense. I felt like back alleys become, and honestly, just like ways to give your allies go again, have gotten better. The meta has shifted in such a way where you're more often left with allies in play. So you're looking for ways to kind of weaponize your full board, just like your opponent's not clearing, so you need to punish them. So having more ways to do that is pretty good. Nothing else to really talk about in their blues that I can really see here. Pretty interesting deck lists. I'm a fan of the Sink Below technology. Don't think I'm a fan of this ally count, though. Now, let's go ahead and jump into the games. So, we are going to watch the Gravy Bones games from the calling. I'm going to start with the day 2 ones, and then if we have time, we'll go to the day 1 games. I have to bounce at some point, probably 10:30, 11:30, whenever they are done recording the podcast. I'm going to be doing like a meeting with the boys. So I got to bounce around then. And then at some point, we might have a guest during the stream tonight. And he will be joining us, and we'll just have some fun with him on stream as well. I'm not sure if he's joining, so I'm not going to name names yet. That being said, future plans for the stream just before I start, either tomorrow or the day after. I got to figure out, if I have the energy to do it tomorrow after work. But I am planning on doing another stream this week. If you guys are already on the Discord, I made a post a while back talking about tier listing all the most cringe cards in Flesh and Blood, or cringe strategies, whatever. The thread is still up if you guys want to submit any ideas to it. I'm planning on doing that tomorrow or the day after. And in that, it's actually my birthday tomorrow. So I will just, 2 birds, 1 stone that, make it my birthday stream, as well as do that fun piece of content. So stick around for that if you guys would like to watch that piece of content. It's going to be pretty fun and entertaining. We're just going to talk about all the things that we hate in Flesh and Blood, basically, and just have a good time just shitting on certain things. Of course, Scabs gets his own tier. You already know. If you're not on the Discord, there's a link in the description of this video. Feel free to submit your ideas on there. I don't mind if there's duplicate submissions on there, because then that means that multiple people feel strongly about this thing. And we're just going to talk about everything in tier list, and it's just going to be a good time. And yeah, let's go ahead and jump into it. So on this particular stream, we've got 3 Gravy games. We got Jacob, Clements, and then we've got 2 different games with Chu, both against Syndra. I'm pretty interested to watch the Syndra games. And then on the day 1, we have 1 game to watch, and this is versus KO Vespa. We know Vespa, so pretty interested to watch those. I've seen like a couple clips of these particular games, but I haven't watched the games in their entirety yet, so I'm going in pretty blind.
Of instance, right?
That's it.
Easy does it.
Just do that. Just kill your
Please let me know how you guys feel about the audio volumes. If you need me to adjust anything, let me know.
Well, we've seen that's pretty
Fine, Jeff.
I've seen him finish in the top 8 or close to the top 8 at everyone. This one looks like it's no different.
The only one I think is my second ever calling cast at Sao Paulo. He was still on new at the time and actually had to scrub out.
He just wanted a few beer skis. True.
That is basically unprecedented. I think it's hard.
He wanted a gold kiss run with the boys.
Than it is for him to win.
I think I would have to agree with that.
In this case, we are underway. It's Ailio who has first say.
That makes
Flittering card
sense.
is the action on this turn 0. 2 cards blocked with by Jacob Clemens. Doesn't want to give any quarter to Hiroki Tensai, who establishes a sigil of conductivity on turn 0. That's really big because from here on out, essentially, Volzar is going to be a free activation, and then the follow-up, Gone in a Flash. If there is an instant left in the hand, then Gone in a Flash is going to be established in the arsenal on turn 0. That's huge.
Yeah, you want to find Gone in Flash as fast as possible when you play Ailio, and first hand of the game is as fast as possible.
So kind of the only thing that went wrong for Hiroki Tensai at this point is there was no...
The gloves block is pretty interesting there. You're basically just playing around. Is there a channel Lightning Valley here? But even if there is that even, like, good? He can't even keep the channel around if he wanted to, because what would end up happening... That doesn't even play, right? Because he would play the channel, and then he either gets to draw off of the channel or bounce the Gone in a Flash. He doesn't get to double dip, and even if he did, there's a sigil in place, so he can't Volzar to keep the channel around. I don't think I like that block. I think I prefer to just keep my gloves around for a block that is more reasonable for there to be a channel, if that makes sense. Because I don't think a channel sticking this turn makes a lick of difference. I don't think it actually does anything. The worst punish would be... I actually... You do get kind of punished if it's channel, and then he draws into one of the instants that deal 1 arcane, because then he gets to go stick into that. But even then, you're not getting an arsenal, right? Because again, we're choosing between Gone in a Flash or random card off the top of our deck. So we can't double dip on that. If you want to draw the card off of the channel, the Gone in a Flash has to hit, meaning you've missed your window. If you want to draw the card, if you want the Gone in a Flash back, the Gone in a Flash goes back instead of you dealing damage. You interrupt yourself dealing the damage. Anka has been lackluster in your KO testing. I think I agree. It's been, like, okay for me. It's fine. It does the thing sometimes. I've actually liked Cuddy more against KO and Scoob more against KO, just to either get my engine going with Scoob and, like, get gold, or just the Cuddy sitting there all game and just, like, getting me free value every turn. The Cuddy's, like, weirdly been good. I don't know if Cuddy's going to make my final list, but I've played it in some games, and it's been pretty reasonable. Yeah, I don't think I like this block.
Arcane chip damage coming across to Gravy Bones, but the way it all shook out, I think I'm feeling really good if I'm in the Ailio seat.
Speaking of arcane chip damage, looking on the equipment half of Jacob Clemens' side, no arcane barrier to be seen. Some powerful equipment to be sure, but these late game...
I always space because usernames. Is this the Milkman himself? Or am I mixing up usernames? Bro, go ahead and claw my Cuddy. Like, who fucking cares? They just don't. This is Jock? Okay. They just don't kill the Cuddy with claw. They look at their claw with their might token, and they look at the Cuddy, and then they just go, go face. And if they kill the Cuddy, that's what I wanted. I think they're supposed to ignore the Cuddy. But I'm happy with either outcome.
Unimpeded.
If I'm happy with either outcome, that probably means the card is good in the
May not
matchup.
necessarily be disruptive in all of their respects, but will accelerate the Ailio game plan. What do you think about that decision? Is there merit in giving credence to the arcane potential of Ailio?
I think there is, but also look at all of these...
I don't think Jacob has cut his nails since the last time we've watched him on stream. That's tough.
Which one are you switching out? They're all so powerful, especially in this matchup. Quick dodge flexors help with the go wide, go again type threats that Ailio presents. Balance of justice, because Ailio can draw 2 cards.
Saltwater Swell here from Jacob Clemens in the blue is going to find a blue on top, but having a bit of an issue, the same one that we saw from our Gravy Bones competitor in an earlier stream matchup. Where,
okay, I'm confused. He has a Jittery Bones, right?
0. That's huge.
Oh, no, he blocked with it. Right.
Balance of justice, because Ailio can draw 2 cards.
Saltwater Swell here from Jacob Clemens in the...
I mean, this is why I don't really like... We've talked about this a lot on previous streams and on Discord about me not really being a fan of this card. This is why I really don't like Fearless very much. This is, like, pretty shit. This is like not what I want to be doing. It's just a fucking raging onslaught, right? That's the card I'm thinking of. This is just terrible. We just played a 3-card 6. Like, this is not what I'm trying to do with the game.
Blue is going to find a blue on top.
I'd rather just include a card that actually advances my game plan.
Gravy Bones competitor in an earlier stream matchup where, yeah, sure, I'm revealing these resources, but I haven't established my gold engine yet. I don't really have a way to sync all of them into more offensive capabilities.
Yeah, I was talking about that turn with Cody.
Fearless confrontation being resolved.
That's like the one thing I know about in this game.
5 more damage on this
Something else I think is pretty interesting to talk about from Jacob's side too is the choice in equipment. I actually I'm a bit of a fan of this equipment suite. Going 0 AB in the matchup, because a lot of the times your AB really doesn't matter that much. You either aren't trying to AB anyways, or it just doesn't matter, you're dead. I do think there's a little bit of merit, though, of choosing to submit AB when you're going second, so that way you don't just take free leak on turn 0. Did not get punished for that in this particular game, but there is something to be said for that. There's also something to be said for your deck is less efficient now, so bringing some AB does let you weaponize your extra cards in the deck that you're just like not able to really use. Just like, look at right now. We are passing turn with no gold, no allies in grave, no allies in play. Pretty reasonable that we have another lackluster turn after this because we're just not set up yet. So the AB lets you like kind of slow down the game a bit until you get online. Not take too much leak damage that you just can't do anything about. And it does let you sometimes fight over their surge effects, sometimes, but it's a little dubious. Something else that I'm sometimes a fan of in this matchup as well is going quick dodge AB, so that way you can pitch into the quick dodge, and if they stop short and they don't let you get full value of the quick dodge, because sometimes that happens and you just have a really hard time predicting it. They like crack their boots, crack their gloves. You think it's go time, and then they just only play the Gone on a Flash one time, and you look like an idiot. Okay, whatever. I'll just put the rest of my resources into the AB. I do like that sometimes, but I'm not 100% on what my favorite setup for equipment in this matchup is. I'm not even convinced that's like the thing that truly matters in the matchup. Is just like some small percentages, and it really depends on the hand texture out of the Ailio for how much this matters.
Allies engraved, no allies on the board, not exactly how you want to start out this game. Channel Lightning Valley deployed, and a shock. You can't block. There's no arcane barrier.
There's no arcane barrier here. There's also a free Volzar activation, which means that 3 arcane is going to come Jacob Clemens' way unblocked. And thanks to the Channel Lightning Valley established on the opponent's turn, Hiroki Tensai is going to refresh one of those cards that he's played on this turn. And let's go digging deeper. Seduce Secrets.
Ooh, Seduce Secrets. That's cute.
The Ailio hero ability. And back to the well went Hiroki Tensai. Got himself a current funnel. Is that a Sigil of Brilliance and an Etchings of Arcana?
Unfortunately, no way to actually pitch a lightning card since Volzar has been activated. It was free anyway. Looks like Channel Lightning Valley is going to be going away. We have one more turn to threaten to draw a card. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Gone in a Flash.
Sigil of Brilliance? Do you want to send arcane damage here to guarantee the card draw? It's a kind of a moot point because he's got to keep his arsenal filled with that Gone in a Flash, right?
I do think you probably want to send the arcane damage. There's two things to think about. You can send the arcane damage, guarantee the draw, maybe you hit another sigil or something, right? You also do not allow Jacob the opportunity to block. But if you go with the Gone in a Flash line this turn instead, you could possibly activate the Surge. I don't know if we get to Volzar on our turn after Volzaring on our opponent's turn.
Because I thought it was a once per turn instant. Let's go ahead and pull up Volzar here.
It is once per
turn. It's
not
a tap.
Once per turn instant.
You do? Wow.
Yeah, they didn't print tap
Etchings
yet.
of Arcana is going to provide a little bit of a buff to Etchings of Arcana, but the one thing going for Jacob Clemens in this case is that there were no juicy sigils in the graveyard for Hiroki Tensai. If it was...
There's actually another cute line. Wait, let's pull up channel real quick. I just need to check the wording of it. Oh, unfortunate. If this didn't say opposing hero, there's actually a cute line where we shot ourselves. We draw a card off of the channel, break our Spell Void thing in play to make an embodiment of lightning. And then because we don't have this in play anymore, if we draw a lightning card, we could pitch to Volzar, keep the channel around. That could have been like a really cute play, but that doesn't work that way. Never mind. Could that have worked if we show? No, yeah, it doesn't matter.
One turn cycle after, you better believe that there would be a Sigil of Brilliance lying in wait to come back onto the battlefield. 33 is the life total for Jacob Clemens after not being afforded any opportunity to block. He kind of gives a shrug here, not liking what he sees, and what he sees is a rigor mortis.
We got a jittery. It's why we play the. Oh no, this is the turn that I heard about. So it's rigor mortis, jittery, swell. This just seems like play the jittery, play the rigor mortis, set the swell, move on with life. The logic, what he ends up doing is he just plays the rigor mortis from hand, I believe. The logic being, I believe, is he's trying to not give his opponent a chance to block with his hat by just not attacking. You don't let him hat. But I think that's a lose-lose situation. Like we denied our opponent the chance to block with their hat by just sacking 8 damage. I don't think we can win this game with that line. This is a play to not lose line. But when you present AB0, I don't think that play to not lose is actually a strategy that we can implement in the matchup. Maybe if we had, like, I don't know, AB 2 to 3 plus Amulet of Echoes, maybe we could implement play to not lose, but I don't think that's realistically a strategy here.
Saltwater Swell, Jittery Bones in the blue. Excuse me, I'm seeing double, 2 Rigor Morti.
I mean, he's fucked no matter what, right? Like, opponent has Sigil Brilliance gone in a flash. He's fucked.
Rigor Mortis? Oh, jeez, Rick.
Just playing out
Is that
From
the way to think
hand?
about this?
from hand.
Is
No
from
go
hand. Has no go again thanks to the fact that there are no Mage Master boots in the equipment suite here. There was a Saltwater Swell
and a blue
and a
jittery.
Jittery Bones. I would have thought that the line was play Jittery Bones, discard one of those Rigor Mortis, then play and swing it, right?
I would have thought so as well. Jacob Clemens is a better player than I am.
He's definitely better than me. In order to beat Genius, we need to understand Genius, though, don't we, Majin?
A full, yeah, I can't even remember what Bolzar does. A full 6-card hand on the side of Ailio here. I see a couple of arcane damage cards. Is that high voltage? I love high voltage.
I love high voltage.
Before
That's a lot of damage.
the cast, one of my favorite cards that Ailio has access to.
So
It's like technically 2 instants. Yeah, he was Omega deceased if he attacked, but like, I don't think it matters. I think he's still deceased. Ailio's very good. I've been saying Ailio's good for quite a while. I had Ailio pretty high up in like my tier lists of how good I thought the deck was. My only thing with Ailio was going to be how did the meta shake out? If the meta's hostile to Ailio, then it's pretty bad for him. But the way the meta's shaking out, it's pretty good for him. He's got a lot of favorable matchups, and the deck's very powerful.
Hiroki did
Turns
draw
out
a copy
you're a
of Flash
lightning
of
hero.
Oblivion. What do you think? Was there any merit to throwing Flash of... Oh, no, he didn't have the opportunity to throw Flash of Brilliance because Jacob didn't attack.
Absolutely.
And maybe that's why he didn't.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Once again, Jacob Clemens better player than I.
Yeah.
Because if you would have handed Hiroyuki the Flash of Brilliance block, this would have been, it looks like a pretty stupendous pop-off turn.
A little bit light on instance, maybe, but if he was able to get a Sigil of Brilliance back into the hand, that could have been a bit of a different
Oh, he does
story.
have
That would
the
have been essentially
embodiment
2 copies, 2
sigil
extra
thing in
copies of
play,
Dawn
so
of
he is
Flash
able
in
to
the
keep
hand,
going.
and also Hiroki
Just
would have had the
bounce
opportunity
that.
to filter away that comment.
Then he has
Slot
another
shot.
instant.
It only looks light on instance until you remember that not only would you get to pick up the Sigil of Brilliance, exchange a non-instant for another instant, but Blast to Oblivion is going to, would have put, and I think you might know it's pitched, would have put that Sigil of Conductivity back in hand, giving you another instant to combo with. I think this non-attack on Jacob's side ended up being rather solid.
Chose to leave
Rather
the
solid, and yet Jacob is
sigil
still
in
taking
play. That's
oodles
pretty
of
interesting.
arcane damage here. Volzar is going to amp up this Mind Warp up to 4, and with no arcane barrier to speak of, Jacob is forced to shuffle his hand into his deck after Mind Warp deals a little bit more damage than its base of 2.
Not being able to block Surge at all is a pretty terrifying spot to be. Although this is not exactly the 6-card hand of your dreams.
No, definitely not.
No, but you got chip
Hiroki
damage.
Tensai remains
Your
with
range
an
is easier
incredibly
now.
Healthy life total when Jacob Clemens has
Still got all the
every
armor
single
up.
ally, and the one that
Still
he
have the
did
Gone in a
got burned
Flash.
immediately by a 2-cost shock.
We still have all the equipment left up too. The big one being Lightning Greaves.
Saltwater Swell resolved here. Jacob Clemens does not find a blue on the top.
Oh, that is a combo hand if I've ever seen one. Blink, Electrostatic Discharge, Sigil of Brilliance, Mind Warp. I dare you.
Yep.
Dare you to force me to block.
Checks all of the boxes here.
Only thing that could make him block is Command and Conquer.
Activating Ailio is Hiroki Tensai, getting rid of one of those all-important instants, finding a redundant
I'm
source of
surprised you got rid of the
arcane
blink.
damage here.
I'm not so sure about that one. I would have liked to see the blink kept. I think fishing for possibly a better instant, maybe a little greedy here.
And honestly, like, okay, if we are quibbling, let's talk about better targets potentially for the Ailio ability, maybe than Electros. I mean,
Electrostatic Discharge better than Blink if you're thinking about
exactly, because Blink would have facilitated 2 sources of arcane damage in this case. That Etchings of Arcana could have been sent on top of the Mind Warp, thanks to the extra action point generated by the Blink.
Also, zooming out
My
a little
God.
bit, Gravelands has no arcane barrier. I'm willing to take a lower ceiling combo
Mhm.
to push through damage as fast
We
as I
have
can,
so far
because I
attacked
know
with
I
2
have these
blue
Promise
swells and
I
a
know
Fearless
I have
this
Etchings of
game.
Arcana, things
My
with rolls on my hand,
God.
but all these shocks are going in for free. I just need to deal as much damage as possible, as fast as possible.
Oof, and it's a 3 ally hand for Jacob Clemens at this point. Balance of Justice is being blocked with here. 2 damage conferred, and now Hiroki.
I might have got the boots in.
The button, and yes, he does. Old Knocker taps his hero and generates a resource, which is immediately cashed in for Lightning Greaves here. 32 plays 26. There is a lot of damage that needs to be done here. Electrostatic Discharge is going to bounce Gone in a Flash. Gone in a Flash comes back down, this time swinging for 7. It doesn't have Go Again on its own, but because Lightning Greaves were cashed in, every single one of these instances in Hiroki Tensai's hand is going to have Go Again, and thereby essentially become another copy of Gone in a Flash.
I think we're probably going to see a quick dodge flexor's activation. Yep, not surprising here. This is still a lot of damage, and we know Jacob's hand does not block very well.
Not at all. Quick Dodge Flexors is going to help him kind of convert some of those undead zombies into a little bit of defensive capability, but the onslaught keeps coming. Sigil of Brilliance bounces Gone in a Flash back to the hand. We're going to see this time and time again. Gone in a Flash at the ready.
It is nice because we do like a mini combo here, get enough chip, and then the next turn should kill him when we block Hat Gloves.
Etchings grabbing a Sigil of Brilliance will give you another action point.
Yes.
Send Goner Flash once again. I don't know if we're going to see the Goner Flash send. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Sigil gain an action point, send Mind Warp, unblockable damage. You can just keep that Goner Flash for a future turn. Generally, when I get to this spot, if I already have a Sigil Brilliance and I don't have my boots anymore, I want to be grabbing Sigil of Lightning, but no access to that.
No, indeed. It is Gone in a Flash. Honestly,
I actually don't hate this line. We don't have the boots anymore, so the Gone in a Flash isn't as good anymore. And this guarantees the arcane damage spell for all the amp that we're probably going to have on the following turn. Because that's like one of the things that I found is one of the biggest failure points for Ailio. You do your big turn, you're ready to shoot them for like 1 million damage with your staff plus your gloves, and then you just don't find a way to deal arcane damage. We're just saying, no, I don't need a crazy turn of Gone in a Flash anymore. You're at 12. Surely between the 4 cards on top, the 2 I'm going to draw off of these sigils, and maybe another card I draw off of my hat, plus anything else I do, and the gloves, surely I find enough damage to deal 12 to you with no AB.
Is in the hand of Jacob Clemens. You might be given pause a little bit if you think they have more blocking capability, but perhaps the early activation of Quick Dodge Flexors telegraphed to Hiroki Tensai that there just wasn't any more block in the hand of Jacob Clemens.
Another heater.
I don't think you're supposed to hook this. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to hook the next thing. It depends what the arsenal is. If the arsenal's like a loot the hold or something, I didn't actually see what it was. This makes sense. The problem with hooking this is you already know that Tensei just wants to block his armor this turn. But maybe by hooking this, you're bluffing that you have a conch behind this. So you leave yourself open to drawing blue, play conch from arsenal. But you probably... I don't think Hiroki thinks that's a conch based on how the past turn cycle played out when that went into arsenal. Like, he probably would have played this differently. Because he pitched a blue, right, to play a swell. He could have just played the conch. He didn't have to do any of that. So this is probably not a conch. I think loot the hold's the only thing that makes sense out of arsenal, but even then, it's still kind of loose. We're probably expecting to pitch whatever we draw anyways, because we don't have enough resources to play swing the Sawbones here. So whatever we're drawing is pitch.
drawn for hero. You look at all these instants.
Some fantastic instants, some really good ones in the hand too. And now that Jacob Clemens has attacked, Flash of Brilliance is at the
I don't think he's supposed to block. I'm gonna be honest. I think you just take the one, give him the gold. I think the only way that you lose from this spot is for some reason there's like disruption behind this, like a loot the hold or something. Maybe just let the loot happen. It just doesn't matter. Because like loot the hold for 6. He probably didn't want to block 6 anyways, and having 2 armor in play doesn't change that breakpoint. So maybe it just doesn't matter.
Ready to bounce one of these Sigils of Brilliance back to the hand. In this case, though, it's just a block of the Aether Bindings of the Third Age, which you had better believe are going to be utilized at the beginning of the next turn.
I don't know if I want to filter any of these cards. I think these are pretty good cards. You also get to utilize the Aether Bindings of the Third Age to get the amp off the Sigils, leaving the battlefield.
Sawbones Dockhand swinging in 4/6 with the activation of Gold Baited Hook. Jacob Clemens has finally generated his first gold token of the game. Definitely something that Gravy Bones wants to do before turn 4.
Absolutely. Could look to do something like play out the Sigil of Lightning now in order to unlock the go again on something like that Blast to Oblivion on Ailio's turn. That could keep the chain rolling.
Sigil of Lightning, Channel, Lightning Valley.
I like the play. This also maximizes the amount of amp that you're going to get from Aether Bindings of the Third Age. Not even looking at any other cards, we should be seeing amp 4 this turn. If Sigil of Lightning is deployed, looks like it's not going to be. We're keeping it in hand. Going to trust the top of our deck here.
But 2 sigils. It was a Sigil of Solace.
Sigil of Solace.
Oh, and the second one.
Oh my god,
Storm
he's so
Shock.
deceased.
Big card. Big card. I would have loved to have go again this turn, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Because no longer does Hiroki have the get out of jail free card. in
Needs
the
to
form
deal
of
13
Lightning Breeze.
damage.
These instants are not going to just generate action points this way and that. So if he is sending a Blast to Oblivion at the beginning of this turn, that is going to eat up.
Can
his action point.
he
He's gonna-
shoot himself with Comet Storm Shock? I didn't quite parse out the rest of the hand, but there's a chance that you just shoot yourself to crack your sigil over here, make an embodiment of lightning.
need the 2-cost shock in order to deal any arcane damage and utilize all the amp he's going to generate both from Aether Bindings of the Third Age.
Doesn't he
and
have an arcane spell in
Absolutely
arsenal?
Exactly where we want it to be. We do have Cilio's hero ability active. If I was going to ditch one of these, it's
Did
probably
I
Sigil's
did I
Solace.
misread
like
what the
Sigil's
arsenal was? I thought it was an arcane
Hmm.
spell. I thought it was like a mind
Hoping to
warp
hit.
or something.
Hoping to
Or
hit some
yeah,
sort of
like
go.
Mind Warp.
Flittering Charge, maybe?
Flittering Charge is a great hit, great pickup.
We've seen one resolved already for Hiroki. I'm not convinced there are more hits than misses in this case.
No,
I guess,
think there are
okay.
definitely more misses.
Okay, what if we hit one of our instant speed shocks? We play out a good number of lightning cards, and then we go instant speed shock into Comet Storm.
Okay, I don't hate that.
I don't think it's going to be enough to close the door on Jacob Clemens, but that could be a hit.
It's a lot. We haven't seen any fries in the list. Could still have that available. I see.
I do like discard sigil.
I think we might just be gearing up for a
The sigil's
large
doing
Comet
nothing,
Storm
right?
shock here.
Jacob Clemens looking into Oblivion. This is the exact posture.
Because I think that's a blast. We could shoot ourself, make an embodiment of lightning, play the pump for 3, send in the blast for 6 or 7. I can't tell the color of this. Channel to draw a card. If he blocks out, then we hero power the channel away. Draw. But then that doesn't... No, that doesn't really do advance the game, right? Because then we don't get to bounce the sigil. Do we need to bounce the sigil? There's just like no way to actually like play the blast for profit, I think. But this would be 1, 2, 3, 4 amp. Plus 2 from the glove, 6. It's not quite enough to kill. Just doing that line.
Posture that you expect from folks waiting for a wizard combo
Waiting
turn.
for some bad news.
Uh-huh.
Ditches the discharge. Finds, is that current funnel?
It is current funnel.
Unfortunately, still no Gogan to activate the current funnel, but it is a blue lightning card.
Channel Lightning Valley and Sigil of Lightning have been resolved here. 2 lightning cards thus far. And yep, gonna be both halves of Comet Storm Shock. Getting Volzar 3 amp. First 2 amp from the Aether Bindings of the Third Age is going to be utilized on the Shock. So 3 damage coming across. Jacob finally has some damage prevention at the ready in the form of Sawbones Dockhand.
Should only be 2 on that Aether Binding.
Yep.
That looked like it just got bumped when it moved over. Very small nitpick here, but I think we're supposed to use Volzar on the Shock portion of this card to dodge a possible... Oh, that's the blue. Arcane
possible-
Compliance. Arcane
Oh,
Compliance,
oh.
just in case.
I thought you were about to say throw caution to the wind.
No, at this point, you have to look at the board and go, okay,
I
I'm
see.
in a great spot. How could I possibly lose? And that's one of the ways.
But in this case, it's going to be 9 arcane
Sheesh.
damage. Jacob Clemens with no arcane barrier.
I mean, like,
and Sawbones already activated. Descends
it doesn't
to
matter.
1,
We can
is
just
in a
do anything
position
from here that does
so
arcane and
many
win.
Ailio opponents have been in before, just waiting for the 0 cost or the 1 cost shock.
Any shock here is lethal.
Okay, we need to see what the arsenal was.
Chart the high seas resolve for Jacob Clemens. Oh, and it's a red on off the top plus Lone Shark, which means he's finally going to generate another gold. But Chart the High Seas really needs to find blues. Hiroyuki is holding priority, though. Wizards doing wizard things. Do I even get to resolve my card before I am absolutely dead in the water? Comet Storm Shock has found its way into the hand for Ailio, which means access to a kill is at the ready. Sawbones has already been utilized. That is a once per turn cycle ability. And Jacob trying to get another Sawbones on the board. Jittery Bones. Discarding Sawbones from the hand.
Maybe he was supposed to block Hat last round to bounce the sigil. That way he could get to go again. And then he could replay the sigil, then play something else to bounce the sigil, then use the sigil as pitch for the Comet Storm Shock.
Hand gaining go again here, but Hiroyuki is life plentiful, has 27 points to work with. Plenty of room before he is knocking on Gravy Bones' locker.
Yeah, just wait. Just wait.
Saltwater Swell finds the blue on top.
Eventually, Jacob's going to show you all the cards, and then you can go. Or you can just go to your turn
for this.
play the Spindle. There's the Sawbones. You could go now if you want, but
Yep.
it could be theoretically throw caution to the wind.
Mhm.
I hate losing when I don't have to. I like to guarantee my wins.
You talked about this ad nauseum. You have to wait for the absolute last possible moment before you hit the Kano button or the Ailio button. In this case, Hiroyuki likes it. He sends the
Okay, let's go back. What was the arsenal an arcane spell? That's a mind warp, right?
32 plays 26. There is a lot of damage. First, flag, and Sigil of Brilliance bounce. But
Etching. Don't know if we're going to see the Goner Flash. Keep that Goner. Don't have my
Flash, honestly, kind of a sage choice.
Sigil of Lightning, but no to this spot. If I already have a Sigil of Brilliance and I don't have my boots anymore, I want to be grabbing Sigil of Lightning.
Okay, so if he... If we discard the sigil in our hand to the hat to return the sigil in play, we get an embodiment. Then we can go play the pump, play the blast, play channel plus sigil, bounce the sigil. The sigil plus the old knocker gives us 4 resources to cover the Comet Storm Shock. But then we don't have $1 for our... Well, we might draw a card. We shouldn't count on drawing a card. That's kind of silly. Is there an extra card in our hand? He has another sigil in his hand? So we can play the sigil from hand. That gives us the discount on our weapon. Old knocker plus blue from one of the 2 sigils covers the Comet Storm Shock. Okay, this involves us bouncing a sigil from play to hand. So then the gloves would be at 3. And then we would have played the Pump, the Blast, Comet Storm, Shock, recast a Sigil, channel Lightning Valley, because there's a channel somewhere in here, right? I think that's card number 2. If my math is correct, that's 9 amp, because it's 6 from stick, 3 from gloves. So we'd be dealing 4 from the shock. And Comet Storm's 5, right? So we'd be dealing 4 from the shock, and then 11 from the Comet Storm. I think he missed lethal. I might be missing something here because like I don't actually play Ailio. And this doesn't involve us hero powering. And this is assuming the physical damage from our attack is fully blocked, and we don't get a draw trigger off of the channel. We do end up drawing off of the channel, but it doesn't really do anything because it's off of the Comet Storm Shock. So, like, you know, theoretically, we could draw something that extends our range here, but I'm going to assume that gets fully blocked, and the channel's basically just converting into amp 1, draw a card next turn. So maybe you're supposed to hero power away the channel? Because it's just kind of like whatever. I'm not sure. This is pretty interesting. I'm pretty do I remember what the hat does? What is it? I guess we could just go back, right? Oh wait, he didn't make top 8, right? Is there an Ailio I can look at here? Here we go. It's like block with a hat, discard a hat card, return an aura to your hand, right? Oh my god, I fucking hate this new site. When this defends, you can discard a... Okay, it has to be a lightning card. So we can't discard the Sigil. We discard the channel Lightning Valley then. And then we hero power the Sigil on our opponent's turn. And then maybe hero power again on our turn. So then that drops our amp by 1. So instead of dealing 11 with the Comet Storm, we're dealing 10. But it's still 14 arcane when our opponent's at functional 13. Assuming we draw nothing off of our hero power. Anyways. Good game. Yeah, I don't think there was too much Jacob could have realistically done from his side this game. It was kind of fucked. Like, he never drew any of the cards that matters in the matchup, like any of the disruption. He came out really slow. He just drew the cards that didn't matter in the matchup. There's potential he was supposed to play AB though, because of how bad his draw was. He drew off of hat, right? Whoa, 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 whoa. Did he just forget to draw off of hat? There was 2 sigils this turn, right? He just forgot to draw off of his hat. Am I missing something? There's even 3 cards drawn this turn. 4 cards drawn this turn because his hero power. What the fuck? Did he compass to see the card was ass? No. Bro, what? Okay, whatever. Not that it matters. He went to 1. Like, there's no card that he would have drawn that matters, but like, I mean, like, come on. Let's try to win the game, right? But yeah, like there's fucking nothing he could have done here. It really do be one of those just draw better one head, right? Like you draw the cards that matter in the matchup. That's tough. This matchup really sucks though. Like you gotta hope the Ailio doesn't come out really strong. And you got to draw the good cards, and you got to get your engine online. You can win, like if you can get online, get some chums and Sawbones in play. You can win from that spot. You line up a conk into their funny turn, like they play Sigil of Brilliance, and then you conk them. It just like shit can fall apart for them. And then you just chain disrupt them for a few turns. You get them low. Now they can't keep cards to do their funny turn ever again. You also like disrupted them when their sigils are going off. So it's just like it spirals out of control for them if your disruption lines up properly. He just saw none of the disruption. But that's also a choice in deck building. For example, like maybe those fearlesses could have been disruption. Those could have been loot the arsenal. Those could have been loot the hold if he wasn't playing that. Not sure if he cut that card. We didn't see it this game, but Cosmo wasn't playing loot the hold. So stands to reason, maybe he wasn't either. I don't know. I didn't see his list. Just maybe he could have had more cards in his deck that are disruptive. They could have been Amulet of Echoes. That could have been pretty good. It's one of those, didn't draw the funny cards, didn't get the engine going. Opponent came out fucking swinging. Like, this was a ridiculously good draw from Hiroyuki. Like, I don't think you could have drawn that up better. His draw was perfect. It was an Ailio's wet dream. It be what it be. That was a good game, though. Educational. Let's jump to the two Syndra games. I'm looking forward to seeing these because apparently he won the first one and then almost won the second one. So I'm curious to see what kind of technology he was implementing or what kind of game planning and strategies that he was using to win these games. Something we're going to be keeping in mind is, when is he deciding to block? I think that's one of the most interesting things from the Gravy side of seeing when they block. In my experience, you're typically only trying to block when you know you can win a fight over Mask. I did see that there was some a singular, like, I clicked on stream just to see what was going on, and I saw that he also used Fearless in this game to save a chum. I don't think that's particularly important because all that is you blocking with the Fearless with extra steps. From what I recall of that, it was Fearless. Soya just draws off of Mask and then throws the card that he drew off of Mask at the chum. So like, if that card went face instead and he just blocks with Fearless, it's the same outcome. Potential denial of Arsenal maybe, but we'll see what that turn looks like. But yeah, you're trying to line up disruption in this matchup and block at key moments. So let's see how he navigates this game.
Kuda's accoutrements there, so we'll have to hopefully get some info on that later in this game. But we've already started things off. Avasti into Rigor Mortis for Justin Koo. He's developed an ally, but one that's Syndra.
So you would think that Rigor Mortis isn't that great of a turn 0 ally because it just dies to like a dagger swing or something. But realistically, Syndra doesn't actually attack with her daggers very much. So the Rigor Mortis might actually end up soaking 3 damage. We'll see. It depends on the hand texture from Syndra, but it's very frequently the case that these soak up full attacks.
He's going to have no trouble at all clearing.
Yeah, as long as there's a resource card in Soya's hand, it's very easy to clear Rigor Mortis with a dagger. It's pretty cost efficient to do so. If you have to send a full head jab into it, that's not exactly where you want to be. But it does make it really easy to trigger this Mask Momentum, which I think is going to be a pretty key piece in the matchup.
Yeah, going to have to watch the Mask Momentum, of course. It just says hits on the Mask Momentum. So if an attack that is the 3rd or higher chain link in a row to hits an ally, immediately confers that card draw and replaces itself. So, going to be starting things off with the Brand with Cinderclaw for Soya Okuda on Syndra. This is going at face. Justin going to go ahead and check the top of the deck before making any blocking
See if that
decisions
chart hits. That makes sense. It's either the chart hits or the bones hit. I think he has a jittery bones in the hand.
I wouldn't be super surprised
Hey, Jesse, what's
to
up?
see Flick Knives activated to keep Mask Momentum going. Use a resource from Bloodspatter's Vest.
It's really tough because, like, if you don't block this, if he has a resource card, he goes dagger at the Rigor Mortis and then attacks face, presenting Mask. Then he flicks, then he presents Mask again. So you're like priced into blocking twice. If you do block this, kind of the same idea. You're committing to blocking twice. He just builds the mask trigger on the rigor mortis.
Send a dagger into rigor mortis this turn.
Mm.
I think that's probably the most efficient way to deal with it.
Alternatively,
all reds.
he goes face with us, face with the next thing, flicks if you block, and then if you don't block, he attacks the rigor mortis with his third thing, gets mask. If you do block, he flicks, and then just attacks the rigor mortis, so it just like doesn't matter. There's no if you go no blocks, no block. If you go no blocks on this, there's no way for you to stop a mask trigger on the rigor mortis, because it's either he does nothing and then kills the rigor mortis on third chain link, draws a card, or he flicks when you block on this and then kills the rigor mortis and draws a card. There's no way to stop a mask trigger from happening unless you block this chain link. And if you block this chain link, you're committing to blocking 2 chain links.
Blood splattered vest, such an important piece.
That being said, if you do block this and he flicks, if he did have a resource card to kill the rigor mortis, that significantly devalues it, because he had to flick on this chain link. Now he doesn't have 2 daggers.
And these Syndra decks can see the marvel over.
But if he did
Syndra
have that, he
clearly
probably would have opened
enjoying
on dagger.
Syndra, if not for a long time.
Like
enough
dagger
effect in that
face.
Gorgeous piece. 3 damage here for Justin.
Yeah, you go like dagger face into brand, and then see what he wants to do about this brand.
Taken. No
So it's
footnotes
pretty
activated.
heads up that he doesn't have a resource card.
Ravenous Rabble, once again, the call is at Gravy Bones, showing the oath of loyalty. 4 go again.
Him going 4 here makes me think that he has another 4 in hand. You would go 3 here if you only had a single 4. You would go 3, 3, 4 probably. Maybe not. If you're always planning on getting your mass trigger in the rigor mortis, I guess it doesn't really matter.
And the armor sweep for Justin Koo, it's not available to be utilized multiple times throughout the game. Each time you use one of those pieces, that's the only turn you're going to be able to do it. It's like it's a saltwater swell that was just flashed in the arsenal for Justin. No block there, yeah.
Lines up pretty well with Chum if you can get it into the graveyard. Get you the resources you
The
need.
mask is happening no
This is
matter what
definitely
here.
Gold.
Absolutely.
So just what's the most efficient use of our cards? I think because we committed to not blocking this, we're basically just saying, I just want to block an on hit at the end in case there's a breaking point or something. Because if I wanted to block, I would have blocked here and then here. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense to block now. We're just playing into the flick knives.
Base deck against these aggressive decks, sometimes you have to kind of move away from that plan, and instead of flooding the board with allies,
And
you're
this is
looking
like a
at
pretty
the most
reasonable no
value out of
blocks
your
hand, to be
every single
honest.
turn.
We have an
You wanna
ally in
fall too
hand,
far
we have a
from.
chart, we have a jittery
Yeah,
bones.
Justin here. If he
Just
wants to find a
establish
way to
the
deploy all of
the
these cards. I
chum.
believe he's got a Jittery Bones in hand. Let's chart the high seas, tip the barkeep, and Chum, friendly first mate. Jittery Bones, of course, could get that Chum in the yard, but it becomes pretty resource intensive from there. All of a sudden, if you're keeping all the cards, you've already stared down a brand with Cinderclaw. This Ravenous Rabble is now Draconic. Justin Koo's going to accept this and head down to 33. My friend and colleague, Brian Gottlieb, described this armory, which is Justin Koo's testing team, Gravy Bones deck in the Pro Tour Singapore era as finding the best deck in the room potentially once the Fiddler's Green was activated. Hot in the heels here, however, going to go ahead and take care of the Rigor Mortis, draw a card, which means the display loyalty can come down for 3 with go again, make the fealty token, and continue this offensive pressure. Now Justin Koo, considering this block, Mask Momentum has already been used. She doesn't have to worry about blocking in a way that allows Soya to continue to get around it. He's comfortable here just trying to save some life, potentially putting the tip the barkeep in front of this display loyalty.
It seems so resource intensive to get this Chum on the board, but we
Now, he
don't
actually
really
could have
any-
fought over Mask this turn if he wanted to. He can block with the one of the 3 blocks in his hand, and then block with gloves plus 3 block on the Rabble, and then we're done fighting over Mask. There's no more Mask trigger after that because it's just random 4 cards. He would need a 5th card to present another Mask trigger, or I guess an Ignite. It's pretty unlikely that there's another Mask trigger. So this could have been a spot to do that if we wanted to block this turn. I think a lot of it depends on what's on top. If it's an ally on top, I'm pretty into playing this Jittery Bones. If it's a blue on top, it really depends on what's underneath. Like, we really need to get like something going here. Because we could go pitch. We really want to keep like 3 cards here. That's the problem. Because we want to go like either play the chart or pitch a blue to play our arsenal to create the resources we need for the round. Play the Jittery, discard the Chum or the top card of our deck, depending on if we saw an ally or not. and then we play the chum afterwards because we have the resources to do all of this. I think ideally there's an ally on top, and we go Jittery Bones plus pitching the chum to play the ally that was on top.
Anything else to do aggressively on Justin Ku's side? No big things like Conquer of the High Seas.
If there's an ally
We
on
don't
top,
have
I'm
any
pretty
other
into
reds like
blocking 2
Swell.
cards here.
No more red tipples available for the deck at all.
Justin Ku, aware that this is the end of the turn, Oath to Loyalty reveal to the Ravenous Rabble. That can only be played as the first action. So Justin Ku knows that this is where the aggression ends. You can see him. This is why he's considering the blocks, considering what he wants to do, because he knows precisely, exactly what the turn has been and what it will be. He can make the correct calculations, risk assessment. Syndra, a deck that can clear allies quite well, but will have to most likely put multiple cards into a chum-friendly first mate to get it off of the arena.
Not what you want to be doing. Essentially taking...
Actually kind of surprised that he's playing Tip the Barkeep in this matchup. Where the heck is he? H2? Oh, he's only on 2 tips. You kind of need to play like 2 usually just to hedge. I don't know. Kind of surprised. That's a card that I'm pretty happy supporting out versus Syndra because you just never end up tabling allies.
At least half a turn off, not where you want to be. I will say, Fealty token created this early is very nice for Syndra. It doesn't tend to unlock very large explosive bursts like it used to when you played bigger cards like Dragon Power, but I
So
would say
it must be
smooths the
yellow
turns
on
out
top,
a
which
lot. It
doesn't
makes
really
it
make
easier
sense to
for the deck
block
to
with a
not
Jittery
stumble.
then.
And against
I'm a little
a deck
confused by
that'll
this block.
absolutely punish you for stumbling by flooding the board with allies. That's so key.
Flick Knives activated just for another piece of damage. Let me chart the high seas. Justin Q knows what the top card is.
Wow.
Swabby in the graveyard and a blue in the pitch. 3 floating for just.
I don't think I like this block. Maybe it's fine. If we're just going to Gravy Bones away the chum, I guess this is reasonable. But if that's the plan, I kind of like blocking with an extra card. Because we can go... I guess he doesn't know if he's going to hit a blue, so he has to hedge. I don't actually want to cast this tip. And if we play the Swabby, we're wasting resources. Where there's actually a kind of clean curve. If we go Gravy Bones, draw discard, Dead Threads, play chum. We still have an extra card also, which is the problem. I think I'm kind of into blocking with an extra card here, because we're going to end up with Tip the Barkeep plus random card off the top of our deck in our hand. I don't want this Tip the Barkeep. I think I'd rather 3 life. I think I would have fought over Mask that turn.
Justin Q and the first gold created. Gravy Bones can now go ahead and get chum in the yard as well, thanks to that first gold. This was a huge chart for Justin. He knew what the top card was, but not the second. But Gravy knows how to chart the seas better than anyone.
That's not where gold goes.
Waves to find precisely the treasure he was seeking in the form of a blue card, resources, and now multiple allies to fuel his undead dominion.
See, like, both of these cards don't actually do anything. Like, both of these cards are functionally 0 value. There's a chance he ends up using the Gold Kiss this game, but I'd be surprised. It's typically a dead resource in this matchup because you just never have extra allies. And you're typically not going double ally, double swing. He does have the option of playing the Avast Yi. Dead Threads, play chum. Swing. Play Swabby afterwards. But that's pretty loose.
That has to have been some of the best possible hits.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Turn.
I mean, totally ridiculous.
Not just an ally and a blue, but Swabby not going to be killed with just a dagger swing. 7 power, quite a lot. This turn from a speculative, not a great turn to a pretty incredible turn, very fast.
So now Justin Koo has a decision to make. Does he rip the saltwater swell because more resources on this turn would certainly go pretty crazy? You also are from there able to activate the gold-baited hook. That might be the play here. He's already made gold, so this is a free gold-baited hook activation. Does he rip the swell? Does he play one of these allies thanks to the Avast Yi that he drew off the top with Gravy Bones' ability? It is just going to be the swell. He doesn't know what the top of the deck is. It shows a yellow, so does not pitch. And this changes many things for Justin Koo on this turn.
Yeah,
Not really. This is just saying that we don't get a free gold kiss.
But it is not what you want to be seeing. A swell really unlocks a lot here if he hit the blue. Does deploy the Avasti, sends in the Swabby.
Swabby much easier for Soya Akuda to deal with. And the Dragon Scalar Flight Path immediately was put in front of that saltwater swell. I think quite
the hook
presently for
decision is
Soya
pretty
Akuda
interesting.
with
Getting that
for the
this kind of
price.
forces the boots off of the board. I don't even know if he was supposed to fight over this hook, to be honest. This now makes all of our conks and loot the holds significantly better for the rest of the game. Like, this doesn't look like a lot, but this is a major deal that we got the boots off of the board for free here.
One battle-worn equipment, you keep Justin Koo off of gold. And without those red and yellow tipples, it's harder to come by. However, the Avasti is going to go ahead and make the gold on connect of the Swabby.
Wow, if that swell hit, it would have been
Oh my god.
Swabby attack, go again,
Yeah.
chum attack. Not attack, but
Yeah.
in chum. That's insane.
I don't even
That
think
was
you
a
play the
huge
chum
moment
there.
in this game.
Maybe
I
you
think
do.
it
I
might
don't
be
know.
Justin Koo, first seeded in this tournament for a reason. Perhaps he knows those are the types
Having
of
no
games you
allies in
have to
grave is
make
kind of a big
against
deal.
This Syndra deck to actually be able to come out on top.
2 allies in hand. Activates Gravy Bones. No more gold available now. Gets one of them out of hand. Sawbone's very potent.
Interesting that he decided to do that here. Because now he can't dead threads unless he discards an ally on his own turn. So is he committing to boots here? It's hard to tell what the hand is. I see there's a tipple and a conch. I think that's Call to the Grave chum, but it's pretty difficult actually parsing this.
I think that's a Conqueror of the High Seas. Conqueror of the High Seas, Tipple, Out of the Grave, does have the double blue necessary to unlock the
I
powerful boat.
don't know if you're
Justin
supposed to
chooses
look
to.
there. I'm pretty sure you're supposed. If I read the hand correct, I'm pretty sure it's call, tipple, discard, chum. Then look to see if you want to draw off of the gold that you made. Because I want to play this conch this turn. So if we draw another yellow there, okay, how are we navigating this turn? Do I draw off of gold so that way I can play the conch? Or does the conch end up in arsenal? Because I don't think I'm blocking this turn. I think we're just sending.
First, he's got to deal with his Oath of Loyalty that was revealed to the Ravenous Rabble on Soya Akuda's first turn. Looking here. Do you want to see if I can get a sense?
Also, if we don't fight over the mask, there's more likelihood that Soya ends up arsenaling, but hard to tell. Sometimes they just send their hand every turn because they don't want to play into conch.
Justin Koo in this tournament has already faced down 2 Syndras in rounds 3 and 7. Both of those games victories. So he does have a game plan in this matchup. It's worked for him 2 out of 3 times, but those Syndras were not Soya Akuda, who has made his way all the way to the semifinals. So you know, my dog here also has a plan for the Gravy Bones matchup.
Who also has a pretty strong hand here. Not only easily able to clear the Swabby, and once again, I expect activate the mask, but deal a tremendous amount of damage. Especially when utilizing this fealty token. Really unlocks the entire hand. And I wonder if part of Soya's plan, if possible, is to avoid arsenaling when you can, to dodge things like the Conqueror of the High Seas. I feel like a big tempo swing, such as threatening the arsenal with such a big amount of damage, 8 go again, is probably something you need to be doing as Gravy Bones in order to just keep up. Syndra puts out so much damage, so much pressure, especially when you can expect to activate Mask on almost every single turn.
Soya Akuda, for his right, took down, in this tournament, looks like just 1 Gravy Bones before this in round 5. Multiple Florian, multiple Kasai lay at the feet of Soya Akuda throughout this tournament, as we are going to see the Art of the Dragon Blood come on down.
Is he playing around Fearless? This is pretty interesting sequencing from Soya. He dropped a point of damage to get the ally off the board. This only makes sense if we're playing around Fearless. I don't think he needed to do that. Because he could have just gone 4 into face, 3 into the Swabby. he gets the mask no matter what there, right? Yeah, I like fighting over the mask there specifically because of the possibility range of the cards that we're going to draw into and the known information of what we already have. We know for a fact that we're going to see 2 additional cards on the turn, and the cards that we already have are cards that I actively don't want to cast on the turn. So I would rather just get 3 on defense there and stop a mask trigger. I'm burning my gloves and 2 cards to prevent 10 damage. So I'm trading 7 for 10. The downside risk of doing that, though, is the chart doesn't hit a blue. That is a risk. We would have no float. And a chum in hand. But at that point, you got 2 gold. You activate... Like, that was always a risk. So, whatever. You activate hero power. You discard the chum in your hand. You draw. Surely it's not a 3rd ally in a row. If it's a blue, you get to play the chum and swing. If not, surely it's not a 4th ally in a row, and you dead threads play the swell from your arsenal. And then that gives you the resources to play the chum or the swabby, honestly, because you'd have 3 in float with an ally in your hand because you're unlucky and drew another ally. And even if you drew a red at that point, you could still play the chum instead of the swabby. So I think based on the possibility ranges of what we could have drawn on that turn, the upside is pretty significant because the cards that we had on that turn basically converted it into no value, where they could have gotten 10 value on defense for 2 cards. And the upside of what we would hit off the top of our deck was pretty high. The downside risk was pretty minimal. We would have had to hit 3 allies in a row to be punished for this decision. And we still have the failsafe of Dead Thread Swell, so it would have to be 4 allies in a row for us to actually get punished. And at that point, we were just never winning this game. Like, the top of our deck is fucking 4 allies. We were never winning this game. So I don't think it's reasonable to, like, play towards your next hand being that unreasonable.
Draw off the mass momentum for attacking into the swabby. Justin Koo all the way down to 25. There's a lot more potential from this hand. Drawing another 1 cost, however.
Breaking point?
It is breaking point, and all of these cards are going to get discounted thanks to the Art of the Dragon Blood. He's not going to even need to utilize the resource generation.
Yeah, but there's no
the
arsenal.
Blood-splattered vest.
This is so much damage.
This is so much damage. This is 3 into 4 into 5. After the draw from Mask Momentum, Justin Koo can do nothing.
And if we had denied the mask there, that would have denied specifically the Oath. Meaning he couldn't have had just free Arsenal Oath from 2 turns ago, which would have denied a bit of this turn. So maybe we get to fight over mask this turn.
A veritable dragon fire burst.
It's like a compounding thing, if that makes sense.
This necromancer stands in the way of her vengeance, and it takes much before her quest is sated.
Syndra also gets to flick. There we go. We see the flick knives used here, chipping down. Not only do we have this incredibly damaging turn, but also we're going to get the damage off both the daggers being thrown, get to buy them back for free because of the discount. Such a long chain. And we're not done yet.
It's rare you see Burning Blade Dance go ahead and actually get the on-hit effect through. This Demonstrate Devotion going to make another fealty token.
I just think that if you look at Justin Koo's hand, if you start blocking, the hand falls apart. It just doesn't do anything anymore. You need the tipple to get rid of the chum. You need
I mean, you can block with the conch. The conch doesn't matter.
This is so much damage.
The conch technically doesn't matter to what we're trying to do. Yeah, that's why it's going on defense.
High seas gets in front of the breaking point for 3 points of defensive value, and that is just not how Justin Koo wants.
Man, how does he win this
He
game?
knows he's staring down an opponent that isn't going to establish an arsenal. So 2 damage over the top, down to 14 goes Justin. Soya Akuda has more than double his opponent's life total. Can Gravy Bones
This feels
dive beneath the waves and find
unrecoverable.
the treasure of the W?
Looks like we're once again going to use the gold-baited hook for the 1 power attack. Now the boots can't block anymore. It's a little bit more difficult to prevent this. I wonder how much Soya Akuda cares about the gold, though.
So let's see. Dead Threats here makes you 1 resource, so any card drawn allows you to play out the chum. So there's a little bit of breathing room there for Justin Koo for sure. Soya Akuda, though, taking stock. Ravenous
Well,
Rebel
thankfully,
cuts
Gem
through.
doesn't care about
I see
how
Oath of
by how
Loyalty
much
and
you won
3
the
currently
game.
non-draconic
It is
oaths.
just win or
We
loss,
do have 2 fealty,
or
but
or
man,
drop or
that is
draw, I
not
guess.
exactly how you want to line it up.
But
Could you select to save the Oath of Loyalty for next turn? Spend a couple cards. Ravenous Rabble is a good chain starter. Cut through, can get unlocked thanks to the Flick Knives. It's going to be a Sawbones here. Coming in, utilizing the Dead Threads and the 2 floating. I wonder if the card drawn for Justin Koo was a defensive piece, something he was more comfortable placing in the arsenal. Sawbones comes through, attacks for 6, crashes on across the table. Soya Akuda and Syndra down to 26. Sawbones can prevent 1 damage on this turn.
that a
Chum,
snatch?
friendly
I don't
first mate,
recognize
certainly
that
would represent
promo.
more disruption, so to say. More of a big body that Syndra would have to chew through. And it looks like the Oath of Loyalty is going to remain in the hand for Soya here. He's going to wait, park it in the arsenal, and try for a more impressive turn. Be Fire Tenant first strike. Take care of the Sawbones before it has any chance to get any value from that instant speed activated ability.
I wonder if we're going to see a fealty crack just to get the +1 from the Fire Tenant. Cards are already strong. It looks like we have a couple. No pitches. Oh,
Wow. Just comes in for 2 here.
Okay, I guess that
Make the
makes
first
sense.
Draconic Chain Link and
An anemic
get
turn is what
value
we need to
from
get
his
back in this
opportunity to
game.
strike first. That is interesting. I had to imagine that Oath of Loyalty is looking impressive in the arsenal. But it does feel like we are looking at a true Syndra master at work. You see this card signed in the pitch zone there. The Marvel Syndra, it's the cold foil kunais. This is a dude that knows this deck, loves this deck, and is being rewarded with this at least semifinals berth. In the hand for Justin Koo, we can see a sink below, Riches of Tropple Donnie, Portside Exchange, Tip the Barkeep.
not exactly what we're hoping to see. I feel like we need something big to pull us back in. Chum's strong, but Chum's not very strong.
That's
either.
actually pretty interesting that he's playing Riches in this matchup. Something that I've seen some people do is they board out the Fables against the aggro decks because they're just non-blocks that don't do anything. I have been inclined to believe that you're still supposed to play Riches against the aggro decks just because of how impactful that card is, unless it's like a matchup that you're blocking down a lot, like sometimes Dio it can be a liability. I think that's interesting to note that he chose to play that card.
4, and Syndra has 5 cards.
I don't disagree.
Guilty, crash.
It's just worth mentioning.
Ravenous Rabble here shows the ancestral empowerment. It's a nice card for next turn for Soya. This thing just comes in for 4 and threatens Mask Momentum. Reactions is going to be the sink below. Put a card to the bottom. A new one off the top. Flick Knives. Flicks the dagger from the Fire Tenant strike first. Down to 11 goes Justin. Blood Splattered Vest comes on in. Makes the resource.
I like making the resource here. It means that you don't have to make this cut through a Draconic card in order to reactivate Syndra and re-equip those daggers. Is that a cut through? What is that Snatch?
Oh, it's Snatch. It's the new alt art Snatch. And it looks like, so this is with a fealty token so that it can be given go again with the Dragon Scalar flight path.
Why did you make $1? There's only one Draconic Chain Link. Right? Oh, no, he fealtied the Rabble. Okay, so it's to re-equip. I missed the fealty Rabble.
As well as potentially for your line of bringing back the daggers with Syndra. If it hits as well, that 1 resource could be utilized on the other kunai. You know what you're drawing.
No, I
It's an
just
ancestral
I thought he
empowerment.
only had 1 Draconic Chain Link, so I was like, this $1 doesn't
That's
make any
natural
sense. What are we doing?
That particular reason,
That's
that's
cool.
very
That's totally cool. It's cool. Team Blue Pitch getting to
My
reveal
brain
that
just
one.
did not register the fealty token on the
I think this is threatening
board.
a double draw here.
Because it's
Mask
Mask
Momentum is
and
live
Snatch.
and Snatch.
This
That's
chain link
terrifying.
is live thanks to the kunai being flicked. So Soya wanted to be.
Yeah, and the double draw
able-
is pretty good too because we still have the boots on the table. Though I guess if we were going to do it this way, we should have made the Snatch Draconic, right? Was there a reason to make the Rabble Draconic versus the Snatch? Because I believe the boots can't target the Snatch. Pretty sure they only target Draconic things. So, like, maybe a small misplay?
To give this go again, even though the Ancestral Empowerment wouldn't do anything this turn, the other thing about the Flick Knives being utilized in the resource gained is if the double draw does come through and it is a 1 cost, you have the resource available. Again, this is a Syndra player. This is someone who has put in reps on this deck in this matchup. He's looking cool, calm, and collected, looking to take down a Calling Champion.
Justin Koo feeling the pressure here. Can see it in the way that he's sitting. Really, really in the tank here. You cannot let the Snatch hit.
So he already taken down a Gravy Bone.
Yeah, it only targets Draconic.
Gravy Bone.
Let me just make sure that he made the
bringing
Rabble.
best knives, flicks the dagger, makes
This cut through
oh, it's Snatch. It's the new alt art
and re-equip those daggers. You don't have,
comes on in. Dagger, grab,
but Chum's not really what we're hoping for.
shows the Ancestral Empowerment.
Cards.
Fealty, cracked. Ravenous Rabble here. Shows the Ancestral Empowerment. It's a nice card for next turn for Soya. The Syncfire Tenant's card potentially well.
Very
Cool.
pretty. Threatening a double.
This
That's
chain link
terrifying.
is live thanks to the Kniss reps.
Yeah,
and
he
sets
made the
in this
Rabble
matchup.
Draconic.
He's
I
looking cool,
don't
calm, and collected,
understand this.
looking to take down a Calling Champion.
Justin Koo feeling the pressure here. Can see it in the way that he's sitting. Really.
They're brought back, and Soya there, you buy out a block. Go ahead and watch as the daggers are brought back, and Soya there, yeah, just grab that resource in the instance for the instance in which he got the double draw and needed that one floating. It went to waste there, but it's the kind of forward thinking you need to close out these high level games. Chart the high seas. The first one was incredibly important. The second one here shows a blue and a blue. So no gold and no ally, but the 3 floating for either of those 2 chums in the yard.
I don't
It's a
think I see a
swell.
starter.
No, it would have to be the kunai into the demonstrate devotion for Soya Akuda. Bit of an awkward hand.
Hopefully we can
especially
convert
if
one of the
these
cards in our
chums hits
hand here.
resolved.
Because we can
With the
already play
beginning
the
of Justin Koo
Chum off
making
of
a
Dead
stand,
Threads.
He's not going to go out lightly. He's taken down 2.
Prismatic Swell. I think I draw off of gold here. Is that true? Draw off of gold, go to 1 floating. Yeah, I think I like drawing off of gold. And then I figure out what I'm doing based on the draw. We can keep 1 floating, play the swell, and even if we miss, it doesn't matter if we draw blue, because then we pitch the card that we drew off of gold to play the chum. If we don't draw blue, then that's just the card that goes in Arsenal, and we just play the chum pitching the swell, probably. We also get to hook this turn. I think I'm behind enough that I just need to take a risk. And if we miss, we also can still Gravy Bones. Yeah, I'm pretty into gambling here. I think we're pretty far behind where we need to take some risks. So I'm into drawing off of gold.
2 Syndras to get here. One of the best players in our game on the left side of your screen, but maybe one of the best Syndra players, certainly in the region and maybe in the world on the right side of your screen in Soya Akuda. If his story ends here with a Calling Champion, he might have a claim to that title.
I think Justin Koo has.
Also, if we end up drawing an ally off of the gold that is cheaper than the chum, and we Gravy Bones that away, that also opens up some better play lines potentially. The downside would be that we draw, what, a Sunken Treasure or ally? It'd have to be ally, right, to be bad? Because we draw off of gold, we draw ally, we no, it had to be ally to be bad. We crack gold, draw, it's an ally. We Gravy Bones, discard the ally, draw another ally. That's pretty bad. Fuck it. Fuck it, we gamble.
Another blue swell here alongside Prismatic Leyline.
Eyeball.
But
Crazy
if you
block
go
incoming.
Prismatic Leyline
Okay.
into blue swell and don't hit, you can't deploy the chum. If you do hit, you can deploy the chum after and get 5 total pump from Prismatic Leyline. Decides to crack a gold.
We always get to play the chum because we still have a blue in our hand and we've played a blue.
Yeah, we're working off random.
We're just
cards
trying to
that
gamble
I've
so the swell's
long
live.
Since looked into.
So much of Gravy Bones.
Because like if we draw a blue here that can go in Arsenal, that's just better because then we play the swell, see if the swell hits. If the swell hits, we got a free Arsenal. If the swell doesn't hit, whatever, we move on with life and pitch the blue that was going in our Arsenal.
Especially
You're like
when you're
you're
playing
like
like this where you have
a little
limited
over
resources.
50% to hit
So
off
much
of the
the deck
swell.
is taking that random chance and trying to make it serve you as much as possible. How can I eke every last percentage point out of these draws? What are the odds I hit this? What are the odds I hit that?
It's like
How do I get
55%
myself
to
the
draw a
highest possible
card.
ceiling while not having it end in disaster?
Loot the hold comes down. And the chum
Okay, I like
first
this.
mate swings forth, threatening a gold from the gold baited hook, threatening a discard from the loot the hold. Soya Akuda here. Does he have a way to clear this chum if he blocks out with 2 cards
And
to
then
stop the discard?
This buys us
This is a
space
really
between the loot
this is-
and the chum. Like the chum's going to soak a lot of damage. The loot is going to either buy a card. I mean, no matter what, it buys a card, right? Either he blocks it or he discards a card. No matter what, this buys a card. It just doesn't buy damage to on his life total. But this buys a lot of space, and then we have the Prismatic and Arsenal to draw into a hand that evens out the life totals. I like this quite a bit. The question is, how many blue attacks do we have left? We're down 2 tipples. We played a swell at the beginning, right? I'm pretty sure we played a swell earlier. And now we're down a swell and a rabble. So there's a chance that we don't have a blue attack to go with this. We're also down that blue jittery. Hopefully we draw into a blue attack to go with this.
the most important turn so far in this game. Chum
Absolutely.
established. Discard threatened.
And the nice
Can't-
thing too about this is you buy space. 2 tip, 1 swell, 2 jitter. Are you naming what's in his
Soya,
graveyard?
None.
The other nice thing about buying space here is because we have a follow-up chum behind this, it theoretically buys space 2 rounds in a row.
Functional without going through some major hoops. This could be the moment where we see the timbre of this game flip 180 degrees.
It's not exactly.
I don't
the
care about what's in
big
his
splashy play that
graveyard.
we were thinking just
I just
needed,
care about what
but this
blue
is
attacks
applying
he's gone
pressure
through.
to
Oh,
Soyakuda's
you're
hand
saying tip
and
isn't
current
tipple.
position in the game. Way more than you would think for just how much powers. It's only 4 power, but this is a pivotal turn. Getting chum on the board, threatening the discard with loot the hold, activating the hook, pushing for more gold, and possibly getting an arsenal.
This is a very good game of Fab. This is really cool. You see all this pressure that Soya Okuda was able to put forth, but Justin Koo still very much in it at 11. And the blood splattered vest has to come forward.
Whoa,
This is
that was
what
unexpected.
I imagine Soya Okuda might do. He knows he cannot lose a card from hand here.
Huh. I was not expecting that. This is why you don't block your boots on random tipple in this matchup, by the way. You got like Omega boned for that blocking decision earlier. I don't think I agree with this. He basically converted his chest into what, like 3 life? Because if he, I guess there's also the value of the gold that he's fighting over. Because that was worth 2 gold. Because you could have just taken 4, go to 22, discard the Ancestral. Blocking with the Ancestral and discarding the Ancestral is the same thing. We have 3 cards and we end up with a card in our graveyard. It's the same thing. We're saying that the 1 point of block difference there, plus the 2 gold, is worth our chest. And I don't know if our chest is worth that much because our chest, or I think our chest might be worth more than that. Yeah, I'm saying I disagree with that valuation of his boots. I understand the logic of doing it, and I think that logic is wrong. You know there's disruption like Loot the Hold coming, especially because you know it's like this theoretically is open deck list. Like you should like actually know that there's Loot the Hold coming. So like why toss away your boots when there's very few things that you give a shit about in the matchup? That's like how you potentially lose the game. I think that blocking decision might have been the reason he loses this game. It depends on if the chest $2 comes up. If he ends this game never having a hand texture that it would have made sense to use his chest again, then I think this is perfectly reasonable. Maybe he knows that he doesn't have that many 1-costs left. I don't believe that's the case because I'm pretty sure we've only seen like what 1-cost all game. The breaking point. So it seems like his chest, if anything, is only going to get better over the course of the game. But maybe he boarded out of a lot of his 1-costs or something. I'd be pretty surprised if he did that, but that would be a decision that would make this make more sense to me, if that makes sense.
Now,
but that being said, doesn't he have literally a 1-cost in his hand right now? Like, come on.
but this is so interesting because you no longer have the Blood Splattered Vest to make the resource for your Demonstrate Devotion, so it has to be pitched away, and we are just going to see both of these next.
Okay, so this is the Fearless
and the Display
from earlier that we were talking about.
Go forth into this chum to clear it.
Does get to draw off Mask Momentum.
As long as Justin Koo lets this hit.
So basically the Fearless here, I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but basically the Fearless said, it's not that I'm blocking for 3, it's that I'm denying you an arsenal. The problem I have with Fearless a lot is the fact that it's basically just blocking with a card with extra steps. Like, if I didn't Fearless, the thing that killed... I need to articulate this better. When you target my ally with an attack, and I Fearless it, and you attack it again, the alternative would have been you attack my guy, I don't Fearless, the second thing goes at my face instead. And then I just block with the Fearless. So it's like blocking with extra steps. But if it's the difference of saying, I'm going to keep you off of Arsenal because I'm trying to make you play 4-card hands into me, that does make Fearless better. It's kind of the same idea of back in the day when you played Enigma and you played Dissolve Reality. You're trying to say, no, we're going to play smaller hands. You're not going to play these big hands into me.
He does. Goes down to 10. Soya Okuda will get to draw here.
I think this might be one of the better Fearlesses I've seen for that reason.
Attack, 3 damage.
I know there are better Fearlesses. Like, obviously a Fearless that just, like, ganks your opponent out of killing your ally and they pass turn is obviously better. Excluding those, just like a normal Fearless that we're just trading cards, this is probably the best Fearless that I've seen.
Across the table.
Fearless Confrontation? Is that what that card's called? The blue?
Yeah. Here's Display Loyalty. Comes down for 3.
Alive.
Oh my goodness. If that card is in Justin Koo's hand, he can discard it to give an attack -1 and dominate, and it loses.
Sure, it theoretically could be worth more than 3 off of the top of the deck. I'm simplifying the math of just saying the top of the deck is worth 3. It obviously could be more. He could have drawn a Lava Burst and played it, and it would have been 5 here, right?
Dominate. He has the Fearless Confrontation! That attack goes from 3 to 2. This is the type of thing that I've heard tell about from Flesh and Blood players since this card was spoiled, that this is the exact play that could lose someone a game. This attack goes from 3 to 2. Chum stays alive. No card drawn. Oh, wait, no, card still drawn, but Chum still alive here. If it's a go again, if it's an attack,
you can always send the kunai.
I mean, it doesn't matter. The kunai, literally any card kills the Chum here. This is just a question of, do we want to put this card back in our deck, or do we want to play around second Fearless? We probably don't want to let opponent second Fearless. We probably lose the game on the spot if he has second Fearless, so we probably attack if it's an attack.
I always send the
Always
kunai. Oh, dude, that's the first time I've seen this happen.
That was crazy. That's been like theorized a bunch. I've heard people talk about it, but I've never actually seen
Yeah,
it.
that's exactly what I was saying. Is this the brand with Cinderclaw to go ahead and take care of Chum? Syndra activated here to bring back the dagger, so once again, the onus on Justin.
4 cards to work with.
Portside exchange. You go ahead and drop a Sawbones, draw a card, make a gold, another Chum able to come forth. Justin Koo is very much alive. Baby Bones submerged, but not fully.
It's like another powerful hand. Soy Akuda.
Now, the other thing is from here, I am looking for a spot to block with my armor. What when you buy space like this and you deny your opponent the ability to chain big hands into you, and you have disruption, following the disruption up with blocking with your armor is pretty good in this matchup, because then that when you disrupt them, it means they're going to follow up with a smaller hand, and their smaller hands are the ones that you can actually fight over the mask trigger with, and that's typically a good spot for you to give your armor. You end up denying the mask, giving up no cards from hand, and that's pretty good typically.
On the other side of the bracket, we are getting an update. Syndra did take down Verdance, my friend, Mr. Majin Bay. We do not get to see if you can break your curse. And that means if Syndra
That is pretty
wins here,
shitty.
we might have a double Syndra finals. I don't think anyone was expecting that coming into the world.
Did
Tour in
anyone
Shizuoka.
catch what the last card in hand is?
Another powerful hand. Soy Akuda.
Chum that exchange on and takes.
Yeah, he's just holding his hand off camera. I can't tell.
Anyone was expecting that coming into the World Tour in Shizuoka.
I just can't
This
believe the curse
prismatic
works
kinda
if I'm in the
sucks.
booth and not the game that we're casting. That seems unfair.
That does seem unfair. Prismatic Leyline's going to power up this Chum. Gravy Bone's going to be activated here.
Oh!
This is the card that Brian Gottlieb said was the key to the Gravy Bones deck.
This has to be wrong. Surely you do this before. Like, there's gotta be very little value in hiding the information of the fiddlers here. Opponent is surely killing Chum. So it's not like, oh, I'm lower life, maybe you hold the hand and try to kill me. Like, when did he compass? Does he know what the top card is before he does this? Okay, port
Draw a
side.
card, make a gold, another Chum able to come
Hey, Martin,
forward.
what's up?
Justin Koo is very much alive. Gravy Bones submerged, but not fully.
Okay, prismatics.
It's like another powerful hand. Soy Akuda.
Or I'm sorry, he compasses.
On the other side of my friend. And that was the
Okay,
game
so
that
we know what the top card of the deck is. We know that we're not drawing into a blue attack here. This makes more sense.
That seems unfair.
That does seem unfair. Prismatic Leyline's going to power up this Chum. Gravy Bone's going to be
We know
activated
no
here.
matter what the card on top is going in
Feather
Arsenal.
Green discarded. This is the card that Brian Gottlieb said was the key to the Gravy Bones deck. Really finding a way forward through the Syndra matchup, and we're seeing why. Discarded for that 3 value. Just go back up to 12. A Chum remains on the field.
Little bit more tools. Able to deal with it this time, though.
Brahma Cinderclaw.
Great starter, handful of 4s.
And now the Art of the Dragon Blood.
I love it. The Chum just gets bonus value for the rest of time now because of the PTSD that it caused.
Care of it.
Is such a pretty card.
Oh yeah,
I'm blown away every time I see it.
I love that. I love that card so much. As
Nvidia in hand, no block.
Blaze Headlong comes down, threatens a draw.
Got a
Compass activated here.
prismatic
Infinity Chart
chart.
the high seas, prismatic ley
I
line.
think it's a
Leave it, Gravy Bones.
jittery.
No blocks is the call, but the sink below. No blood in the water out of the.
Oh, is it
Arsenal
another
here.
blood in
Field Knives
hand?
Comes forward down to 11. Goes Justin Koo. Boy, that Fiddler's Green was impressive.
Snatch again.
Snatch again
Draconic.
comes down.
Is it coming
Threatens-
from Art of Dragon?
Not draconic, no. It just turns the next 3 draconic cards. So can't be given go again because the field 2 wasn't used. Still threatens the double draw, but another blood in the water, but no allies to be generated. Another update coming from World Tour Shizuoka. The only Viscerai in the Living Legend Battle Hardened. Just
The
as
4
well.
blocks do look pretty good in this
Nova
matchup.
Chan, Team Blue pitch. I swear, that dude just stays winning Battle Hardens. Taking it down with Viscerai. I believe
He
known for
left
winning
the
Sunken
sunken on
Chain
top?
back
That's
in the
pretty
day.
interesting. Okay, that makes more sense.
Murderous Rabble coming in for 6 thanks to the prismatic ley line. Flipping a blue on top.
Sunken Treasure. That is something Soya has. to
And
think
there's
about on the
actually a
next field
yellow
cycle.
in the
He now sees it
graveyard
on
for
the top.
Soya. There's
Let me do that.
the
Look at it really quickly.
the yellow
Look at
brand
it.
from
Let
earlier.
Let me see what that card is because it's something Soya has to think about. Sunken Treasure, of course, can turn a dagger face down in Syndra's graveyard. And all of a sudden, Sawbones comes in for 8, threatens to put the life advantage squarely in Justin Koo's favor here. And he has battled back from what seemed insurmountable.
He's
And
got
he still has
ally
the
on board.
armor.
He's got an entire suite of armor. Quick dodge flexors, very powerful at keeping your life total high. Wow, that's a much larger lead than I would have expected 10 minutes ago. Just a couple of turns ago. It seems like it's completely flipped.
Fealty utilized here. On the Fire Tenant Strike Burst to take care of Sawbones. An extra chronic attack gets +1. Still plenty of armor for Justin Koo.
Is that Wrath of Retribution in
That's
hand?
pretty interesting that he decided to kill Sawbones immediately. I guess it makes sense. He's making it so that way his opponent can't deny Flick Knives. Okay, I buy
I
it.
think it is.
Wrath
That's
of
a powerful
Retribution.
card. I was wondering why we cracked that fealty. It's to really discount the Wrath, make it free. This is going to push some serious pressure.
Yeah, you can use the Wrath, flick a dagger, bring the daggers both back. I wonder if we're going to see quick dodge flexors on this turn. They would look
Is that a
really impressive
blaze?
shooting across the combat chain. This Gravy Bones just does parkour all over the arena, stopping the daggers with his feet. Justin Koo has to give this a real thought here. Soya Akuda down to 6. Justin Koo showing mastery of this Gravy Bones deck. I think we got a couple masters here in the arena.
Such a tough spot. This is a 4. And the next, you can assume, is probably also going to be a 4, because that's how Massive Momentum players generally structure their turns. And then, how can you block both of them? When you block Syndra to try to stop Massive Momentum, you're committing to blocking twice. Because the first time you block out to try to break the mass chain, Flick Knives keeps it going. You have to block twice. Can we do it and still push our game plan forward on Gravy Bone's side? Is that a Conquer of the High Seas?
Well, it's a really nice pitch zone of that left card. That is for sure. That is for sure. We got a Jittery Bones. We got a Sunken Treasure. I believe it is a Conquer. 2 Sunken Treasures. Swabby.
Swabby, Sunken Treasure, Jittery Bones, Conquer of the High Seas.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's tough
No,
too,
no,
because like if we want to have a turn here, you know, what are you doing? It's playing the Swabby. We don't even have a blue to enable it, and even if we did, we require 5 pitch to do that. So the only card we could block with is the Conch, and hope that the top of our deck gives us a blue to play. This could be a spot that we just block out, honestly, because the hand just doesn't do shit. It's pretty tough. I'm pretty into activating Gravy Bones here. And then kind of activate Gravy Bones, Compass, think about what I'm going to do for the rest of the turn. And very likely it involves just blocking my hand plus maybe armor. Keep my life total, put the Conch in Arsenal, go next. Take a few points of chip damage because opponent's on just random 4-card hand. I wouldn't expect crazy damage here. We know from the other side there is crazy damage, but even then, yeah, get the flexors in. You get to Dead Threads flexors too if you like don't want to. Like if the turn is just a 4 chain link turn, we just Dead Threads flexors, right? If it's a big turn, then we pitch into the flexors. Because this is 4 into 4 into 3 into 8. So what is that? 21 damage, right? No. 19 damage? 4, 4, 8, so that's 16 plus 3. Yeah, 19 damage. Block to stop the mask trigger. Defend for 9 plus armor. Get... No. It'd be block for... True, the Flick Knives damage. That'd be 20 damage. Block 6. Block another 6 from our boots. Block hat. So we're blocking 12, 14 on 19. No, on 20. So we take 6, go to 5. 5 is probably too low to resolve the Conch. So maybe you just block with the Conch. Take 2 points of chip damage over the turn. Go next. You have an ally in your grave. Go next. Really depends on what's on top. I think it's start with Gravy Bones and then Compass and then remap out from there.
Yeah, that's a weird hand, Justin. Yeah, he looks to the ceiling, looks to the heavens for some aid, but unfortunately, I believe the heavens.
Obviously, that's
forsake
with us
Gravy
having
Bones
perfect
a
information,
long
but even
time
without
ago.
perfect information, I think
It is
it's
only his undead crew
this
that
hand
he
sucks
burns his
ass.
fire with.
Gravy
Of which
Bones,
help
Compass.
will his allies be?
And
As
it's
the captain
Gravy Bones, how am I
looks to
block
conquer
Compass,
this
how am
game.
I blocking?
Soyakuda needs
Can I
to
block a little
lightly
bit
play around this
and
sunken
draw
treasure.
gold to
yeah,
get out of
Picking a
this?
dagger, getting it turned face down is not fun.
Is that a
There's
third
another
sunken?
treasure off the top. Now it's time for the Compass of Sunken Treasure activation. Sunken treasure all over for our
Jesus Christ.
shipwrecked looter. He's looting. He's finding the treasure. Question is, can he find a win?
Swami's a great ally if you can get the resources to play it out this turn.
Actually, we
And
end up
play
getting
blue.
4 block
swings in
out of
for
the boots
lethal.
here.
But 2 block cards.
So we're
and Gravy Bones.
blocking 6.
Cycles that was
Oop.
found off the top.
Oh,
and
fuck,
there
I
it is,
messed up.
Sam. The coup de grace of every Blood Rush.
To the final turn.
The mask momentum.
Possible game by many. Because he just saw a. Because thanks. Huda had. Murder Strapple, what do you. Daggers are not coming. Put blocking cards in front for 18 anyone. Not taking too long to make his plays. Soya Akuda down to 6. Justin Koo showing masterful.
Okay, we were here.
Shipwrecked.
So we're
looter. He's
blocking
looting.
2 cards for
He's
6,
finding the treasure.
boots for
Question is,
8,
can he find a win?
Swami's a great ally.
plus
if you
hat.
can get the resources
We're blocking 16
play
with
it out
a
this
card
turn.
left over.
and play a blue. It swings in for lethal, but 2
So we can block
cards and a
19
Fury
on
Bones
20 if we
that
wanted
currently
to.
won't have
Take
token.
1 point at chip, stay
Not
at
exactly
10.
how you want to play it out.
I love Big Dog on the right
I
side.
like
of your screen.
that.
Soya Akuda is just cool, calm, and collected.
Man,
No,
Or keep the
yeah,
conk.
no reactions, really, ever. Not taking too long to make his plays, but making smart plays.
Crisp play.
Yeah, just really clearly knows what he's doing in the matchup. Really clearly, a lot of reps on this deck. Seems like he's just enjoying himself.
Just playing a game of Flesh Blood.
Just playing
And if
himself
opponent
out.
doesn't present
Just everything.
lethal, then if the top of our deck is a blue that we can cast,
We haven't
We can
seen
draw
the
off of
Balance
gold.
Justice deployed yet either.
Yeah.
Not super likely to draw
Conk.
cards on the Syndra side, especially now that we've seen
No, that
Bubble
doesn't do
Snatch has
shit.
gone away. Does use the quick dodge
Wow.
flexors.
Really impressive call here from Justin Koo to do this early, especially given we know what the hand is from Soya Akuda. I wonder if he deploys it, knowing the quick dodge flexors are the option. This is, I think, why we're seeing the quick dodge flexors from Justin, is he knows he can go ahead and block this thing out with 2 pieces of equipment, just 1 card from hand. Are the flick knives going to
Interesting thing here is he doesn't really want to even flick.
Chain, because now the quick dodge flexors, now we're seeing Soya give this a think. He deploys this important piece here.
I don't think you
knows the quick
flick.
dodge can just stuff it over and over and over again.
You're supposed,
not.
like, I think we give up on triggering mask on the turn. Because we're probably just going to get another card anyways, based on how good our turn is. Like, once the Wrath hits the board, opponent's probably just going to go into a blocking state. And if we flick here, then that means that we'll end the turn with no daggers in play because of how we want to play the turn. Because we want to go Wrath into dagger, dagger, flick, boots. I guess we end up with no daggers no matter what, right? But if you flick here, you're dropping an entire dagger attack, right? Under the Wrath. So you lose out on 2 damage.
Sure, if you flick here, you keep the mask momentum chain going. If you wait, I believe you get to attack with a 3rd dagger on this
You do.
Wrath of Retribution.
100%. I just wonder, does he even want to do it at all?
4th
He does.
dagger.
Here
Because
comes
we have
the
the
Wrath.
boots.
He's just pushing
This
damage.
is when we
He's
cash in the
forcing cards out
boots.
of Justin's hand if he wants to stop this damage.
It is really unfortunate to line up the Wrath with
On
the quick dodge flexors.
turn. And Justin must have sniffed this out and or just, you can see him kind of nodding his head. I wonder if he thought of Wrath of Retribution when he made this play.
I think that fealty token on the Fire Tenant may have tipped the hand a bit. I wouldn't have figured it out. I would have gone, yes, Syndra, Draconic cards. This makes sense.
What is interesting, though, is these cards don't play nicely to getting a Swabby out. Nor, if you do much from here, do they play nicely with attacking with the Conqueror of the High Seas. Justin Koo, if he commits to defense, he might be ceding a 4-card hand and all the tempo back over to Syndra, which is a scary thing at 9 life.
The thing that's like a
Justin
little bit
does know-
awkward is because we committed our boots earlier in the chain. Actually, are we nice? We spend a resource blocking boots on Wrath. And then he daggers us 4 times. We pitch another blue into that dead threads for the 4th one. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's so good at the game. He gets to get 14 out of his boots. Jesus Christ.
No, the current top card of the deck, thanks to
I
Compass.
don't even know if you're supposed to
If
play the
it's a
Wrath
blue,
at that point.
could think to keep a blue and conquer, crack a gold, find the extra resources, and send in 8 go again, just for the 8, which is really strong when your opponent's at 6 and playing an aggressive deck like Syndra. They don't want to block.
Maybe you
When
don't
you
even
force them to block,
boots,
you start buying space.
because the boots just
But can you
buys the
go that
dead
low?
threads.
Can you afford to not block?
But the dead threads
This
don't
is a
matter
tough
anymore.
turn for my friend Justin Q. You see him just absolutely as in the tank as you've ever seen anyone. Dragon Scaler, Flight Path.
Yeah, you just end up taking no more
damage
damage for the rest of the turn.
Dagger swing.
You
But
block
Justin Q
Sunken
has
on
all the
this,
blues
you
in the
pitch
world.
Sunken to all the
If he
dagger
wants to full
swings,
commit to defense
you
here, I think
stay
that's
at
what he's
9
thinking.
with a
Can I
Conk and
really
Arsenal. This is like
look at
actually the
this?
perfect
He's putting-
scenario.
Oh, he's putting one of his 2 blues in front of this one.
I have to imagine that means we're
Conquer?
committing to blocking.
No cards. Yep.
Blocking for 3 here. Gonna go ahead and flip a yellow card. It's a prismatic ley line to make another gold.
Pretty sure there's a
Dagger
yellow
flicked
in
here, Justin Q
Soya's
down to 8.
grave, but whatever.
Sending. This is an attack
Oh, this is being attacked with.
for you. Not the retro.
Yeah. So we'll flick after this chain link. Go ahead and
Oh,
make
is he
the
just going to
resource with
keep the
dead
card to
threads
draw off of Conk?
because the Swabby hit the yard.
Like
but
blue
it's
on
hard to
top,
go
draw
ahead
off gold,
and
play
attack
Conk?
in again. Justin Q's going to take this.
I don't
one.
hate that either.
Use the flick knives. So Justin Q going to go down to 6.
Yeah.
And then the kunai is going to come back.
Do I
with-
hate it? How low are we going here? We might go too low, and then we just get armor.
Soya Akuda wants to. He can bring back the dagger and attack again. Yes, he does. Here comes the dagger.
If you attack again, I know it's so disciplined not to attack again. If you attack one more time and you don't draw a starter,
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
you are stuck.
You also potentially, if Soya Akuda sniffed out that there was a second sunken treasure draw, and he knew about the first one that did hit the combat chain, if he attacks again, he potentially can lose the kunai
Great
that
point.
currently sits in the graveyard.
It was a blue. Conquer coming out. 8 damage coming in. Has to block. Could use equipment and keep the hand. I don't know if that's what we're doing. Doesn't look like it.
Oh, Conquer the High Seas just coming down for 8 here. Thanks to the gold token. Found a blue off the top. Justin Q might be putting forth a masterclass of flesh and blood to grasp victories from the great gaping maw of the
That's an
ocean of
ancestral. I kind of
defeat.
like blocking with it.
But that is where Gravy Bones is most
Just throw
comfortable.
like
Soya
a head
Akuda not out of
jet.
this
Just throw
yet.
like the 4 and Arsenal pass,
So we'll go
maybe.
down to 1 here.
Looking to block with ancestral empowerment. The +1 is basically free, but I don't know if
I'm
you can
kind of into
tolerate a little
preserving
bit of
life
randomness
total a
at this
little.
point.
Versus just 3-3-4.
3-4-4, looking really good here.
3-3-4-1. Buy back the daggers. Block 3 is the call. Take 5. Go down to 1. Says Soya Akuda. Justin Q has turned this game all the way around. He's gotten his opponent to 1. But Soya Akuda has a pretty impressive offensive turn. After the very first card, Justin Q is going to have to put blocking cards in front. Ronin Renegade, the starter Soya needed. 3, go again.
Soya Akuda not flustered.
Not even a little bit.
I'll go to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course I'll go to 1.
You can see he's got
I see a sink below.
Sink
Is
Blow.
that blood in the water as well? Wow.
Blood in the water looks like a tipple and a prismatic ley line.
These four blocks have looked
0-4
good.
defense reactions line up pretty well with the rest of Soya Akuda's turn.
But Justin Koo here, depending on how he blocks, might just once again have to cede the turn over. He's going to take this first 3, go down to 3. Ask Soya, what else you got? 4 comes down. Go again.
We got all sorts of extended arts, signed cards here. This deck is blinged out.
Yeah, this dude likes his Draconic. Blood in the water, going to go ahead and discard the top.
Oh!
Off the top.
Oh!
Flick knife comes down to keep the chain alive, down to 2.
I don't know how
for
much this
Justin
actually
Koo.
matters, but
He doesn't have to
oh!
think about the flick knives for each subsequent turn. Justin Koo cannot take too much more damage.
Good thing he has a
also-
sink.
I have to pitch the red into the tipple to get a card drawn.
I mean, you would just die.
Yeah, you can't do that. You got an attack for 4 coming in. You only have 1 block in the dead thread, so one of these cards has to go in front of it.
Sink
you
below
put the
covers.
sink
You
below.
could also just use
That's-
this tipple
if
as
you're like,
a
then-
pitch for the
then
turn.
Then what? I don't. Then what?
Depends what's on
I guess
top
you go
afterwards.
tipple for nothing. No, because you
Why
can't
did he
get- no, you can't get
compass?
dead threads from
I
there.
don't think
You
he was
have to-
supposed to compass there. I think he just blind the top. Maybe? Is that true? What are we looking for here? We're looking for a blue. Hey, Josh. We really need a blue. So maybe you look at the top and see if it's a blue, and if it's not a blue, you blood it out of the way, so that way you can draw into a better card. It just, I don't know, that feels kind of loose. It's going good. Because we can also just, if it's an ally on top, we can Gravy Bones one of the allies, Dead Threads play Tipple, discard the second ally. Well, he has a Sink below. I don't think he needs a 3-block. He drew Sink Blood. But that's the problem. The fact that he has a Sink below in his hand, not a, like, a blue or something. Like, his hand's kind of awkward for playing, is the issue. So the entire question is, when do we Compass? Because we kind of need to use our Compass to unfuck this hand, because it currently doesn't actually do anything if we block with 2 cards. And given the fact that we're at 2, we have to block with 2 cards. So it's pretty interesting how we want to use our Compass here. The fact that we have 2 gold up makes me think that we're supposed to just Compass after doing some stuff. But it's probably fine. Like, either way, it's like the same number of looks, right? It does play around Ancestral, but I don't know if we're playing around Ancestral at this point. He blocked with Ancestral. It's kind of bad keeping an Ancestral here. I don't even know if there's any Ancestrals left in the deck, to be honest, because he blocked with another one on that Chum turn with the Loot the Hold. There might not be any Ancestrals left. I don't think he looked at his graveyard or anything, though. I don't know. I think this is reasonable. It's just, I don't want to spend too much more time thinking about this, because I think this is actually a pretty interesting Compass, but I don't think that there's a clear correct answer of when to Compass. But I do like compassing to figure out if the card on top of our deck is a card that we want to draw. But we're currently looking for a blue right now, because we need to play a blue and pitch a blue to have a turn. Pitching a yellow also works if we can Dead Threads. We basically need to be able to cast and play a card.
Yeah,
We
you
have
have
gold.
to draw with gold.
We also can cycle it.
So we could, like, draw into a blue, discarding an ally, play the Tipple for no value, Dead Threads play the Sawbones afterwards. It's still just 1 damage, which is pretty good at this point. So, like, any blue off of the top presents lethal twice. You probably just get equipment on the 1 power attack, but
Do we not have 3 draconic attacks on the chain link?
No, there's
You
just
can't
2.
buy back.
The daggers are not coming back this turn, which is very important.
When you're at 1, you might not have a chance to keep 3 cards ever again.
yeah, presenting lethal twice over with no daggers in play
My
probably means we
goodness.
win the game. But that probably means the Flick
So
Knives
if we were
goes
able
in
to find a
front of
starter
the
here,
1.
And
was
what,
not able to find
We
the
might never
future
get to
to
flick
get his
again.
daggers back.
what a rough time to run into double defense reaction. You spend your last dagger.
You get to
with
keep
Mask
2
of Momentum
cards. You block
alive.
with 2 blocks and Mask on
I
the
think-
other attack.
I wonder if Justin Koo is considering the sink on the sink below.
Yeah.
Knows he has to play it, but wondering, do I sink one of these cards here?
I feel
Gosh, this game is close.
so close. I think I would sink Prismatic Leyline. There's so many blues to let you play Sawbones.
No blocks. No reach.
Is
Sink
it a
below comes
prismatic
down.
or is it
Yes.
an ally? It's a
Sinking on the
prismatic.
sink.
Well, you know
Yeah,
better
I get
than
rid of
me.
the prismatic.
And he's going to think
Oh,
for a
wow.
little while longer.
wow.
You've earned it, Justin. You have battled back from what many would consider impossible to sit at the precipice of another calling finals.
This is so close.
I know Justin's got many, many friends cheering him on from home. Shout out to all of you watching.
Okay.
Not just
We've already
Justin's
thought
friends,
about
but
this, so I'm
also
gonna
shout
skip
out to
forward a
you
little
guys.
bit.
If guaranteed you can
We knew what the Sawbones was thanks to the company. It was a sync. See if we can look at the reaction. He just says, okay. Turn passes over. No daggers back. Soya Okuda draws 4 cards. It's Murderous Rabble. It's Murderous Rabble. When you
Oh!
off the top, Lone Shark comes in for 2.
Oh,
That
interesting.
means
He's
the
playing
Mask
Lone
Momentum
Shark.
can get in here, but it also means Sawbones can come forward. Mask Momentum, so importantly, can take care of this Murderous Rabble.
Wow. Rabble off the top had to be one of
Oh
the
my
best
goodness.
possible hits.
Sawbones comes in for 6 and has to take nearly the whole hand. Soya Okuda had this game on lock, it feels, and yet Justin Koo, you can see just the barest hint of a smile as perhaps even he knows that after facing what could have been an impossible game by many standards, he might now sit at the precipice of a calling finals, his second.
Snatch going face, not at the Sawbones. Says, I have to take some cards. Dead Thread still up, though, means that a 3-block and the equipment getting in front of this completely stuffs it, leaving the ally on the board.
You know what's funny? I feel like I'm seeing the slightest hint of an expression from Soya, and it's almost a little bit of a smile. An attitude here for...
I don't think I like that play, because we still need to cast a blue. If... The tipple... I guess we don't need to cast a blue. If we just discard the blue. Is that better? That's an interesting point. And if you draw a blue off of Gravy Bones, then you just get to cast the Prismatic. And that's just the same thing as playing Rabble for 2. I think the answer is I check my graveyard for how many reds are left. I guess drawing a yellow is also a failure. Yeah, I think your play's better, Anthony. I'm trying to think of like how you get fucked for that. And that is better than just casting the tipple for 1 value, which is what we were hoping for, and we ended up getting a Rabble instead. But if we draw into a red, it's pretty bad for us. No matter what. Yeah, I like your play, Anthony. You're basically doing the exact same thing as playing a Rabble there. I think that plays better. I agree.
Our Syndra
Good
player,
looks.
Chum in the hand.
many would ask for. Chum in the hand here, an attack for 4.
I
My
believe
goodness.
Justin has access to Jittery Bones, discarding Chum.
No blocks, die.
What's that? Blue? Another blue. Okay. We can possibly block with Lone Shark.
I feel like, yeah, I mean, I feel like you don't want to play the Lone Shark.
No,
given,
I don't
given
think,
what,
I don't think that's
given
where
what
we're at.
Trigger
in this game.
represents of the potential loss of 2 life. A prevention effect with the Sawbones to block out this attack. Soya
Prevent is
Okuda
pretty
draws
interesting.
for a little bit of a head shake. The first crack in the veneer for Soya Okuda. Tipple comes down, discards the Chum, and the writing may be on the wall. Flick Knives has to come forward.
Any other breakpoint is now.
Because he has a call to the grave. He could have called for a back alley.
And we have 2 of them in the graveyard. Chum and Swabby.
Gravy Bones, such.
What was his hand? Lone Shark, Tipple, Chum, Call? You can hero power away. We know what the top is. We know it's what was it, a blue swell? Yeah. You can hero power away the Chum, play Call to grab back alley break line, and then you have Dead Threads plus 2 blues in your hand, right? It'd be Swell, Tipple. You blocked with a Loan Shark. So we would have 6 resources to play with if we blocked with Dead Threads instead. Which is I think this was a misplay. I think you call for back alley, play Swabby, swing Swabby, that leaves you with 1 floating, you swing Sawbones afterwards, it's lethal. I don't think you lose from this state anyways. Like, I don't think it matters what you do. I think we've won this game. But we missed lethal here. Assuming there's a back alley in the deck. If there's no back alley in the deck, then never mind, I'll shut up.
And we have 2 of them in the graveyard, Chum and Swabby.
Gravy Bones, such a challenging deck to play. So many branching paths. And when you watch a player of Justin Koo's caliber, it just looks like a symphony. Finding the stray notes that no one else can hear, pulling them forward into harmony, and utilizing them for one big crash as this Swabby comes down, buys 3 more cards from Soya. The turn passes over to Soya. He's just going to arsenal that final card because thanks to that turn without the Draconic Chain Ender, those daggers still sit at the bottom of the ocean, and Syndra can't quite find her treasure. Gravy Bones puts a Rigor Mortis in the bin.
He clearly does not have a consistent place that he likes to put the gold.
Yep, going to deploy it here. Any Go again attack, so powerful.
Jittery Bones here, going to go ahead, discard the Rigor Mortis. Swabby can now come forth for 7. That buys the block from the Rising Resentment. And it is just going to be Swabby to buy. Nope. Looks like he's going to go ahead and check the top of the deck with the Compass Sunken Treasure. Now Swabby's going to come forward. Just buy the rest of the hand. Just an Arsenal's a card.
Oh, at this point, I don't know how you could ever get out of this.
So I don't think you can.
Swabby alone takes 3 cards.
Rising Resentment. Oh, you can see just a little bit of a head shake. He's going to take care of the Sawbones. And Soya has fought valiantly, played this game wonderfully. But the Conqueror of the High Seas will probably...
Yeah, this turn did not... Assuming there's a back alley in the deck, there's no reason this game needed to continue for, what, like 2-3 turns? Anyways, great game. That was very, very interesting to go through all the different decisions that were made during it. I feel like we learned something together this game. That Fearless was very good. That Loot the Hold was very good. It bought space for multiple turns with Chum into Chum. That defensive turn of blocking with the armor was really good. But he might have sideboarded out the back alleys. I don't know if we ever actually saw a back alley during this game. We might have, and I wasn't paying attention. I honestly think Soya lost the game because of his boots. I think he would have won the game otherwise. I think the denying the 1 gold on the hook was not worth giving up his chest to stop a Loot the Hold on hit. But like I said, the blocking decisions on the Gravy side are pretty interesting, and like you're really trying to pick your spot of when to block in the matchup. And he did a really good job of picking his spots to block. I think I agree with almost every single blocking decision that he made, except for that very first one. I think given the hand texture of that very first hand, I wanted to block, and we were only punished if the top of our deck was 3 allies in a row. But if it was 3 allies in a row, we were never winning this game anyways. Because we would have drawn into a hand of 3 allies in a row, and we just lose the game because that's our next hand. Great game. Great game. Now on to the finals, another Syndra game. This is Justin again and Takuya? We're going to go with that. Oh, and he got the Fiddlers on turn 0. Oh my god, he's so talented, so handsome.
On the board, but hey,
now if only that was a yellow
really
Fiddlers.
Wasn't a Chart the High Seas, or heck, even another blue on the top right there.
Darn, I pitched my blue and got 3 resources and 3 life. What a low roll.
Yeah,
That's so
bad.
Good. It's so good.
Chart the High Seas behaving for Justin Koo. He's also able to establish Swabby the Nihilistic Carpenter
What did he
on the board
Arsenal
before passing priority back over to Takuya Kojima.
Who I think might be looking to filter some of the hand using the Syndra ability on the end of Justin Ku's turn. See a 1-cost in hand.
Can't quite view the hand.
See the
Maybe.
sleeves though, which are matched.
I
with
think
Hero,
not
do
quite
like it.
viewing the hand is an
Oh, I like to
understatement.
go as
Can't view it at
opposite as
all.
possible for sleeves in
It's
Hero. Like, for
literally
example, my
face
fan deck
down.
is
No
sleeved
one
in
can
blue
view
sleeves.
it.
And I love that infuriates certain people. Just like my comments about white border. I think you should be sensing a theme at this point.
Yeah, no, I really am. I really am.
I'm an anarchist.
Did one time sleeve Kano with prism sleeves, and I thought that was kind of funny.
See, it feels good, right?
It is a little nice, but I mean, if there were Kano sleeves, I wouldn't sleeve him anything else.
Yeah, maybe you would have won that tournament.
What are we doing?
Swabby on the board. Two strong.
What are we
red left
asking
in
about?
Justin Ku's hands. Sink Below and Command and Conquer. We saw just how impactful those 0-4 defense reactions can be in this matchup, helping stuff the mask momentum triggers against Syndra's plethora of 4-power attacks.
What?
Little bit
Is he
of
like
a
asking
judge
how he
interaction
cast it
here,
from
mainly
hand?
Probably just doing a little bit of translation because Takuya's main language spoken is, of course, Japanese. We are informed that he is not an English speaker, and Justin Ku does have the majority English written cards.
Oh yeah, that is not exactly the cards you would have wanted to have in your
Sheesh.
first hand. Takuya probably stoked to have a new one.
Yeah, 100%. Because Justin Ku utilized his action point, Takuya now able to do a lot of filtering and find a starter in the hand. But it is Breaking Point. Brand with Cinder Claw is a good starter right there. That's exactly what he needs. Blaze, Headlong, and Wrath of Retribution.
Are you wrathing this turn? Probably not. It's probably just Arsenal the Wrath, play the Breaking Point, right? Like, activate Chest, play the Breaking Point. That buys us space. Probably lets us not have our Arsenal disrupted because we disrupted his Arsenal. That seems reasonable.
Will Justin Ku be able to sniff out 2 Wrath of Retributions in a row and utilize those quick dodge flexors on an early turn?
Yeah, I don't know. This is definitely better than the last hand, I would say. The last hand, completely
Without doubt.
non-functional. This can clear out Swabby, push some pressure, maybe even have some nice on-hits at the end.
And Justin, being in the gravy seat, really wants to be establishing allies only when he can get some offensive points out of them. Of course, turn 0 makes that a little bit awkward. You don't really have the allies established in the graveyard in order to get the go-again clause of the Compass of Sunken Depths. In this case, Swabby is definitely going to go to his watery grave, but Justin will save a little bit of life for
All right,
his
chat, let's keep
Holding on to this
our
Conqueror and
eyes on the
double
pitch
blue,
and
it
try to
looks
see
like.
if
I
there's
have to
ever a
imagine
back
Swabby's not
alley.
long for this world,
I'm
but
just curious if he played it in this
Brady's
matchup.
most potent offensive threat in hand.
The question, though, is will Takuya establish an arsenal on this turn? Or will Conqueror of the High Seas just represent a measly, pathetic 8 go-again?
Darn.
Blaze Headlong the follow-up here. I'm kidding, of course. A go-again is still good no matter which way you shake it out. 4 go-again. This turn, already way better than what Takuya would have been able to do given his first draw.
I have to imagine this is probably when Justin will choose to deploy the Sink Below. You're picturing that the third chain link is going to go into the Swabby. You're not going to be able to stop the mask anyway, but at least you get to block the full 4 on your defense reaction.
And furthermore, unbeknownst to Justin, he will be essentially playing around the breaking point that is in the hand for Takuya Kojima. Likely going to be paid for towards the end of this combat chain.
Not
thanks
killing
to
the
a full
Swabby
rise
is
in
kind of
Blood Splattered
interesting.
Vest activation.
I love Blood Splatter Vest. I think that's
It's
one of
such
my
a
favorite
sweet card.
recent equipment. And it's cool. It's cool looking.
I kind of feel like it's literally Fandel Spring Tunic, but with the most assassin ninja flavor that it could possibly have.
It's like aggro-coated Fendel Spring Tunic.
Mhm. Flick Knives, gonna connect.
Doesn't deploy the defense reaction.
An interesting choice here. Will obviously have the opportunity when Breaking Point rears
Are we
its ugly
wrathing?
head, but I would have to imagine that Justin is going to deploy it sooner to avoid a Mask of Momentum trigger, probably breathing a sigh of relief that Flick Knives is activated on a chain link that Justin wasn't planning on blocking anyway.
Takuya can deploy Wrath of Retribution here with the 1 floating. Decides to send the Kunai instead.
What the fuck?
Kunai of Retribution being thumbed by our 7th seed, who attempts to dethrone Justin Choo Choo Koo. Instead, might be a Wrath of Retribution. Does have the opportunity to generate another resource from Blood Splattered Vest.
Wrath of Retribution does clear the Swabby cleanly, which is nice. You don't waste any power. You get the guaranteed draw off Mask Momentum. Where's it going? I haven't seen any indication.
I don't think he would get the draw because Brand with Cinderclaw was blocked out.
Oh, you're so right.
At least not yet. Takuya tanking on the target of this attack. You cannot let a Swabby live.
No, you can't, but
Did-
you really, really want to.
Did he
line up
forget there was a
your
Swabby in
attack
play?
into the ally with the Mask
And
Momentum
was
trigger
like,
to
"Oh,
guarantee a
yeah.
card drawn.
There is that in play. I guess I'll
Nevertheless,
attack
we
that
do not
instead
fault
since you asked."
Takuya Kojima for this sequencing, because the only attack left in hand that would trigger Mask of Momentum is a Breaking Point And if he uses that to clear a Swabby and draw a card, not only would he be forced to use the Dragon Scalar Flight Path in order to get Go again and play that card, but he also would be leaving 2 points of damage on the table.
This isn't looking exactly like the super powered Wrath of Retribution turns that you're hoping for with Syndra. We are attacking with 1 kunai. 1 is already in the graveyard. You can only buy back to 1 since Flick Knives has already been used this turn. And then, like I was mentioning earlier, it's so scary to go to 0 kunai and starting a turn. You don't draw a starter, and it's disaster.
It is at least a little bit less scary when you have the life buffer to keep a full hand against your Gravy Bones opponent. It is not nearly the same situation that our last Syndra player had when he was already at 2-1 life.
Absolutely.
Really depends on what's on top here.
To go again here.
We have no
Consider
allies
for
in the bin
Justin,
right
who
now,
was not able
so
to sniff out the Wrath of Retribution quite in the same way that he did in the last game. So quick dodge flexors have not been utilized, probably not going to if they're not being deployed now.
Who are you thinking? I believe on the Blood Spattered Vest trigger.
He needs it if he's going to deploy Breaking Point.
Yep. But do you want it? If you take it now, you show your opponent, hey, I have a 1 cost.
That is a good point. Would have the opportunity to buy back the daggers instead.
what
but
an
no,
interesting
Takuya says
sequencing
going
for
down
the
to 0
turn.
daggers is too scary. I heard Majin Bay through the ether on the web.
I'm pretty sure we're just supposed to arsenal this Wrath for next turn so we can block with boots. This seems incredibly loose. Just like kill his guy. 0 for 4 his face. Flick, chest, 1 for 5 his face. Arsenal pass. Block with boots. Go crazy. Do this on a 5-card hand instead. Probably get more damage. I am not a fan of this play, but whatever.
West coast of California.
In English.
In English, which I don't speak. But hey, the game of Flesh and Blood transcends time, space, and language.
I like this play. I am a big fan of making sure that the worst case doesn't happen. I think sacrificing a little bit of damage to buy back a dagger is absolutely worth it.
40 plays 36. Justin Koo stuffing a good bit of offensive capability from our Syndra player. Still has 2 cards in hand with which to work. Not the most impressive for Gravy Bones, but this is the way to start it. It's Chart the High Seas. Continues to kind of cooperate for Justin Koo. It's 2 allies found off the top,
Well,
so no resources.
Are
But
we
hey,
hoping
the
that we hit a
gold
blue
train
off the
started.
top now?
The undead friendly boys have started.
I guess we just
Sabo
play
and
this,
Chum friendly first mate. Two of the best
Chum.
possible allies that
Looks
could
good
have
enough to me. This is a chum with a gold baited hook activation, most likely, and you get to Arsenal, Conquer of the High Seas, for when your opponent finally keeps a card in Arsenal.
exactly the choices made for Justin Koo. 4 damage.
This
and
is a call
gold
to the grave with
generation
extra
on hit
steps.
here.
This is a call to the grave
Going
that made
against
2
Takuya
gold.
Kojima, who has himself
Japanese
Blood
cards that I
runs
can't
deep.
read.
Blood Runs Deep, Blaze Headlong. I believe that's a Fire Tenant Strike first in the back. Can't quite make out
Generic.
the second card. He is a generic card, so probably Ravenous Rabble.
Rabble.
Which does mean that he has enough damage to clear out this Swabby. I highly doubt that the reason he's tanking here, I was about to say is blocking, but in this case, it absolutely is.
Why are we blocking
With
boots?
The Dragon Scalar Flight Path,
And nothing else.
and nothing else signifies I'm looking to possibly use this right now.
If I am in the Syndra seat, I'm definitely looking to utilize the Dragon Scalar Flight Path block on a turn where something like a Loot the Hold is at play. But in this case, Takuya
Thank you, Bryce.
just making sure that he has them available when he needs to push the red button.
Is that Fearless Confrontation again? I can't quite tell.
Let's take a look at the hand.
It is
Oh!
a repeat of last game with Fearless Confrontation, making clearing Chum even more difficult. You just don't want to send extra power into these allies.
You know, an
So
extra
wasteful.
1, if we talk about wanting to plan for the worst, I mean, I am no stranger to sending.
I mean, I'm going to be honest from Justin's side. I don't feel too bad about this game. The light totals are very close, and opponent has already burned the best card in their deck. And he's burned 2 counters on his chest. I'm feeling pretty good. And I have 3 gold, an ally in play, an ally in grave. This is a much stronger starting position than he had last game.
Get Sawbones because that's just what you have to
And
do.
the opponent
You
wasted their boots
consider
again.
it just an obligatory action. I don't know. I feel like it definitely feels less bad than having to then send a head jab in after you've missed the target by 1.
You're right. But if every time we try to clear
Yeah.
Chum, we lose 1 value, how many games do we lose because we're 2 value down?
Fire Tenant Strike first is the way that Takuya is starting off this combat chain. And yes, 3 damage goes into Chum. What is going to be the follow-up for Takuya? Is he going to sniff out the Fearless Confrontation or not? Blaze Headlong is thumbed here.
Got to be going face. You want to use the Mask Momentum attack
Right.
into an ally.
5 go again here, thanks to the buff from Fire Tenant Strike first. Blaze Headlong coming in with go again, thanks to the fact that a red card has preceded it.
Interesting. I mean, you can't fight over
Justin
this.
Koo thinking about discarding a card that came in a set that was meant to buff up Guardians in order to do some nasty gravy bones nonsense.
I'm thinking about how awful it would be if Ravenous Ravel does not flip a red and it goes into chum.
Could be devastating. Takuya doesn't really have an opportunity with what is left in hand to play into Justin Ku's Fearless Confrontation, unless, of course, a random yellow is flipped off the top. Some Syndra decks do run red brand with, yellow brand with Cinderclaw, so
that
it is
last game.
possible.
Back to Chum.
Ravenous Travel comes at Chum. It is a red on top. Fearless Confrontation cannot save the friendly first mate, and Justin Ku responds very quickly in kind, hiding the fact that that card lies in wait. Card drawn off of Mask of Momentum here. Display Loyalty. 3 go again. Fealty token generated. Blood Runs Deep is still available, but with only 1 dagger slot, it won't get max value.
Can't tell what the
Does
hand
look
is.
like it's probably a pretty decent card to Arsenal, but would be arsenaling it into Justin Ku's Conquer of the High Seas.
Avasti is the block on Display Loyalty. Mask of Momentum already triggered here, so it's just damage from here on out.
Go again.
And here comes Blood Runs Deep. Takuya does not want anything to do with that house of a boat that Justin Ku has at his disposal. 1 dagger goes to the face. Justin descends down to 30. 37 plays 30. And Fearless Confrontation now laid bare onto the combat chain. Blocks 2 for 2 on Blood Runs Deep. The daggers come flying back at telepathic fiery speed.
I'm really curious what the hand is, because this is a turn where we probably just wanted to not block anything and just send it. He still has the conch. So I'm curious what's behind this. Because what I really want to do is conch into Sawbones. Just here's a shitload of damage. Especially since we ended up blocking 3 on 2. This feels pretty bad.
Retribution. There's no resources left, nothing left to consider except, of course, the Flick Knives.
Pass down.
Speaking of Flick Noise, Blood Spattered Vest already with 2 counters on it on the first turn that Syndra took.
And that's A-okay because Takuya has already gained more value than our previous Syndra opponent for Justin Ku, who was forced to block with it very
Still be
early.
drawing off of gold playing the
Murderous
conch.
Rabble coming out for Justin Ku. Blue revealed on top.
No, that still doesn't really make sense, because then we can't
3
play the
go again here, and
Sawbones.
Justin has so many gold tokens with which to work. Also has access to Chart the High Seas in hand, the 3rd copy.
Third one.
So we're just playing the
The last
Sawbones?
one left in the deck, and he
Oh.
knows there's
So, assuming the card in hand is a blue... I don't think he was supposed to block with his Fearless. Because you go Rabble, pitch, blue, play Conch, float 2, draw off of gold, pitch the Call to the Grave on top to play the Sawbones. And that's a perfect turn. We're getting, what is that, 17 damage with 3 life on the back off of 4 cards? That's fucking fantastic. I'll take a 4-card 20. Like, this is so much worse. This is a 3-card 2-card 9. 2-card 9 is still pretty good, but like, we gotta, I guess he doesn't have an arsenal, so resolving the conch doesn't do anything. It's just so much damage, and like, you don't know when you're going to have the hand that lets you play the conch, which is the tough thing, so sometimes you just want to cash in the damage while you can. And we ended up only blocking 2 with the Fearless. I don't know. It's kind of tough. I guess this makes sense. We hold the Fearless until the last chain link, see if he wants to Arsenal. If he plays the last card, we block with the card that we want to use as pitch. If he Arsenals, then we hold on to it so we can play the conch. Either play works. This makes sense. It's tough giving up that much damage. This was an insane turn.
there's at least some form of a hit on top.
Yeah, I think you just guarantee the blue here. Play Sawbones. Maybe you get lucky and hit an ally as well. Decides not to go for it. just play the Sawbones. Call to the Grave's a pretty powerful tool, though.
It absolutely is, and maybe leaving it at the ready for next
Bro's
turn is the way that Justin
blocking?
Koo wants to play this out. He's got to
Interesting.
maximize every single line here. Gravy Bones is a very high variance deck, but also one with very high agency. If that wasn't the case, then we wouldn't see the best of the best gravitating to him.
I'm into
Met along.
I have 3 gold.
Blocking here,
I'm
just
fine
Ronin
with
Renegade
this.
And Snatch, no matter how you draw it up, this turn is going to end with Takuya Kojima having an arsenal into the Conquer of the High Seas.
Ronin Renegade. 3 go again, but the target is Sawbones Dockhand, so no damage conferred there. Takuya still sitting at 34 life here.
No matter how you write this up, this ends up with him getting an arsenal. Chooses to throw the Ronin into the Sawbones. Never mind, there's no guaranteed arsenal anymore.
It's definitely
Okay.
a different pace of game than we saw in the semifinals. Snatch coming in for 4.
As Justin, you're probably a
Majin,
little
you
less
just had
scared
not
of the Snatch
considered
Blockhead than you would normally be.
Snatch
considering you have
face.
the boat. I keep bringing it up, but it's such an important piece of this game. If this boat gets to threaten an arsenal, it's such a huge tempo swing.
And it's important to mention that Takuya Kojima was doing a little bit of blocking, which is not what ninjas normally do, but Justin overextended with the gold-baited hook. It is no longer available to him because he utilized it in an unrisk-free situation. Normally something that's fairly safe to do into ninja opponents because they just don't block. In this case, Takuya says, I have the life buffer. I can invest a lot of defensive pieces into getting rid of this really annoying arm piece.
Yep, you don't see it go away usually this quickly.
Given that we have
A lot
no
of times
allies, I'm
Gravy Bones
kind
have
of down
do
to
a
just
sort of
cast this
value calculus. Am I
call for a
willing
chum.
to risk this hook
Just block 2
to force you
cards.
to block, to slow you down? Justin said yes. Takuya said, I'm fine with that. I'll take the trade.
And I don't hate that decision from Takuya, mainly because there are no allies in the bin for Justin Koo at this point.
Yep, life totals are still slightly in your favor.
Generally speaking, you can assume
I'm very confused why the Snatch
that
is
with
going
the life
face.
total buffer, it's going to take a setup turn for Justin Koo to get allies in the bin and start threatening you even more on the next turn. That being said, the Dreadnought is in the arsenal. It's ready to sail again. It's coming straight for Takuya Kojima's arsenal.
To be fair, even without the hook, we have quite...
The alternative is you just let him get the arsenal here, so you can play the conch, and then you play the call to grab an ally, and then cast the ally. I guess we're... But the problem is, I think there's a prismatic in the hand, so we don't have blue-blue. If there's a blue on top, then, you know, that plays. And then we just arsenal the prismatic afterwards. No, we would pitch the prismatic, because we still have to pitch to cover the ally that we're trying to cast. I guess you don't have to. You could just grab an Oyston. Go, like, draw off of gold, play conch, call for Oyston, arsenal prismatic pass. It's, like, pretty reasonable. I think I'm leaning more towards not doing that, though, but I also think based on how opponent is playing, this is the other reason why I kind of wanted to actualize the damage off the conch on the previous turn. He just doesn't want an arsenal. If he wanted an arsenal, this Snatch would have gone at the ally. He's just not interested in arsenaling cards. I wouldn't be surprised if the Snatch hit that he just breaks his boots here. No, he can't do that. It's not draconic. But if opponent doesn't want to arsenal, then holding on to the conch forever clogs up the arsenal, making your blocking decisions significantly harder because of the possibility ranges of the top of your deck.
A stockpile of gold over here for Gravy Bones. Lots to work with.
That's also a completely different story than we saw for Justin Koo in the semifinals. It took a long time for him to get that gold train underway. And that is exactly the thing that Gravy Bones sails to victory. That's the thing that reduces the variance in Gravy Bones. Those turns where you can pop 2, 3 gold tokens to fix the hand to exactly what
Can't
you
tell
need.
what the
They're
other
resource
card
positive,
is.
much like Kano before you.
Next to the prismatic.
I do like my Kano analogies.
Yes, indeed. Thought you'd like that.
With Compass activated, Justin, working with perfect information, knows what cards on the top of the deck. No allies in graveyard. We do have access to Call to the Grave.
Justin Koo putting on a massive show here. Wondering if he wants to accept some damage just so
That
he
block
can
is
take
crazy.
the arsenal away from Takuya. The balance of justice is blocked with.
Are we dead threadsing?
Any cards from hand, though, that is yet to be decided. We're 3 turns in here and 18 minutes in the finals of calling Shizuoka. And players are sitting at 30, 34.
Okay. Do we have a blue attack to
How
go
long
with
has it been
the
in
prismatic
It's
here,
not,
and
to
that's
my
what we're
knowledge.
doing?
I think this... I don't think that was a legal play. Dead Threads tapped in order to play
Oh, it did.
Shock
Swami got
Flexors.
killed. It's just face down.
Also, Death Threats should still be
right, it
tapped.
It does work. I was looking at the graveyard. I was like, there's no,
Sawbones, but yes, yes.
I was like, there's not even any allies in there. How could you put one?
And here we go. Conqueror of the High Seas coming for Takuya. But
So we're
just as like
arsenaling the
Turtle,
prismatic.
Snatch being stuffed.
Probably going for
is
another
that no card was
Sawbones.
drawn and no arsenal placed. What do you think of that play?
I kind of like it. I mean, you're pulling ahead on tempo. You did use the rest of your blocking equipment aside from the Dead Threads, which you'd prefer to not block with as long as possible. But you need allies. You get to send 8 Go again into Call to the Grave. Grab your choice of allies.
But you'd have to think that if you give your opponent an arsenal and you send Conqueror of the High Seas, they're a
They're going to
ninja,
hit.
probably going to hit or at least rip enough cards to where you essentially redden the ledger of your opponent.
That is true. We did already see the Wrath of Retribution used on the Syndra side. Don't have to save the boots for that. Looks like Double Ignite cut through Lava Burst.
Fairly clean turn for Takuya Kojima.
This looks strong to me.
No, bro.
And if you're not blocking when you have an arsenal for Conqueror of the High Seas to connect with, you're definitely not blocking without one.
Mm-hmm.
No, bro.
Gold cashed in here with the 2 remaining resources for Justin Koo.
Are we
Call to
grabbing
the Grave
Chum
resolved
now?
Here. The chosen card, kind of tend to think it's going to be Chum, friendly first mate. But no.
Why did we
Ailio
draw off of
Sawbones.
gold? Oh, because we
Awesome.
Dead Threads. This
After
makes
playing
sense.
and attacking Chum, you'd have to pitch the Prismatic Leyline, which represents, usually in this deck, 5 damage.
And we saw several times where Justin Koo established a prismatic ley line in the arsenal in the semifinals match and was using it to ride his way to a victory. Can't fault him here for wanting to hold on to that powerful Majestic.
We saw Justin battle back from a huge life deficit in the semifinals to take down the game. Has to be feeling a lot more comfortable with a life lead in this game. If you can do it when you're down 20, it's probably a lot easier to do when you're up 4.
Takuya has not found a turn nearly as threatening as the one his predecessor put together, I believe on turn 2 of the last game, though. You know it's got to be available in the deck. That is what Syndra does. For now, it's Sawbones coming in for 6. No gold baited hook to back it up anymore because it doesn't exist.
It is slightly awkward that these Ignites don't cleanly deal with the Sawbones on their own.
It is. I mean, they do if you factor in that the Kunai could follow it up for free.
You're right, but the Kunai doesn't draw you a card off Mask Momentum.
It would. Ignite plus Kunai does get you to the 3rd chain link, but of course you're right.
Mhm.
Then Gravy Bones has the agency to block it out.
Sunken Treasure in hand could possibly be some shenanigans if Flick Knives gets activated.
Did we say no blocks? Now I'll start mapping out my turn?
Every time I play a hero into Syndra, I think about Sunken Treasure getting a dagger. I've never gotten it to line up.
No. It's really difficult
It's
because
so hard.
your opponent has to have flicked earlier on in the turn.
And can't activate Syndra yet.
Something that mainstay Syndra players are probably really used to. Gravy Bones has been around for a while now.
Chum in hand. We saw just how impactful Chum was in the previous game. It absorbed a bunch of damage in this one as well. Starting off with Ignite. This will discount either of the Kunai.
Nothing in hand because Takuya just doesn't have anything that costs 1. Any Kunai you cash in here, though, won't be able to be bought back towards the end of this chain link. This chain, excuse me.
Is another conch?
We do
At
have-
Justin Koo.
I think Justin Koo has a blue swell in hand, which lines up very nicely with the Prismatic Leyline
No.
in Arsenal. This is one of the cards you really want to use it with.
Does not currently have a way to get rid of the Chum in hand, though, save for the Gravy Bones ability.
Knows what's on top. I have to imagine if we can see a blue on top, it unlocks a lot of lines for Justin.
Justin Koo, I will say, is quicker with the compass than I expect from most high-level Gravy Bones players.
I think it's less using it early on in the turn and more like, I know when my decisions change. I know when it's time to cash it in.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like
w-
we
against-
have a swell that we want to play on our turn, so we're always compassing at the start to figure out if the swell actually is creating resources on the turn. We're always going to activate Gravy Bones, but we also are always going to play the swell. So look at the top. Do we want to keep the top card on top? Yes. Okay, then I want to pitch, play the swell, then I'll Gravy Bones. And then I'll figure out what I'm going to do with that extra card afterwards because I still have gold in play. either it's Arsenal or I draw again. Or it's pitch for the chum, but probably not because we create resources.
A deck like Syndra, you make your main decision when you are blocking. A lot of times when you keep 4 or 5 card hands with Gravy Bones, you need to change your play midway through, and that's when you need the compass. But here it's like, okay, what am I keeping?
2 connects with the life total. Kunai of Retribution, I believe, chosen target Justin Ku's face, but Sawbones does get in the way, is tapped down now to prevent 1. Which means that the Mask of Momentum train must start again. Kind of encouraging Takuya Kojima to close the chain as he has done in order to put a kunai into the bin. But Sunken Treasure is at the ready for Justin Ku. This could be the moment where a kunai gets turned face down.
Oh, you don't get to block the ignite.
Oh, because he sent it at
this
Sawbones.
ally. Kunai has hit. This unlocks the cut through. Do you activate the fealty? No. You get the third Draconic with the Lava Burst at the end.
Cut through coming in 4 go again, thanks to a kunai of Retribution spilling Justin Ku's blood on the arena.
Can still threaten the kunai in graveyard with the.
I don't think we're fighting over
If
Mask
that's what
this turn.
happens, I think we're gonna have to see the other dagger flicked, get the resource off the vest, the final resource.
I think we're basically at this point only fighting over Mask when we have D-reacts. Now that we don't have the armor anymore, it's kind of unreasonable to fight over Mask.
Ideal situation for the final resource of Blood Splattered Vest.
We've already seen multiple 1-cost cards in the deck. And when they come back around and you can't get the free resource, it's like a stone in your hand, weighing it down. Syndra does not like to pitch very much.
Will Justin go for the kunai in the graveyard? He does have a very resource-intensive hand, though.
And room. 27 life.
Much more room than he had in the semifinal.
This cut-through is threatening Mask Momentum, though.
Perhaps must be respected. Flick Knives also not utilized as of yet, which means that the Lava Burst that follows, which it surely will be threatening Mask, even if Justin Ku blocks out Cut Through. And these are the difficult blocking decisions that Syndra has been putting us in since calling Memphis.
Gravebone's such a difficult deck to navigate. Probably, when I watch coverage and I see players play a deck, usually I'm either agreeing with the line or I find a line that gets similar value. Gravy Bones is the deck that I disagree with players the most, and my line is usually a lot worse. I go, yeah, this is what
Majin's got to watch stream then. You got to come here. We'll find all the lines.
I would do. And then they find 4 more value, and I go, oh,
whoops.
All right, that's why you're playing this deck. I see. No blocks declared.
The reaction still comes forth from Takuya Kojima, activating Flick Knives and sending the second kunai into Justin Ku's eyeball. Doesn't matter, though, because he's undead. Doesn't feel it anyway.
Gets the... We already had the Force Power and the Go again.
And a Sink Below was on top of the deck. In the reaction step, Justin Ku activates Gravy Bones, discards Chum Friendly First Mate, and sends out Sink Below. Does a little bit of filtering to boot. And it's a Rigor Mortis found in hand.
I'm not done with this Mask Momentum yet. You still got to block this one, too.
Lava Burst, not the follow-up that Justin Ku was hoping for. Surely. Lava Burst is never a fun thing to see.
The top of Justin Ku's deck now.
That's actually something that I had considered in this matchup. That I just had an idea. What if you specifically fought over the first Mask trigger when you know that the second Mask trigger is going to be their Chain Ender? So that way it forces them into getting an Arsenal. So that way your conks have more text, or your Loot the Arsenals, or your Command and Conquers. Hey, Austin, what's up? Do you still want to join? We're currently just wrapping up the finals gravy game, and then I was going to go to the day 1 gravy game versus Vespa. Okay, we'll grab our guest. Give me 1 second to set this up. Might have to tweak the audio for a bit, guys. Give me 1 second. Actually, could be better to just do this in the Runaways Discord. Hey, Austin.
Howdy.
Can you talk for a bit? Chat, can you hear him?
Can you hear me? I don't know if hold on. I can hear myself.
I see the little green meter on OBS moving up and down when you talk, so you're probably good. Are you just going to
Okay.
continue watching through stream, or do you want me to screen share?
You can just screen share. Oh,
We're gaming.
gaming.
Too bad I didn't have you earlier. That would have been nice for all the previous gravy stuff.
Yeah, I ended up being pretty late at work today.
Unlucky.
Unfortunato.
Unlucky. So for anyone that
It's
doesn't
kind
know,
of nice.
Austin, can you introduce
ahead.
yourself to anyone that doesn't know who you are?
Howdy, everybody. Well, my name's Austin. I have been playing a lot of Gravy, member of Team Runaways, and I top 8'd calling Kansas City on Gravy Bones. That's about all that's special, I suppose.
Awesome. So let's jump into the games then, finish up this one. So we're near the end of the Syndra one. I don't know how much you tuned in for. We burned our armor earlier from the Gravy side. We have a singular ally in the bin. Wrath of Retribution's been burned from the Syndra side. They already blocked with their boots, and they are down 2 counters on their blood splattered vest. So feels like a pretty good position from Justin's side. He has a prismatic ley line and arsenal as well.
Yeah, that's obviously one of the biggest tools you can use to get back into the game. Leak a little bit of damage so you can throw pretty above rate numbers back. Especially if you can line it up with some kind of disruption like a loot the hold or a conk, you're in a pretty solid spot.
Mm-hmm. Do you? I was talking about this earlier. I think that from the Syndra side, unless you know you're about to immediately use them, you're probably supposed to just hold on to your boots. I felt like in the previous game, that was the decision that cost that player the game, because he blocked with his boots on a hooked tipple, and then later on there was a loot the hold chum, and he had to block with his blood splattered vest to stop himself from discarding a card. Or just no blocks it and just discard a card, right?
Yeah. The boots are so he burned his Wrath of Retribution, but he didn't pop his boots on that turn. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't agree with the turn structure for the Syndra thus far in this game. The turn that he did it was like literally turn 1. We are at 6, 3, 4, 5, 2. Yeah, the Syndra turn that he burned it, I believe, was here. So his hand is head jab into 0 for 4, and then he has breaking point plus wrath. And this is like literally first hand of the game.
Hand's nuts.
My assumption is you just arsenal the wrath here, and then just flick on the 0 for 4, throw a knife, make $1, throw the 1 for 5. That probably buys you space so you can play a 5-card hand with your wrath and block boots.
Yeah.
Instead,
Yeah,
go ahead.
It's pretty unlikely that. I mean, the only thing you really are worried about in this spot would be like a loot the hold on the Swabby would be a pretty bad 2-card hand for you to have to play into after arsenaling the Wrath, but
He
I
also could have just chosen to kill the Swabby first.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can understand, like, if you flick on the brand, go 4 at the face, and if that's not blocked out, then you Wrath at the Swabby, draw your card.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can make more decisions that way, but
I honestly, based on the body language, think he forgot about the Swabby until he got to the Wrath, because he like puts the Wrath down, and then Justin's just like, "What's happening with this Wrath? Where's it going?" And then the guy's like, "Oh yeah," and then I think he turned. I think he forgot.
Oops, I forgot. Yeah, this turn structure is kind of goofy, but you know, he won the calling and I didn't, so.
And then he activates Chest to throw the breaking point afterwards, and the Wrath is only worth 5.
Mm. Yeah, it's kind of odd. He doesn't do a good job threatening mask here at all, but hmm.
Yeah, odd turn. But yeah, that's what happened to the
Well,
Wrath. So we like get through this turn cycle pretty close on life totals, but he burned 2 counters on his chest and the best card in his deck. I'm feeling pretty
mm,
good.
yeah. Yeah, only taking I assume he has a D react for the
Yeah. Sink below an arsenal,
okay.
and his hand is Chart, Conk, and some other random blue.
Okay. Yeah, it seems pretty good. I would not be upset to be in that place after a Wrath turn.
Yeah, right? Like, man, we're pretty healthy after his probably best turn of the game. And then he had another turn after that where I'm curious what your thoughts on this are. He has the opportunity to go. It's this turn here. So he lets all this happen, decides to not stop the mass trigger. I don't disagree with that. Blocks with his extra block 3 on 3, whatever. He has a conk in Arsenal, and then his hand is, I believe it's Rabble with a blue on top and Call to the Grave. And what he could have done was hold on to the Fearless. Like, he put Fearless in front of 2, so he's like wasting some value. What he ends up doing is going Rabble for 3 into Sawbones for 6. Just let me get my 9 value out of these 2 things. I guess 12 value because the defense of the Sawbones. The alternative play is you just keep the Fearless and you play the Conk on open Arsenal. You go 8 into 3 into 6 with 3 on the back. You like don't threaten
I
an on hit, but based on the way that guy has been playing, Takuya whatever's, he's choosing to not Arsenal. So it makes me think that the Conk
mhm,
might end up rotting.
yeah. I might want to. I'm kind of okay with this play line of 3 into 6. I'm kind of cool saving that conk for a turn where I can keep 3 cards in hand and do something like a rabble or a loot into like a rigger is like one of my favorite play lines to make in the deck is, or if you have like a chart, you can go like chart into conk into rigor mortis, or if you've sent a dude, you can play the sawbones.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it is pretty hard to leverage more than 3 card hands with an arsenal into Syndra if they're threatening mask, but since he's not like very far behind, conk is like the easiest way to get back to life parity.
Mm-hmm.
Which if you can remain in life parity with the Syndra, or you can get ahead with like leyline turns, I'm perfectly fine just eating a turn. Like it's not always great. Like I'll block with my additional card, or I'll try to leverage armor on that turn. But that's generally how I've beaten all my Syndra matchups. Is I block where it's efficient and makes sense, and then on the turns where I draw my leyline, I just let my hand. I just oops press the red button on my 5 card hand.
So you would not have
Yes.
played the Conk here.
No, no, I would probably rabble into the sawbones just because my hand isn't like hyper aggressive in that way. And the only way I would be playing the conk here is if I would keep the I would keep either the Avastier or the Fearless, and I would go like rabble into conk into sawbones. But actually no, wait, he can't even do that because he would need dead threads.
He can draw off of gold.
Okay, well then yeah, I would play the rab. Well, I guess he already knows he has the blue on top because of the compass.
Yeah, it's I think it's a Call to the Grave on top. So it's Rabble, reveal blue, Conk, draw, Sawbones. You burn a gold to present 8-3-6 with 3 on the back.
Yeah, I think I like holding the conch here and waiting for like a turn where he perhaps draws too many finishers, but there's a chance that if he does draw too many finishers that he pops the boots.
Hmm. That's also
But
fair.
that's usually the only time that they arsenal is if they either draw like a straight up non-functioning hand or they just draw too many finishers.
Which is pretty likely too with him burning a lot of his chest counters. Like he's might not be able to play his finishers very well moving forward.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've talked to like a lot of Gravy players who think this matchup's just straight up cursed, and I really don't think so. It's nowhere near as bad as like Enigma Zen, right? If we're talking about like board state versus the aggressive ninja deck.
Yeah. Yeah, that matchup was fucked.
Yeah.
That was like your out was they had an aneurysm and died.
Right. US Nats 2024, I took Enigma and I played 3 Zens in a row and I was like, I guess we're calling gamers.
I got round 1 on stream versus Charles.
I remember that.
F. Okay, let's jump back into it. So, again, I still feel pretty good about the spot. We're at 27 to 20. We burned our armor though.
I go, yeah, this is what I would do. And then they find 4 more value. And I go, oh,
Whoops.
all right, that's why you're playing this deck. I see. No.
This turn was
blocks.
pretty goofy. It was Ignite, Dagger. Then he closes Chain to Ignite Dagger again.
Interesting.
Declared.
The reaction still comes forth from Takuya Kojima, activating Flick Knives and sending the second kunai into Justin Ku's eyeball. Doesn't matter though because he's undead. Doesn't feel it anyway.
Gets the. All right, we already had the force power and the go again.
And a sink below was on top of the deck. In the reaction,
And this is there's the prismatic in the arsenal turn that we started off with.
Sends out sink below. Does a little bit of filtering to boot. And it's a rigor mortis found in hand.
I'm not done with this mask momentum yet. You still got to block this one too.
Lava Burst, not the follow-up that Justin Ku was hoping for. Surely. Lava Burst is never a fun thing to see.
You just like can't block
Top
this,
of
right?
Justin Ku's deck now, not
No, I
known
don't think
information.
so.
Saltwater Swell, a little bit more risky.
But nevertheless,
It's kind of unfortunate he's got that rigor mortis in
especially when your
hand.
arsenal is prismatic ley.
What did he sink?
He sunk a
The
blue
Jabbar
jittery
from Takuya
bones, I
Kojima,
think.
Activating Flick Knives and sending the second kunai.
At least I thought so.
Do you think you would have opened this turn with Compass? I think you're supposed to because you're trying to play the swell.
Yeah, generally when I have swell in my hand into most decks, I prefer to compass on their turn just to see if it's more worth blocking with or attempting to play out.
Yeah, because like we really want to play the swell with the prismatic here.
Yeah, especially since like Chum is your only dude in grave. So you definitely need the resources.
Turns out that card game players like to draw more cards.
Just so
Maybe we're just drawing off of gold here.
Syndra
Feels bad.
activation here as Justin Ku declares no blocks, going all the way down to 21. We are not even yet at life parity. The card drawn for Takuya, oh, it's a starter and a half. Oath of Loyalty. And
Interesting.
this time, Justin Ku
Oh,
has
I
no
was
way
like,
to
is he
threaten the
thinking
arsenal.
about burning the boots, but then he can't
gravy
even play
boat,
the card? That
no
would have
loot
been
the
funny.
Back over to Justin
Bro
Ku.
hates
He's
arsenaling.
got a 1 life surplus here. Takuya, definitely the winner of this turn cycle thus far, but Justin still hasn't had his say. Prismatic Leyline into Saltwater Swell. It's definitely coming in
Oof.
for 4.
Unlucky.
It's a huge miss. It's Conqueror of the High Seas.
At least he still has a blue
rigor
in
mortis has
hand, so
already
he
been
can
pitched.
still deploy the
Chum can
chum.
come out to play.
Yeah.
It's gonna
We're
have
just giving up on a
six.
gold kiss, which
Still
isn't
gain
even that
10
good in the
damage
matchup.
turn with an establishment of chum-friendly first mate. Takuya Kojima, however, has a really nice.
He also
hand.
ended up that turn that we were talking about where I was asking if you would play the conch. He went 3 into 6 and he ended up hooking the 6 even though he didn't make a gold, which I actually don't hate. It basically was like give me cards and fuck off or I get free gold. And he already had 3 gold, which is probably enough for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say that like during the turn cycle, I was like, I think I probably hook the Sawbones. If you go the route of playing the conch, you like 1000% just hook the conch. Like, are they gonna give you like mask plus 2 cards, or are they gonna give you 3 cards? Either way, it's like you win that turn. I would rather burn my hook, and you have a turn that doesn't do anything, and I just take back like I hate saying tempo for Fab, but you kind of like take back all the momentum in that case.
Mm-hmm. I need to make a video sometime shitting on tempo and Fab.
Yeah, it's a word that like honestly like most of the time I don't want tempo because now the onus is on me to use my cards.
Mm-hmm. I'd rather put the
I think
onus on
it's
my
just
opponent to clear my board every turn.
right.
That's the onus I like.
Figure it out, 5-head.
No, I don't want them to be a 5-head. Then they'll figure it out. 1-head.
All right, figured
All
out
comes
one.
together thanks to the Oath of Loyalty in the arsenal and the fealty token that's already been generated.
Yeah, that fealty token is going to be key here.
And furthermore, he's got to display loyalty in order to generate yet another one. And if he wants to, can send out Snatch at the end of the combat chain, Draconic.
Oh, Snatch to kill Chum and trigger Mask Momentum. Give it go again with the boots.
Oh, we get to draw off
Yes,
balance?
So like I said, Takuya has yet to find the full power of the Syndra
Yeah,
deck.
I've been
until
back
now.
and forth on
This
balance
could be
and
a
Prob
turning
in this
point in game,
matchup.
There's no doubt about it.
Oh, I'm actually
I've had
debating on
games where
going
balance-
royal in the matchup now.
Gosh, Justin Q
I've
finding a red on
had
top is
games where like
absolutely huge for
Prov
Syndra
is
here.
just so much better because I
Still
get
good,
to
still
sync
good
an
turn.
ally and
Still a
find
good
a
turn.
blocking card,
10, here's my
or
chop,
just like
go.
unlock a hand that isn't
Especially with the
playable.
life lead that he
Mhm.
already built, 21 to 10.
But then I've
That's
had
the
games where
sideboard gap.
balance
You
is
have
like
essentially
drawn me a
6
card
health
and
on
I
the
just won the game.
10 plays 21 here.
Yeah, that's why, same idea. That's why I'm
Found
debating on
another
going
third
royal
copy
just to
of
unlock the
the
hands.
third copy of Chart the High Seas.
I'm very interested that he's playing Fabled in this matchup, just bringing
correct.
more
It's
snow
Chart the High Seas.
blocks, but
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. He also
Loyalty
drew it in
coming
the
in from
last
Takuya.
game.
Kojima
I think it's just
pledging
a
his loyalty
concession to the
Emperor,
deck not
going
functioning
out
without
in his name
gold
for the
generation.
blood of the
But
Emperor.
also in this matchup, you're typically trying to like actually play the game, not just block a lot.
This looks like
So it being a non-block doesn't really
Chosen target
punish you as
has
much.
been the opponent's face, not mucking with Chum quite yet. Justin Q has the ability to activate the tap ability on Chum friendly first mate and force the issue.
It really only sucks when you're trying to play
But in
conchs,
this case,
honestly.
just accepting 4 damage down to
Yeah.
17 he goes. 10 plays 17 now.
But even then, it just is a cantrip. Like, you just pitch it, draw off gold, whatever. It did nothing.
Yeah,
I can't
I was a
believe
big
5
hater
turns.
on it before, but I've
They've
been
been,
playing with
quite filled.
Kuzless
No
the
doubt.
last
This is
couple
what
of
we've come
days,
to
and I've
love
been liking it.
in some players' minds, loathe about Gravy Bones. They just get so many more game actions than any other class.
Also,
in
with
the game.
sync belows, you can get rid of it.
Yeah,
Takuya Kojima.
True.
Really thinking about the proper way to sequence.
I've
his
liked
turn.
sync
Has
below
got to
quite a
be
bit.
Thinking about the moment where Justin Koo could discard an ally with.
Soon I'll make you start playing yellow
trying
sync
to
below.
ensure He's got the perfect
Oh,
amount of damage.
I've already done that with
Fang. In
Fang.
this case,
I
as long as
don't need
to
do it
he can
again.
send Brown with Cinderclaw, display loyalty.
Yellows are OP.
Get the draw off of
They give all your guys go again.
Mhm.
That's how that works, right?
Does Justin have the fearless
Yeah,
presentation?
imagine making a gold
know
off
it.
of
We know
Chart the
it.
High Seas by milling yellow
Brandon
sync
Cinderclaw
below.
also lines up very
Nut.
well with this turn. Decides to send it at Chum.
Best mode of the card.
This Oath of Loyalty was a pretty fantastic card to draw off Mask Momentum last turn.
No
Yeah,
ifs,
it's
ands,
well.
or buts about it. Art of the Dragon Blood is going to be how this proceeds.
Yeah, this turn is gross.
And I don't hate this. Takuya is playing very
After
safe
doing this
here,
game, I want to go back
protecting his Draconic
to
cards.
talk about
Because Art of
the
Dragon Blood is
fearless
benefiting
confrontation from the last game with
enormously
you.
from being made Draconic for obvious reasons.
I think it was
also
pretty
protects that
interesting.
fealty token, which means that Takuya still will have the option further on down
Especially
the line
after,
to
like,
deploy the ancestral empowerment that
Cody
he's so
talking
strong
about
on
it
the
in
top,
our
despite the
chat,
fact
being
that
like
he's not
that
Draconic.
that fearless didn't matter.
Straight devotion.
Should be generating another fealty token here. I hope
Yeah.
Takuya doesn't miss that.
Very
I
important because the Snatch is not
have
Draconic.
not
You're
liked
able to play
Fearless very
both
much
these
in this
berries. There we
matchup in
go.
particular.
Way to go,
but
Takuya.
I was worried.
Not leaving any value on the board. That's not the way you win a
I
fight.
think he illustrated an example of why it can be good in the matchup. But we'll get to that in a sec.
Mask Momentum trigger and a Snatch possibly finishing out the turn. Balance of Justice can come into play.
Justin Q perhaps rewarded to the nines, bringing in that juicy head equipment that a lot of people were touting as over and done with after the burning of the books. With the number of Blood Rush Bellows,
I don't know how he lost this game from this
I think
position.
this headpiece has come back.
Oh yeah, I have just learned that generic.
I know
legendary
I've
equipment are
seen
just good and you
seen
should
this
just have them.
match, but
Takuya
I
has the
honestly
ancestral
don't
empowerment and
remember.
already drawing a card must make it Draconic though.
He must have
Right
just
here,
hit a failure
tease
state
that
of like no
Takuya.
allies or something.
Yeah, this is a pretty
shouldn't
rough
be a
spot to
problem
be
because
in.
he has
He's
plenty
got
of
no
fealty tokens
dudes
to
in
receive
grave.
all the way
I'm
through
sure
to the end
by
of this
his
turn cycle.
I'm sure he's able to get to one. I can't clearly see his
But we
hand. I
have to
can
make
see.
sure that
Okay, say I see a
everything is accounted for.
chart.
Oh my
Is that a
goodness, it ran the
rigor?
Cinder Claw, the card drawn
The
off of the
gem?
Ancestral Empowerment. Absolutely massive for Takuya Kojima here.
Yeah, his hand
because now he
plays,
won't need to use
but
the
like
second fealty
his
token
next
in order to
turn might
resolve the
not,
snatch.
for
Do
example.
you hold on to the snatch, maybe?
Ain't
Or
no
he
way.
just draws the
You gotta
classic
send it. You gotta send it. Now
I
you're
can't
in
block
line.
hand.
Oh, Ancestral Empowerment already unlocks Balance of Justice. You definitely send a snatch now.
Mhm.
Chum picked up.
He
Third
drew a
copy.
chum off the top.
But less than stellar here for Justin Koo. I don't think another ally is what he needed to unlock this turn. It was instead a blue.
Yeah, unfortunately, at
Three
the
note blocks
10
with
and
a
below
lot
life
of life
totals,
to work
I've
with.
kind of
Justin
found that
still
you
hasn't activated the
really
compass.
need like
If
a
he
ley
does and
line
sees a
or a
blue on
conk
top, there's nothing
turn
stopping
to
him
kind
from
of close it
popping a
out.
gold token.
He
drawing
does have a
card,
conk.
And then being able to send the Conqueror of the High Seas. Justin Koo might be noticing the fealty tokens at this point.
He
Judging by
doesn't have
quality,
blues, but he has a.
to make sure that all our T's are
Oh.
crossed and our I's dotted.
I have to imagine this is a
Oh yeah, I
not too
remember
difficult
this.
fix.
Yeah,
I-
it's a
I feel
pretty
like this is
easy
just gonna be
rewind.
a
All they have to
rewind
do
to the
is like
point
you have
where
one
the
less
ancestral
fealty.
empowerment was utilized and just a
This event did
deficiency
teach
of
me that I
one
want
fealty token,
Majin
because
Bay to
the sticky
commentate more
situation is that
events.
a card is drawn and involved in this case, information gained. I think
Yeah, he's a
He's
good
just a very
commentator.
entertaining
is
fella.
playing this out properly.
I like
There's
Bryce
no way
also.
for
I think
us
they
to
have a good
utilize ancestral
chemistry.
empowerment and use the fealty token.
I
There's
think
no
so
way
too.
not
Yeah.
to in this case because you have plenty to
I also
carry your way
liked
through the turn.
Majin and
It's gotta be a
Sam
good rollback, right?
commentating was
I
fun.
imagine, but I'm not
Mm,
incredibly
I didn't really
familiar
care
with
for
the
Sam's
minutia of
commentary
roles.
during the
I think
games that I
up to the
watched
judges
so
to just tell
far.
them what
Um,
happened, and I say, tell me
It
what
was
to do.
just
Yep.
so much of
In my
him
mind,
glazing. It was getting like
mind. It feels like
a little
play.
tedious
We have
listening to
to
that
know
of just him constantly
nothing more
talking about
faithful.
how each player is the greatest gift to God of each hero or whatever, and they must know everything. I'm just like, I can only hear you say these are the best players to ever gift Fab with their presence ever. I can only hear that so much before I'm just like, this is just. I understand you have to add some fluff into like extent like fill the dead space, but it's like I want to hear commentary on the game, not fluff commentary.
Yeah, it's fair. I think I just glazed Sam because he's a handsome fella and very enjoyable to be around.
I do like Sam's casting. I think I liked his casting more when he first got into casting Fab, especially when he was with Punkage. I love when the two of them are
Yeah.
casting together.
I love the game they
Time.
casted at Worlds where it was the CYB Enigma into I think it was an Aurora. And they just like ran out of things to talk about. They're like, yeah, this game has been going on for 2 hours.
That's
It had to
fair.
have been the most miserable game ever to commentate.
Oh my god. Yeah, any of the fatigue games are awful to cast because it's just like there's just so little that actually matters to talk about.
They're just like, yeah, this game's been done for 15 turns.
I think that's interesting to cast when the person that's getting fatigued clearly has a deep game plan, and you can talk about like, oh yeah, they pitched this card, this matters for later, they chose to arsenal this for this reason, they're setting up for this. But when you're watching one of those games and it's clear the game ended on turn 3, which is kind of how that game went, it's just
Yeah, like
we're just watching
Rob-
the game like play to its conclusion, but it ended fucking an hour ago.
Yeah, like the Rob Catton one was great to watch. Like even though that was on for 2 hours, like Rob very clearly like set up an incredible pitch stack. It just ended up not being enough, but that game was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
It was not a rewind necessarily, but a partial fix that we've got because we now have one fealty token represented on the board for Takuya Kojima. I think this is exactly the way.
I hope
it
Bryce
needs to be
casts
resolved
more.
if
I've been
the
liking him
integrity
quite a
of the
bit.
game overall is to be
Yeah, I do
respected.
too. I like it when he
Ancestral
casts the like
has now
AGEs
eaten up
also.
a fealty token.
Mm-hmm.
Art of the Dragon Blood discounts.
Trying real hard to get AGs in
the brand of Syndra
my
Claw
area.
off of Ancestral Empowerment
Do it.
is on the combat chain. So it's still 3 go again. Justin Koo at
What's the
ready.
hold up? Is it
Watching
AGE or is
what
it the
damage
stores?
taking.
Bit of both.
Ain't no way. Looks
We have
Bronze
like we have
March
like
player
30
down
plus
to 9
people
goes
who've
Justin Koo.
basically said
There's
that
only one
they're
thing
willing
left
to
two things left to do.
go
A
to
Flick
each and
Knives
every one of
activation,
them.
which means down to 8 goes Justin
It's about
Koo,
what you need.
and then the fearsome snatch to follow. And that's the attack I really want to see if Justin is going to respect here.
Especially with access to the boots to give it go again. I do love that you can let snatch hit, draw the call.
Okay, you am I missing something? You can't actually boots the snatch unless you fealty it, right?
No, you can because he played Brand first. So it's Draconic.
Oh, the brand. Okay, yeah.
Card, and then decide whether or not you want to use the
Well,
Dragon Scalar fight back.
since we are already...
It's amazing. An instant
No.
speed ability.
Never mind.
An
I was going to say
instant throw
we block
by
dead
the
threads
attacker
here, but
ability is just inherently better than attack reaction.
maybe it's worth it still.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And this one blocks.
This is like the
It
worst
absolutely
thing to
blocks.
see on the
If
back
you
end,
have any
like on
qualms
the end
about
of the chain.
Syndra players bringing in Dragon Scalar.
I don't think the
Syndra
Syndra could have
Scalar as
asked
well.
for a better
Maybe
turn.
Takuya is going to show you exactly why you should reconsider. Important to mention that through the
I think we're kind of like
we did come back
have a lot of
after a short
resources,
break.
so it's probably fine blocking
So
with the
that fealty
chest.
token that is still represented on the board, you might be thinking,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, it's happening again. Takuya didn't make this Snatch Draconic.
If that's the
The
case,
card
we
that
probably
comes
just
for it is
gravy
Force
bones
Brand
now,
with
right?
Cinder Claw. So
Make a better
no
blocking
way for
decision.
Snatch to not be Draconic. It is
Yeah.
4. No go again yet. Draw a card on hand.
Actually, no, we probably have to draw
Yeah, a
off
little
of
bit of a
gold
fiery
first, right, to
border makes the
recreate a
card
new
feel
gold.
Yeah, I'm looking at Justin's hand again, and man, I bet he wanted
Yeah.
any card to block.
This
here.
is a really
so
tough spot.
rough to look at your hand and be like, I have one blue.
Because without
I have
having
one
like
big red.
oh,
If
he
I
does
want to
have a
stop this match,
conch.
I have to give up not
Okay.
only one of them,
I
Which doesn't do
think-
anything anymore, and we don't even have the blues to play the conch.
No
I want to play the
that are
conch
ready
because
to
it's
play
8 damage and
in the
opponent's
graveyard
at
of
10,
Justin
but
Q, the last copy of Chum Friendly
it
first
kind
made
of
in the
I
hand.
think
doesn't...
that's your.
There's not a convenient way to get into the graveyard save for the
I
graveyard.
think it's your
ability.
only way to
He's
win the
summoning
game.
Conqueror of the High Seas.
The problem is the hand doesn't do anything, right? It's like
Justin Q,
3 yellows and a
damned if he
chart.
does and damned if he doesn't. You've got to respect him in this moment. He's fought so hard to get here.
The blue is chart high seas as well, I think, which adds even more to the complexity of this turn.
We basically need to draw
Good
into
gamble
2
for the blue
blues.
on the top. But, gosh,
But
what
even
do you do
then,
the
like,
rest
what
of
are we
the game
doing
with
with the other
blues?
ally?
Even if you play chart high seas and you hit a blue, you still need to find another one. Could crack the gold.
Oh, is chart his only blue?
Dig there.
Yeah,
Still
yeah,
not catching
it's
Compass.
Ally,
And it's still
ally,
turn 5.
Fable,
Still turn
chart.
It feels like it was 20 minutes the last time we
Conch.
mentioned that it was turn 5 in this finals and calling Shizuoka, but you cannot blame these players.
I don't think you're supposed
Both
to
are
compass here.
stalwart representations of their class. Justin Q finally takes a look at the top of the deck.
I would only do it just to, if there's a blue on top of my
deck.
deck, I'm more likely to compass there, or like just to make sure I have a blue on top of my deck. But if I have a blue on top of my deck, I'm not blocking with conch here.
That was a ton of damage. We were talking about.
But then
how
what do you
this
block
needed to be
with?
big.
Nothing?
Takuya really needed to step on the gas here in order to catch up,
Um,
and I think that's exactly what
that
happened.
could put you in like
We
a
have to
worse
agree.
situation. I honestly
Which is
don't
being
know.
pitched.
You only have
That's-
2 cards that
that's such a-
defend.
Itself.
A fairly clean turn
Oh,
for
you
Takuya
can't block with
Kojima
the
on other
chart.
side of the
Yeah,
board.
I guess you have to
Possible
block
thanks
with the
to that fealty
conch
token.
there.
And
That's
the
so
one
unfortunate.
counter remaining on
Which
Blood
means I
Blood
don't
Fest.
think I'm
If
supposed to
you-
compass.
But it's all just
Because it's either no
Yeah,
blocks or block with the conch.
the
But
one thing
I
that
don't think you can say no
people wanna see
blocks.
right now.
Maybe you can because the turn's good enough,
Oh,
but
he has another conch in
This
his
is a
hand.
huge moment in this game for Justin Q.
Mm.
Finally finds
Or
the
did he
blue
draw the
and
conch off of
Conqueror
hero
the
power?
High Seas.
he
But
drew
he
off
drew
of
conch off
gold.
hero power.
Yeah, he drew off of gold,
Still
and then he
using
hero
blue in the
powered.
graveyard, though.
Oh, you're right.
Can play
Oh,
Conquer
I
High
see.
Seas.
Okay.
But he doesn't
If
actually
he
have
can
another
take a
blue.
again.
Oh, if it's like
Why
red,
would he
red,
put
or
the
red,
chum?
yellow
Why
at
are
the
you
top.
putting chum in the grave? No,
So
stop it.
it can be red because there are still bloods in the water and sink
Wait,
belows
what?
left
I
in the
don't-
deck for Justin
Here we
Q.
go, here we go,
What's
here we
it
go,
gonna
here
be?
Blue.
We got blue, baby. Portside exchange and blue jittery bones, which means the Chart the High Seas has unlocked chum friendly first mate at no cost to the resource base of this turn. Conqueror of the High Seas comes in for 8. Go again.
This
Justin
plays.
Q, the last thing he expected off the top
Yeah,
of the deck
but,
after blocking with Conqueror of the High Seas was yet another.
He needed to
turn
get lucky,
free.
but it plays.
here it is,
Because
and it's on the
otherwise
clock.
he's going to
Again,
IP the
all
ally.
coming for the life total of Takuya Kojima.
Who has not
Oh,
quite
that's
enough
fair.
life. Something is going to have to go in front of something here. And not only is it any ally, it's an ally threatening lethal with this chum, and it's a chum.
I think this is the best possible scenario for him with how this hand texture was.
Takuya
Yeah, this is pretty good.
in the tank now. Both of these players just trading difficult moments back and forth, this way and that. This has not been a simple.
And
game
hopefully
for
the
either
chum
of
makes
them.
him fuck off.
Cards off the gold. The cards off the chart, the high seas, disaster or salvation, depending on which side.
This is a very
you
close
choose
yeah,
game.
being at, being at
Comes
8
right down
is
to
like pretty
one.
reasonable. Playing a chum
Luckily for Takuya,
afterwards.
there's
I think
no
I'm
card in the
I think
Arsenal
I'm
Snatches
wrong.
blocked
I
out in the
definitely
previous turn
I see
cycle.
the vision now.
So he has
But
nothing
also,
to
if you
protect
discard the
himself
rigor
from
mortis, what are you
life.
doing with the
Something
chum?
that Syndra is all too
Right.
used to
Yeah, that's
using as a
where I
resource.
made my mistake.
But after coming so far, being so diligent and careful with his play, the last thing he wants to do.
You still have to get
is
lucky
lose
with the
one
chart, but
valuable
maybe you're supposed to
table.
play the chart first, which is the actual thing.
Mask Momentum is ready to block if need be. Blood Splattered Vest is there as well, but kind
Yeah,
of
he
You-
still would have hit double
We're
blue
gonna
no
lock
matter
this
what,
turn.
I guess.
There's a Demonstrate
You
Devotion in hand, Ravenous
Draw
Raven,
off of
Fire
gold
Tenant
with the
Strike
Fable,
first.
then you play the
The
chart,
one cost is what makes
so that
this
way
a
you
little
can
bit
decide
awkward.
which ally you're going
also,
to discard to Gravy Bones hero power.
Makes defense a losing proposition in a lot of
Yeah,
ways.
that makes sense.
The offense he's able to send back is not. It's not quite enough, I feel.
No, bro.
Not with a chum on board.
Not with the chum on board. Takes the 8, no blocks.
Down to 2 goes Takuya Kojima. No gold token generated because there are no cards in Arsenal. The follow-up is, of course,
You
Chum
just
Friendly
give
first mate, swing
The
chum.
Not
fridge.
even a 3 block.
Depends on how playable the hand
A
is,
single
but
3 block
probably.
in the hand for Takuya Kojima.
Yeah, I can't tell.
But the blood-splattered vest is being thumbed here, probably also blocking with the Demonstrate Devotion, if that's the play.
Interesting
does
that he's
seem
not
the
willing
Ravenous
to
Rebel
give
Fire
up the
Tennis Strike Force
hat,
and
but
hot on their heels
if that's the only way his turn
Cards
plays, it
chosen.
makes sense.
for this turn cycle, which is
Yeah, that's why I kind of want to just block armor.
2 head jabs, essentially. One
If he has an
card,
extra
it's a bit
card, then
overpowered.
that makes sense, but
This looks terrible for Takuya. Terrible. But not dead.
I don't know
Here's
why
the
he's
fact, we're
blocking
gonna
with
be able
the
to block
chest,
it.
though.
We're going to be able to clear the chum and draw a card off mass momentum here. There's no allies in Justin Ku's graveyard. No card to Arsenal.
You can just block with the
Only
chest
4
next
cards,
turn if
no
you
gold,
need to.
No equipment.
Takuya takes 1, down
What
to
do you
1.
block with
But will
instead?
Justin draw the ally?
There's no
cards.
on.
Draw yellow
Oh wait,
strip,
I'm
but
sorry.
it's a
I'm
prismatic ley
never
line.
mind.
There are
Ignore me.
no
I'm looking at the
allies
wrong
in
life
their
total.
hand. So Takuya could send everything face.
This is a terrifying hand when you're at 1, though. Murderous Rabble, Golden Tipple, Prismatic
Justin's
Ley Line.
hand's kind of
This hand
crazy if he
pushes
gets
a
to
lot
keep
of damage.
3
Probably
cards.
something Justin
Yeah.
is happy to see.
Takuya immediately chooses.
Is that
Chum
No
for
Rabble?
his mate.
dudes, which is a prop.
He's so
It's
friendly.
Rabble,
He's so
Tipple,
friendly, he
Double Ley
deserves
Line.
a lot of hate from these attack action cards.
I mean,
Chum
if nothing
takes 3
else,
damage
just
immediately.
throw a shitload of damage,
Follow up
right?
here. No. Wait. Hot on their heels. is
Hopefully
Takuya.
there's a blue on
Does
top.
not currently
If
have
not,
go again, thanks to the fact that Fire Tenant Strike
die inside.
has not been
Caught it.
major conic.
Oh, wow.
Luckily caught it.
So
If there's
that's a
an-
big fumble.
Takuya Kojima is giving me ulcers based on the way he's managing these.
If there's an
Guilty
ally
strike,
on top, we can
catching it in
like
the end.
It's looking like
Tipple
now you're going to
discarding
use the
Prismatic,
Ravenous Rabble, send
draw the
Ravenous,
ally,
then
Gravy
hot on
Bones,
their heels
discard that
to
ally.
The chum.
which does open him
Yeah.
up to a fearless confrontation discard. Luckily, Justin
I
hasn't
wouldn't
found it
even
on
be
this
that
turn.
mad about Double Ley Line through
sequencing.
Rabble.
Yeah, it depends what's on
Does
top,
9
right?
damage.
Finds a red on top.
Yeah,
Display
yeah.
loyalty, which means 5 go again is the call on this Ravenous Rabble.
Wait, 5?
What did
Oh,
he-
because the thing. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, did he
Yeah, he made
have
a
a
attack.
Gorg
Card
Tome?
on top is display loyalty displayed for Justin,
Oh,
who now knows what he stands
Yeah,
to
this
lose.
is unfortunate. So if
in
you don't
addition to
block,
his
so
chum.
even if you
On
block
the
this
heels,
out,
we
he's
know it's chum,
drawing that
and then we
display
know that we're gonna
loyalty
be
off
drawing
the
display
top.
loyalty off the mask momentum. That's 8 damage going face this turn. Exactly enough to force 1 block.
Yeah, having no gold here is very rough.
Let's go back in the past real quick, Majin. There were 2 times where Takuya sent
so maybe we
one
weren't
extra
supposed to
damage
give up our
into
hook.
chum
I don't
from
know.
First mate. Both of those chums were overkilled by 1. Does the context of this game change at all if Justin Ku is sitting at 6 here?
Yes, absolutely.
I think
Because
that the
send
giving
5,
up the
can't go
hook
to
play
1,
makes more
right?
sense if we did it on the conk turn that I kind of want to do.
In comes another 3. You have to block again. Because
Yeah.
Flick Knives will kill you if you don't. That's what I'm saying. These games, these Gravy versus Syndra games, have been razor tight. Giving up 1 or 2 value to play around this fearless confrontation has been putting the Syndras in a really tough spot. Forcing 1 more card to block, or giving yourself just 1 more card worth of space can be the difference between
Yeah, if he had a Deuter in hand this
and a
turn,
loss.
Perhaps the most
he'd be
powerful
cooking
part
because he
of
could
fearless
just
confrontation is
chum
just
in
how
response
fearful
to
it makes your
the-
opponent when trying to clear these
first tenant.
all-important allies.
and then he gains a bunch of
The
life.
one thing going for Takuya on this turn is that once the chum has been cleared, no more will rear their ugly heads in this game.
Yeah, it feels like
Sitting at 1
can't win
life
anymore too low.
to make a move.
Yeah, this
Justin
is
Ku doesn't
once
keep
you're
3
both
cards in
sub
hand
10
to
life, the
represent
Syndra is
anything
just so
meaningful on the
far
next turn.
ahead.
Clears no blocks.
Yeah, it's like who gets to threaten lethal first, basically,
Flick
and
Knives
take more
consider
cards.
Takuya Kojima.
Yeah.
Who forces the other one to block
To
first?
make sure that he sequences everything perfectly.
A difference between flicking now and flicking later. I'm not sure.
I don't think so. Maybe playing around Sunken Treasure.
Could be.
Hot on her heels. Connects with Chum Friendly First Mate, which has no defenses. No Fearless Confrontation in the hand. Mask of Momentum.
Yeah,
trigger
Fearless
is
would've
happening here. It's
kinda
a
gone
display
sick there.
loyalty We already know thanks to that Ravenous Rabble. And there's
Yeah, Fearless would have
nowhere
been
to
good in
go
this
but
scenario,
face. Takuya
but
has got to put in work here.
it's sort of the
work
same
he
as
does,
just blocking
Get
3, right?
1 card
on-
away from
on
Justin
this?
Ku. Fealty token generated
If
here.
he
and
decided to
Flick
go
Knives more to
face.
come. Justin Ku will end this turn
Sure.
at 2 life.
It
We could not.
it denies the ability. We talked about it earlier in chat. It denies the possibility of the top of the deck being worth more than 3.
2 matchups in a row that we
Oh, that's
definitely
fair.
favor one side of the board, at least colloquially. Justin Ku showing There's so many tricks up Gravy Bone's sleeve, and you cannot count him out even in an unfavorable matchup.
No armor to block with on the side of Justin Koo. Flick Knife's going to bring him down 2-2. Takuya does have 3 block worth of equipment. Buy him a little bit of space.
Gosh, can you consider throwing Flick Knives in front of something? Isn't that basically your win con at this point?
Yeah, but that lets you keep another card.
True.
I will block with Flick Knives at this point if it lets me keep a Blaze Headlong or something.
Flick Knives activated. Justin Koo at 2 life. Takuya on the other side of the board at 1. It all comes down to this. No Prismatic Leyline resolved
this
here.
is so
Instead,
depressing.
discarded to the Golden Tipple. And what does Justin Koo
Ally on top, I assume.
find for his troubles? Show me Justin! It's a Swabby. It's a Swabby in hand.
Oh, I remember this. This was sick.
That doesn't do anything.
Does he hit the
Not
blue?
ideal at all. The only thing Justin Koo can
Yeah.
do after this Golden Tipple is draw a card.
If it's you discard a Gravy Bones. You discard a Gravy Bones. If you hit a blue. If you draw a blue, you send Swabby. We're
Yeah, this
gambling.
was,
We're
like,
betting
best
it
case
all on drawing a
scenario
blue. If
for
you
this
draw a blue,
specifically.
you send 7. If not, I think it's over.
It is 100% blind. Justin has already activated Compass of the Sunken Depths. He's playing into what his deck
Man,
is
what do you
known
block
to
with
do.
here? Is it just the
Run
Flick
blues,
Knives?
and his head is in his hands, min-maxing his way to the finals.
I think you have to.
Hopefully
If he's
call
at
it crown to
1,
Takuya.
I don't think I even
Throws
consider
all
it. But
important
since
Flick
he's
Knives
at
in front
2,
of
I
Golden
think you
Tipple,
have to.
protecting the hand. Does he have
That
something
throw
that
dagger?
works?
Oh, it's a blue.
It's a blue, ladies and
Rage.
gentlemen.
Oh!
By 7 power, Justin Koo
Justin Koo's my hero.
sweats, but comes out on top in this situation. Maximum
Justin
momentum thrown out
Choo Choo.
immediately. Takuya Kojima at the ready with 2 more cards.
The pain train.
One, a 2 block in the form of Snatch. The other has
Oh,
been
I also remember the way this game ends, and it makes me very
In the hand,
sad.
Arm Dragon Fire.
Oh, it's a fusion token. It's all over. The only person who
Never
doesn't
needed
know
our
is
chest.
Justin Koo. There could be a throw caution
Does he
to
throw
the wind
anything?
in hand.
No.
It's not there. Takuya Kojima's going to take it down for the home team.
my God.
Fire closes this out.
I probably would have thrown my hand on the table and like crashed out.
Just eat. If you simply eat his Art of the Dragon Fire, you can't die.
And seeing the Art of Dragon checks the top, nothing there.
I would have crashed out so hard.
Who comes out on top and lifts Justin Koo from
Oh my
man,
God.
that was also the worst handshake of all time.
It's the home team that keeps calling crown in its homeland.
I can't believe
Oh.
that was so wild. It started out as a
That's
very-
That was an interesting game. GG's. Okay. Let's Okay, wow, I just like Luxact and clicked on the exact moment. This is like kind of the same thing that we mentioned in the other game of it not only has the potential of the top card of the deck having more value, but I think there's actually something interesting with it where I think sometimes you want the Syndra to have an arsenal and sometimes you don't want them to have an arsenal. And the Fearless can help you manipulate that. Where in this scenario, if he attacks the Chum here and we Fearless, he has to send the top card of his deck at the Chum. Where if we don't, he gets a free arsenal. And with us having another Chum behind this gives us the space that we need to make him stop hitting us as hard. So that way we can start playing our big hands and catch up.
I didn't watch this game. I'm kind of shocked he came back from 9 to 26. That's generally like the spot where I just accept my fate.
Shane said that this was the case, and after watching the game, I agree. I think this Fearless literally won him the game. Because it was like Fearless into big, like a big Chum. And then he followed it up, I believe, by a big turn. Yeah.
Oh yeah, another 2 leyline turns in a row. Yeah, that'll. Oh, he also did he send? I assume he sent Fiddlers.
Yeah, he discarded a Fiddlers at some point, I think.
Yeah, I've been really liking the Blood on the Water plus Sink Below tech in aggro decks instead of like Red Swell or like Red Restless. I like slant your reds towards defensive cards, and like especially with like Blood or Blood can send dudes off the top of the deck, but into like low to the ground aggro decks like Syndra, you don't always have to send a card, it's just a 4 block.
Oh yeah, this was also
And
the
then-
Chum turn that I was talking about before with the boots, where it forced him to block with his chest. I think this turn won him the game from both sides of the turn cycle.
Hmm.
Sorry, you were saying?
Oh no, I'm just saying that. Fuck, I lost my train of thought.
You were talking
Sorry.
about. I think I lost my train of thought too.
I'm 3.
Oh, sink below.
Yeah, and then Sink Below can just like unlock like previously like unplayable hands, or I think it's fine a lot of the time into the aggro decks if the deck blocks a bit better now since you're kind of down like 6/2 blocks, and most of that's been replaced with 3 blocks.
Mm-hmm.
So you're kind of in like a pretty good spot to be able to just block like 3 cards, send a dude, right? Which is like pretty solid value.
Also, with you losing engine pieces, your deck is a little bit slower now. So rather than forcing your deck to try to be a go fast deck, you just can't do that. So why force?
It feels a lot like Enigma in that way, where like certain turn cycles just correct. If they're not interested in clearing a guy, you just block 3 cards, send your dude, pass.
Mm-hmm. And I think a
And
lot
the
more
technical
matchups now
turn.
have slanted towards them ignoring our allies as well. So like more defensive cards are better.
Yeah, I agree. I think if the mirror picks up in Steam like quite a bit, which in my local PQ area it's not likely, but I think you could probably dedicate more sideboard slots to the mirror. But right now it's such a wide meta. It seems like that it's really Earth, Cinder, Gravy, but people are trying to play a lot of different decks like KO and Ailio. You could probably just like, depending on your local area, it's kind of a crapshoot to decide like how you want to structure your sideboard.
For Gravy, yeah. Or do you mean for everyone?
Yeah. Oh, just for Gravy in general.
Hmm.
You have a lot of flexibility in what you want to do.
Okay, so this is the last Gravy game from the calling. This is from day 1. This is against Vespa. And then I'm not familiar with this player, Masaru Sasaki? Pronunciation is not the strong suit of this stream.
Besides, I've heard KO crushes Gravy. I've heard that Gravy.
Reckless
can't
seems
KO.
like an ignorant turn
I want the
0
truth.
card.
I'm here to see how this actually plays out.
It's 90-90 until we see it play out here. And
Oh,
speaking of new tools,
no.
here's the first one on display. Reckless Stampede, a brand new card out of Super Slam, and probably my favorite Brute card that came into the meta. Whenever a card defends this, Vespa will clash with the defending hero. Whenever a card is defending. So these 2 that are defending from Masaru are going to trigger a clash twice. Every time that Vespa wins a clash, as KO, Armed and Dangerous, is...
Wait, why did he get rid of the Command and
he'll
Conquer?
deal 1 damage
Whatever.
directly to Masaru's life total. Oh, fearsome card in its own right.
I thought I saw...
It's a
isn't he
terrifying card.
arsenaling
Blocks
a
for 0,
Blood
but
Rush?
you're
If
not
you're
blocking
arsenaling
this
a
card.
Blood
This
Rush,
card's
that
coming in.
makes sense.
It's really annoying when I'm playing Kano because I lose every
That's
clash
fair.
for some reason.
Is it because you have no attack value on any of those cards, perhaps?
Some might say
I'm not
that.
a big fan of even playing Command and Conquer in this
I think it has
matchup.
something to do with it, though. Probably not the
either.
whole story.
So
I do remember watching this game, and if I remember correctly, Vespa kind of plays like a donkey. But
yeah, I mean, you got a couple 7-power attacks. You got, unfortunately, Felling and Paladin.
Was there supposed to be a thought following the butt?
You would want them to as the Verdant Slayer. But
I was gonna say but he's not playing Prism or Enigma, so maybe that's why.
Well,
True.
in this case, Reckless Stampede, despite it being turn 0,
He still gets to make aura
Masaru
tokens.
having basically the green light
Oh,
to block
true.
as much as he wants because he's going to be drawing back up on the next turn. 3 damage.
I'll attack you with my might
turn
token.
37 plays 40 as Masaru takes his first action of the game. Murderous Rabble coming in for.
I miss stealing arcane damage with my aura tokens.
On top.
Wonder how he knew it was going to come in for 3. That's crazy.
That's the best mode. That's the best
I haven't
mode
fact-
of Figment of Erudition, dealing 1 arcane damage with the Ponder token.
I have in fact gotten to kill people with Merciful, and that always feels good.
My game against Matt Rogers at the very first calling that I topped, at the very end of the game, I have a Merciful that kills him, and I'm just holding it over the camera, like right underneath the camera, so that way the viewers can see, while I have my hand in the shape of a Godam, like the put this, you know, the circle game. Put your hand below your belt, and if they see the circle, you get to punch them.
Yes, I played that
I
today, in fact.
oh, so I'm holding my hand like that on the Merciful, waiting for Matt to take a game action. And in the meantime, oh my god, the armor fridge. I'm talking about the game with Matt because he's humming and hawing over how he can still win this game, and I'm talking about all the like timelines that he could possibly win the game with him. And he's like, "Well, I mean, I just lose if you have a Merciful." And I was like, "Do you ever win if I have a Merciful?" And he's like, "True." And then he attacks me, and I just windmill slam the Merciful on the table.
Must be incredibly invested in this hand. Or could it be a Blood Rush Bellows? Ladies and gentlemen, the first Blood Rush of the game.
I'm kind of shocked he didn't give up an extra card to guarantee
It hit the Beast Within or whatever.
Yeah, it's just you're. I feel like at that point you're just like wasting a piece. Oh, I guess he has 3 cards, so maybe not. Does he hit it anyway? Is he a god? Nope.
Yeah, it's 3 cards because the Blood Rush is an arsenal, right?
Oh yeah. I forgot he only blocked with 1 card. For some reason, I thought he blocked with 2.
Discard a card, and I look at the cards left, and I go, "Okay, this isn't that bad. They only have 2 cards."
Hand's kind of.
And then they draw the 2 cards.
I mean,
the Blood Rush Bellows resolving, and I'm like,
pretty good.
This is not
Rodolo, I would say that a lot of the games played at this calling were a little suspicious. I don't want to like sit here insulting players, but like there was definitely a significant number of suspicious plays that happened. But game's hard.
Yeah.
Also, Japan has been playing the game for less time than the rest of the world, right? Like they just been with the game for not as long.
Oh, my top 8 at KC, I 100% played like a donkey. I don't think I've ever played so bad in my life, in fact.
Unlucky. Relatable. I've been there. I think I've played poorly in every single top 8.
I just remember looking back at the game like afterwards, and I'm like, man, I made the goofiest decisions humanly imaginable.
I think the only top 8 game that I didn't play like an absolute goof was my game against Craig at Nationals, but I never had the chance to make a misplay because I got shit on so hard.
God bless.
Can't misplay if you're just getting shit on.
If he hits this Beast Within, you're kind of cooking, right?
He's cooking anyways. Oh!
Oh, that's pretty good too.
So no, it's not the Beast Within that we really wanted Vespa to hit to make this turn go bonkers town, but it is going to set up more action points.
All right, show me the Fearless. Activate Fearless, block with 2 cards, end his turn. That's pretty good here.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be like super upset to just like Arsenal like the Blood on the Water after this if I get to just. Oh, I guess
Well,
he's already put he's already presented a card defense. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you like deny your opponent probably like 8 value by doing that.
Yeah.
So you're blocking for like you're converting 7 defense into probably like what, like 16, 17 defense? No, less than that.
Yeah.
Like 15, 16?
It depends, because if he throws the Beast Within after this, that's 8. So you're blocking 7 on 16 effectively? Or like your 7 is stopping 16 damage?
It'd be stopping 15, right? Because you're leaking 1.
Yeah.
Because you'd be putting 7 in front of 8, take 1, deny 8.
In order to protect this very turn, 5-card Blood Rush Bellows hand is exactly the way you punch your ticket. Undefeated round 3.
Yeah, I think that's on my to-do list next of play more games with Fearless.
A little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I've spent the last couple days playing with it. It operates very similarly to how it did pre-ban. It's good in the matchups. It's good in 2. I've attacked with it for 8 quite a few times.
Now,
Just
that
a reasonable
only works
card.
if you don't get exploded by turn 3, though.
And
It makes sense that
in theory, because
more
those
players
questions are a lot
were
harder for
willing to
people
kind of
to
just
answer
look at the
than,
deck
you
like
know, say,
pre-ban,
that
take
was
out
coming into prevalence because it
the
was pretty
tipples,
low
and
for
then
the
just
same,
kind
where
of
you can
put in good
really
3
manipulate
blocks.
your numbers to
Oh.
clear
They're
out
not always
efficiently.
like
In
exceptional
this case,
cards, but
KO is often
they're like
forced to send a
niche
6
good
power
cards,
attack
which
into
is
a
kind of what
rare
Gravy
warrior,
wants
so it's
anyway.
never a
Yeah,
win.
no one's
Kinda
playing the good
interesting.
cards. No one's playing the good cards. They're not playing Scrub the Deck.
Amazing Blood Rush turn with a beast
True.
within, not a card you
Kind of
want,
interesting here that he didn't.
but in this
I guess he
case,
gets plus
plus
1 from the
also an additional
arms,
1 from the
but he has
gauntlet
like a
to
pretty
direct
clean
it.
line to
It's
just
gonna be
play that
Vespa 9 at the end of this
The
turn,
one cost.
exactly what Vespa
the
wants
run
to do.
roughshod.
I don't
I
think
mean,
you
you
want
don't
to Arsenal the Beast Within, though.
You don't really want to, but it gives you like a clean, like if they do throw a conk or something at you, you kind of get like value out of it later. But it's also not the worst thing to have with your Gold Kiss run. But yeah, the cost curve on Beast Within is not something
Yuanji
you
was
can
talking about this the
actively
other
avoid.
night. You should ask him to explain it to you. He was saying that arsenaling a bad card is almost as bad as, like, is almost the same value usually as just IPing the card in KO.
That makes sense. I haven't played a ton of KO, but the amount of KO I've played, that does check out.
It was something along the lines of like, by you arsenaling a bad card, it usually means that you have to block with a good card on the next turn to get the bad card out of your arsenal. So then the value you're sacking by blocking with a good card that's above rate to resolve a bad card is about the same as just IPing the card to begin with.
Luckily, you get to
Mhm.
pitch one
No,
blood
that
rush
makes
to the
sense.
other blood rush, but then it's gone. You're likely not going to see it again.
Saru is drawn back up.
See an ally.
Now Vespa, popping a might token, has to decide what he wants to do with this turn. If he discards incorrectly,
Gamble, gamble, gamble.
there's a chance he's left with a CNC.
Yeah, I'm 100% Gamba gaming here. I mean, you definitely just pitch the Blood Rush to the Blood Rush, but
No. Discard. It's pitch the Command and Conquer to the Blood Rush for sure. Gamble, gamble, gamble.
Imagine if you keep the Command and Conquer here. You're so sad.
That's why we're pitching it. I'm a genius. See, I'm a
Oh, he
genius.
does. Oh, that's so bad.
I don't think you're supposed to play Command and Conquer. I know I already said that, but like that card just has continually not impressed me in this matchup.
I'm gonna be real. I don't think I play the Blood Rush here at all.
Yeah, I'm kind of
Like
into pitching
now-
Blood Rush to play something, pitch the wind up to just like make Agility Might, Arsenal the other Blood Rush.
Yeah, just throw CNC, make a Might and Agility off the Agile windup, and then Arsenal the Blood Rush, so you're like pretty guaranteed to have like a pretty good turn after this. And now here's where like here's where I'm like, oh, you just like burned everything to get gooned on.
Yeah.
One less to play this turn, but no. Vespa re-thumbing the Savage Sash.
But yes.
It could be fine if you push the life totals enough where like Gravy's too low to recover from this point, but seems hard to do when you don't have any Blood Rushes left.
Well, this is the issue. The Arsenal the blood on the water.
Oh no.
See,
Oh
Blood Rush, Pop Dash.
no.
See, you could play around it by. I think
Gold
in
Kiss.
this case, if I'm popping my shirt, I'm like pretty certain that I'm cracking my Gold Kiss here, so that I don't get destroyed by a Arsenal D-React.
Isn't it just like crack the Gold Kiss first?
That's what I'm saying.
You just like play the swing big off of Gold Kiss.
Huge show of strength. Swing big.
Yeah.
Two, some might say.
Essentially, yeah. So they're kind of sort of.
Yeah,
And then
still
you
get to play the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly.
However, in Vespa's case, and
It's
He-
not like if he definitely gets more shit on if he drew a blue here, because then he's missing. What is that? 5 plus 10. He's missing 15 value by getting D-reacted here, but
Just only a little shit on, just like bird shit instead of like human shit on top of you.
yeah, it's just like in this case, he just like this. I'm pretty sure this play just loses in the game. Because like I'm like fairly certain like I'm just Arsenal like I mean, he did already give up all of his armor,
See on the camera,
but I'm like fairly certain I'm just always arsenaling one of those Blood Rush Bellows.
Yeah, it's like misplaying and then double downing on the misplay with another misplay.
Yeah.
Masaru is going to be able to block 4 at the very least, 6 at its ceiling because he definitely has an ally in hand. Not sure if he's discarding it in this case though, but the damage is done either way.
I'm surprised he didn't
Yeah,
discard the
and-
ally if he has one.
From the arsenal means that 2 non-equipped
Maybe he needs the
Oh,
Dead
he
Threads
has a-
resource.
he has a port side in hand also.
I think it depends on what the ally is, because like I think I would rather convert the ally into 2 defense and not have to burn my gold or the port side. But it depends what the cards are. I can't tell anything other than port side.
Yeah, I can't see anything else either. Yeah, this is brutal because like you're definitely you're more than likely. I'm like 90% sure you're not making it back to that Blood Rush.
Yeah.
And now you're out Sash. You're going into your next turn with just a might. You have basically no armor. You have 2 block left on your.
You could come back to the Blood Rush, but you probably don't have the life to play it ever again. Is it a
Yeah,
call to the
especially
grave?
now in like a.
I think it's a call.
It's going to be resolved for Masaru Sasaki after he gets to keep so
If we have a Fiddler's Green, I think I just play the Fiddlers,
on the previous turn.
like call for Fiddlers, Arsenal the port side.
Not by the card of the same name, but instead just after playing.
Yeah, I'm pretty high on port siding allies if I can get away with it. It depends on how much you value the second gold. And I think I value it pretty high in matchups that are pretty aggressive. Especially if like it's more than likely that he like claws the Sawbones, right? If he gets to. He's got unexpected backhand is crazy.
After playing against Gravy Bones, I was like, wow.
Which one's that? Is that the reveal to Clash?
Yeah, if you clash and you win the clash revealing it, the loser of the clash gets dealt 1 damage. It's a very interesting card to have.
So it's kind of weird here with the clawing of the Sawbones because there's no agility. And I think a lot of times when the KO's on 5 cards, they're actually pretty incentivized to block with 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
I think if they were on agility, then that changes things for sure. But so like me taking extra damage to present a hook, I think in this board state most often results in not actually connecting with the hook. So I just took 2 damage to not for my opponent to make the same play they were going to make anyways.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Gaining another gold. We had 0 like a turn ago. Now we have 3. And man, gold's really good when you have cards like Conquer of the High Seas and you can just fill your hand. Boom, big boat with.
But that all depends on if he even plays Fiddlers. He might not have Fiddlers in the deck.
Are kind of gone. But with this gold stacking,
because the play I wanted was call for Fiddlers.
Masaru's just getting warmed up. Gold Kiss Rum looking to be cashed in here.
I guess he kind of has agility.
KO Armed and Dangerous is drunk for the first time on screen.
I'm pretty happy seeing him burn the Gold Kiss on that.
At calling Shizuoka. The rum is drunk, the handle expended. And what is the prize? It is Sawbones Dockhand, who goes to his watery grave to pay for Masaru's sins. 34 plays 27 here as an activation of Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex.
Is he gonna IP a card?
Really the most efficient way for KO Armed and Dangerous to be clearing these
No.
allies.
Never mind.
Luckily, in the case of Sawbones, that's the exact number that you need, but in the case of
Yeah, the Reckless
his,
Stampede
common fellow, with
is
Mortis, it's a little bit of an overkill.
being a 0
I
block
feel
is
like
kind of
your
adding to
hope
the
on KO side is to do something like keep a 5-card hand, send something with Go Again Face that discards, send Claude an ally, finish again.
It's like,
with
well, they've
Resurrection
cut the
Clause
yellow
Face.
wild rides. They
Think
have
that's
like
what you're
another
hoping
null
for.
block,
Using
but
the
it's not a
rum
pearl,
and
which
the
is
right
important
on
for
Sawbones is not exactly what you're doing, but we're still presenting
something
nine
like
things.
Weakest Link.
Ain't bad. Show of strength. Swing bigger. Is that what we were calling
We're
it?
swinging
before
real big right
Yeah.
now.
Swing very big here. Not coming in just for 8, but 9.
Swing humongous,
Legendary
even.
arm piece, Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. It's going to get -1.
I like
for
that.
Each card with 6 or more power defending it. If there's one thing I know about Gravy Bones Shipwreck Looter is that he runs only 3 of those.
Yeah, sometimes you see something like Red Sloop, but I don't think this is the matchup for that. I expect this to stay 9.
Now listen, if Masaru had brought in Base of the Mountain, you could.
Well, I mean, blocking with a sloop would be the same as just blocking with a 3-block.
And reduce show of strength.
Yeah.
Power little by little.
That doesn't seem really worth it, but it would be cool.
It would be cool.
I like how James White has come out and said that like Swing Big is one of his least favorite designed cards, and they basically just printed another one.
I do believe they are.
Why did he even say that? I don't even think Swing Big is like a problem at all, or like anything.
I honestly have no idea. I think he just doesn't like Brute very much. It's not a. It doesn't also deal arcane damage, so he's not a.
I would 100%.
He doesn't need to like it.
Still on the combat chain here. Gravy Bones activation puts
Interesting. He compasses after he gravies. I guess I can't really see his hand, so.
I think it's a tip the bar keep in our. No, it's not a tip the bar keep. Is it
No,
still the
it's
call?
whatever. Yeah, he arsenaled whatever he, because he pitched the tip to the Sawbones last turn.
Surely that's wrong, and you're supposed to arsenal the tip.
Perhaps wondering what is the possible ceiling that my Gravy
Maybe
Bones
that's
run
not
can
correct
be.
because we don't have any allies in the bin, but we also haven't seen that many allies yet. So
That's exactly what Masaru needs to be going
I think
for
it's like,
behind. Vespa is trying to
how many
find
allies do we have in the deck, and what's the likelihood that we draw into allies after this?
and multiple action points in order to
Yeah.
claw his way back into the tempo of this game.
But it looks like he has multiple allies in his hand. I wish we arsenaled the port side instead.
Even if maybe you're not getting the most value from them, by attacking with them, and
Unlockers.
then eventually forcing Vespa to choose: am I clearing allies or am I trying to kill?
At least
them?
there's not a better
Putting 3 cards in front of
a
this
better allied. Oh no, it looks like he has 3. Yeah, he has 3 different
Okay,
3 blocks. Now imagine if that was a Swing Big, you get a Quicken. Oh,
I would say that is one of the closest
Terrible.
things to Blood Rush Willows that Gravy Bones has. Those prismatic leyline turns can, at their best, turn that card into a 1-card 6.
Yeah,
And look at
call.
me, I have egg on my face because it wasn't a Blood in the Water that made its way into the arsenal on a previous turn cycle.
if he has a
Call
blue in his hand, I'm pretty content grabbing a Chum here.
In this case, Masaru now gets to choose Sawbones.
Sawbones is interesting.
I think he has an ally in his hand.
To do a little bit more swinging.
Okay.
I think this is
If that's
Yeah,
the case, then I
this
think I
call-
actually grab Scoob.
keep your life total high, play an ally, you send a strong attack, force it to be
Um,
eventually Vespa's gonna have a
Yeah,
hand
Scoop's
that
pretty
doesn't
good here too.
activate Claw easily with Gogan. We saw that last hand, and we cashed in the Gold Kiss Rum. No Gold Kiss Rum this time.
Maybe we don't need to Scoop because we already have 2 gold, but
It has, I have
Yeah, Scoop's just harder to clear. He doesn't have a Might token, so he doesn't just get to go Claw, pitch, wind up.
My mind's
right?
eye in the past.
Mhm.
In the heavy hitters meta, KO Armed and Dangerous was just this unstoppable numbers force, right? I started playing him again, and even with these new tools, with access to so much extra go again, there's still hands that just don't line up for KO.
Absolutely. The deck blocks better than it did before, and it has better offensive enders than it did before. But you still kind of need the rest of it, especially if you're forced to use things like Claw to clear allies. You need go again. You need something that discards. You need resources.
yeah, I feel like from here he just is going to end up bleeding out because he just can't keep up with the ally value without blood rushes.
Yeah. Yeah, without Sash, without Blood Rush, he's burned his Gold Kiss. He doesn't like have a super efficient way of going 3 wide every. Like basically, what he has to do at this point is have the ability to go 3 wide every turn, so he can efficiently claw allies. But like, unless he draws like here, like this is a good. This is good for him because he gets to go Wild Ride into Claw into hopefully other 2 cost.
Mhm.
So can do this with impunity.
But if he's not able to do that every turn, or he draws Lackluster, like draws discards blues, stuff like that, like yeah, discarding the Buckwild. I actually, okay, so this might not be a popular opinion. I think red Buckwild is a trap.
Really? That's interesting. Do you mean just in this
It's like-
matchup or in general?
In general, like I think the card is like best in KO, obviously, because your blues are all 6s. But I think the issue with it is it's not doing what KO wants to do, which is draw discard, and it's also like on a very awkward cost curve with like the rest of your cards.
I think it's fine
You
though
end
with
up-
the new gloves. I
With the new gloves do help. Like if you get to go Buckwild into like Swing Big, like if you have 2 blues, it's like pretty clean. But like the more I play with Buckwild, the more I find that it in red specifically just feels awkward. I really like the card in blue. Like having a proactive blue in KO is so good.
Yeah, the blue's crazy.
I think red might be a trap though.
I think it's still fine though, just because of like how down horrendous you are a lot of the times for go-agains.
This is
Sure, but I think between Swing Big, Wild, or not Swing Big, between Gold Kiss, Wild Rides, Pulpings, you're like not in a terrible spot for it. I'm also just not a coward, and I roll scabs. I can't remember what calling it was, but I rolled scabs 6 times on day 1, and I hit 5 ones.
I don't know if he was supposed
I-
to actually clear that Sawbones there.
I just hate staying disciplined. I want
He pitched a Wild Ride to it. I don't know what his arsenal is.
Because he tapped the Sawbones.
Yeah, usually. So I'm always afraid. I feel like it's such an odd position, right? Because if you don't tap the Sawbones and they clear it anyway, you leave a value on the table. But if you do tap the Sawbones, it sort of incentivizes your opponent to like ignore it because it's not a threat on the next turn.
I think from the POV of the gravy side here, I'm fine if he ignores it and it just sits there until I get a go again. And then, like, I'll convert it into 1 value every turn until I can convert it into 6.
Yeah.
The ability to filter them out with his hero ability cashing into gold, you're just stuck with them.
There are, however, 2 copies of
Man, why did we make this many resources? What the fuck?
Yeah, I was wondering that too. I was trying to figure out if maybe he had like a conk in hand because we drew a card off the gold. I found that that's also like a huge trap a lot of the time. Is like if like you're reliant on drawing like a very specific card. Is that Red Swell?
He just should have blocked with another card, that's all.
Yeah, you have like a pretty clean play. And he could have just been at 28, but
Maybe he was trying to play around Arsenal Disruption behind the Wild Ride, so he wanted to like hold cards to block.
That's fair. Yeah, like whenever your opponent starts with a Wild Ride, I always just kind of assume it's Wild Ride Claw 2 cost.
Even though this turn, granted, is middling compared to what we are used to.
That being said, we're down 2 Command and Conquers.
We do have to mention that there were 2 kind of big misses for Masaru here. It was the draw off the gold and also the chart the high seas earlier. This turn could have even been crazier.
Absolutely. I really feel that.
Why did he keep the 4 cards for it? Oh, he has a windup, I guess.
Like Goku before him, Masaru.
If it's an agile windup, okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Agile windup into Reckless Stampede is like pretty reasonable.
And lend your aid because he's going to need it against a skilled opponent like Vespa.
Yeah, Reckless Stampede for 8 is pretty good. And he's
This is still kind of shit because we're wasting $1,
yeah,
but
floating in. Yeah, that's what like a lot of these.
I wish we had Tunic here.
Well, I guess.
Very powerful. I don't see KO losing.
Yeah, let's see. Well, he gets to pump an extra damage into the gloves, so it's not like the end of the world, I guess. It's better if he's pitching a yellow, I suppose. But
aficionado in the booth next to me, so he deserves a mention.
I can't help myself. I see cards and I think of it in terms of Kano. It's a disease.
Reckless Stampede.
That is funny. Reckless Stampede is. I've been playing a little bit of Kano, and every time a KO plays Reckless Stampede, I get a little sad.
More numbers. Usually they come in the form of
yeah, I'm gonna
'Cause you
pump
can
up the
block.
speed of this so we can start our meeting.
Frostbites, things of that nature.
Yeah, it's fine.
Stampede is just one of those cards that
We'll blaze through this game and then go to the meeting. I don't want to leave it halfway done. That being said, so I can wrap up outro stuff. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. I appreciate all you guys for checking out the content. If you got value out of this, check out the Patreon, subscribe to the channel. I will be doing, again, another stream either tomorrow or the day after. I got to see what time I finish up with work things and if I still have the energy to do it. We'll be doing the tier listing all the most cringe cards in the game. And that's just going to coincide with it being my birthday stream. So check that out. Oh, birthday OP.
Well,
oh, man, this turn is
crazy.
Oh, thank you. It's tomorrow. Oh, this turn's crazy.
Yeah, this turn's so good. He's got a blue. I guess even if he has a yellow here, it's crazy.
Yeah. No prismatic, though. Not that good.
Yeah. Even 5 value or 6 value on the table. Unlucky.
Let's say yes to my gravy list being up to date because I haven't found anything better than that list since then. Because if you missed me talking about this earlier in stream, I've been experimenting with a bunch of crackhead shit over the past like week or two, and I'm just like trying out a bunch of stuff. I do not think that any of it makes my current list. So if you're looking for a list to bring to like pro quests or whatever, that list is perfectly good. I have updated a couple sideboard plans on it, as well as I've updated some matchup knowledge.
Reckless Stampede going into a chum is so much value.
Oh,
You do that so well.
I chummed.
Don't bully me, I'll chum.
We need that shirt.
I do need that shirt. I can't remember who sent that to me. It might have been Reese, but that's a perfect shirt.
Orc Knight Jesse sent that to me originally, and then I posted it everywhere after that.
Well, so number one cringe card is 100% just Scabskin Leathers, right? Like there's
It gets
no
its
shot.
it gets its own tier.
Okay, fair enough. The amount of times I've lost, like, in top 8 of a ProQuest or an RTN to Shane because he's just rolled scabs is at minimum once, but that's more than it should have been.
They need to make a hand trap for scabs.
Yeah, it's called applying your own gambler's gloves.
No. Like you can discard this card to choose the outcome of a die roll.
Oh, that sounds like an actual Yu-Gi-Oh card. That sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh card that would never see play and people would be pissed got printed. But in Fab, it might find like a niche place to.
Or
to be
how about
played
this?
At some point,
You can discard this card to reduce the next die roll by 2.
it's actually so wild to like read modern Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and like it's so very obvious like what cards like Konami actually wants you to play with, and then what cards they just printed because fuck it. Like there's just like vanilla like 5-star 1300 monsters, but then there's a card that does like 87 things and it's $100 a piece.
You
It
need
just
like
makes no
3
sense.
degrees to understand how it works. Oh my god, is that pitch double bear fangs to kill Swabby?
Oh, he's like thinking about imagine if you had
Fearless?
anything else. Yeah. Oh,
I don't think we need to
I would
watch
just
this
get-
game anymore after pitch double bear fangs to kill Swabby. I think the outcome of this game has been decided and nothing else matters. We've now entered Gravy Bones plays solitaire territory.
Yeah, the game was over the moment he popped his sash and played pulping. He just like he made like 3 very distinct misplays in one turn, and it just like destroyed it. Like the game just spiraled.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're gonna end it here. Again, thank you so much for watching. Check out the Patreon if you got value out of this. I'll be streaming again in the next 2 days. Specifically to you, Turn Zero, if you did just join the Patreon and you needed any help on Gravy Bones, check out the Patreon chat on Discord. Feel free to message me on there if you want any specific help with the deck. I mean, beyond that, if anyone actually wants coaching on Gravy Bones, I do also offer coaching on Patreon. I got to bounce. We have a team meeting for Gravy Bones stuff right now, so we're going to be chatting that up. Tell everyone about how terrible all of our crackhead things went. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you guys. Have a great rest of your night. Peace, YouTube.
See you guys.